Derby Date Night, Juniors Tournament Edition. We are live at Perry Park in Indianapolis, Indiana, where we are one of 9 different regional playoffs, locations battling for a chance to play for the national title. We are following 6 amazing teams over the course of this weekend. Our hosts, IJRD, are joined by Black-N-Bluegrass from Kentucky, Pittsburgh Roller Derby from Pennsylvania, Kalamazoo Killer Beez out of Michigan, Cincinnati Junior Roller Derby from Ohio, and Savannah Roller Derby from Georgia. Don't worry if you get confused. We have graphics you can watch during halftime and between games that will give you all of the information you need to follow along all weekend. You are joining us for game number 1, which is on your screen up at the top left of your screen. Game number 1 between Cincinnati and Kalamazoo. The winner of this game will go on to the, is it called the semifinals? The game before this, so the semifinals later today at 4 o'clock. Before we begin, we should probably introduce ourselves. We are Derby Date Night. We bring you live roller derby in and around the Midwest. I'm Aria Kidding Me, and I'll be your play-by-play announcer all weekend with all the action and some corny jokes. Behind the camera is Sirius Lee, my forever date and the real brains behind this operation. He serves as our technical producer-director who makes all the cool things happen behind the scenes, and sometimes I even make him laugh. For those who don't know what we do here at Derby Date Night, we bring you both good roller derby and bad jokes. Every stream we have a theme for our jokes, and this weekend is no different. Thinking of a joke topic this weekend was easy as pie, because when I think about kids, I also think about candy. We all know kids are big fans of candy, and this tournament is nothing to snicker about. In order to get their payday, these kids can't fall to pieces or have Butterfingers. They need to get good and plenty of rest, take 5 deep breaths, and use their Smarties to come out with a whopper of a win. Yes, I had way too much fun writing that. Take a second and let us know your favorite candy and who you are rooting for in the chat. If you are just finding us for the first time, welcome. We love to interact with our community, affectionately known as our third wheels, and would love to have you along for the ride. We encourage you to chat with each other, send super chats to shout out skaters, and participate in our polls. If you want to help us take us to the next level, there are so many easy and free ways you can support us. Please like and subscribe as it helps us grow our channel. You can also find us at Derby Date Night on Facebook, Instagram, and our website. If you want to be an even bigger part of the Derby Date Night crew, you can join our YouTube membership program. Becoming a member not only helps create even more awesome content, it also unlocks exclusive perks just for you. As a member, you get access to things like bonus content, shoutouts in our videos, members-only badges, and even sneak peeks at upcoming episodes. Plus, your support helps us travel to more Derby events, improve our videos, and keep the Derby love rolling strong. Sirius and I love our Derby Date Nights, and we want to keep bringing you all the best Derby action. So hit that join button and check out all the awesome perks waiting for you. Every membership makes a huge difference, and we appreciate you all so much. Let's grow this Derby-loving community together. When we started this 3 years ago, we never thought that we would have this many third wheel members who support us in everything we do, traveling in and around the Midwest and being here for our first regional tournament. This is the first time we are doing a official, like, this is going to the nationals type of a tournament, and we are so excited. We were able to participate in the Speedway Smackdown a few months ago. And it was so much fun watching these junior skaters. We are seeing a lot of the same teams we saw in the Speedway Smackdown. We had, who did we have? We had Black-N-Bluegrass, Indy, and Pittsburgh. So those, and Icy Bruisers. Well, no, I'm saying who we're seeing again. The Icy Bruisers aren't here today. So we have 3 of the teams we saw at the Smackdown that are here for this regional playoff, but there are regional playoffs happening all over the country. So this weekend, there are 2 female division playoffs happening, one in Austin, Texas, another in Fort Walton Beach, Florida, and there are 3 other open division playoffs that are happening in Salem, Oregon, Salt Lake City, Utah, and here. So that's what's happening this weekend, and then next week we have even more tournaments happening in Ventura, California, Des Moines, Iowa, Rome, Georgia, and York, Pennsylvania. So out of those tournaments, we will see which teams get to go on to compete in the Nationals July 12th and 13th in Loveland, Colorado. So going to be a really exciting 2-week 2 weekends. We are so happy to have you all here joining us to watch all the action. We know there are live streams for the other playoffs as well, so we will also try to keep you updated on how those games are going and how things are shaking out. But right now, we are about to get started. So let's find out who we are going to be watching play today. Sirius, can I see one of the teams, please? Yeah, I didn't give him enough warning. Okay, I'll keep chatting and pretending. Okay, there we go. Here are your Cincinnati Junior Rollergirls. There is your team roster of who you are going to be seeing out there playing today. Shout out your favorite skater if one of your skaters is out there on that list. And we've also got the Kalamazoo Killer Beez. So there is your roster for that team, and we are so excited to have them here. Shout out your favorite skater if you would like to. And on our ref crew for this first game, we have got Colin M. Fairley, Filet Official, Guinness, Luna Shovegood, Miller, Kyle Crocodile, and Maz Ref are our skating officials. Our non-skating officials are Dorothy Galeforce, Madame Morningstar, Mr. Bruise Guy, Where's Walco, Sea Rage, Sarah Dactyl, Heather Hernandez, Cheshire Stats, and Wolf. So excited to have all of these people here. It takes a village to support a derby game. What did we find out recently, Sirius? There are more refs out there on the track than there are skaters at any given time during the play. So we really appreciate every single one of our officials who help us make these games happen. They have so many different roles and so many different things we do, and we appreciate each and every one of them. Looks like we are getting close to getting started here. I see that the Killer Bees have lined up, and the refs are about to go out and get started here. All right, we have got our first two jammers out on the track. I see Jaws for Cincinnati lined up, and looks like for the Killer Bees, we have got Barbie Basher. We've seen both of these skaters on Derby Date Night before. We know these jammers, don't we, Sirius? While Cincinnati was not at the Speedway Smackdown, Jaws did play in a mashup game that happened at the Speedway Smackdown. So excited to watch Jaws jam again, and Barbie Basher, who we've seen a few times with Kalamazoo. That whistle means we have 30 seconds until the game begins. Once we hear the next whistle, there goes the game, and we are off to the races. Both jammers are currently stuck at the back of the pack. Barbie Basher dashing up the outside line is going to be your first lead jammer of the day for Kalamazoo. Coming around on a first scoring pass while Kalamazoo is holding Jaws in the back. Barbie Basher's pushed to the inside line. She's currently on a scoring pass, will be eligible to score points. Jaws getting recycled to the back. Jaws has the star off, so might be looking for a pivot to pass it to. Barbie Basher is through for 4 points for Kalamazoo. Jaws, in the meantime, was able to get out of the pack. That was her initial, so she will not be scoring any points until she comes around. If Barbie Basher does not tap her hips to indicate that the jam is over, and Barbie does tap her hips, after getting 2 more points for Kalamazoo, holding Cincy to 0, bringing Kalamazoo to 6. They are the first ones on the board. Good morning to Aaron Moody and Jay Burton. Thank you for participating in the chat. Aaron is saying, on death rows, misconduct, MIA, and bloodbath. Cheering for some skaters that are out there on the track today. Ragin' Ray is on the line for Kalamazoo. And for Cincinnati, we have got Super Snake. All right, everybody going to the outside there, but which jammer is going to come out as lead? That is going to be Ragin' Ray for Kalamazoo, zooming around the track on a first scoring pass. Meanwhile, Super Snake is trying to pull that pack apart and does so to get out. Ragin' Ray flies through the pack, grabbing 4 points for Kalamazoo, and does decide to call that jam, preventing Cincinnati from scoring any points. Kalamazoo with 4 more points, bringing them to 10. 2 quick jams to start off the morning, Sirius. You got your caffeine, you're ready I know both Sirius and I have our coffees. We got our iced lattes this morning. Hope you've got your caffeine, because it's going to be a long day, but a fun one. All right, I got Princess Leia out for Kalamazoo on the line up against Lil Bruiser for Cincinnati. Cincinnati really trying to get that first lead jammer status of the game here, as Kalamazoo has had both lead jammers, and Princess Leia out sneaking around does get out and gets that third lead jammer status for Kalamazoo. Meanwhile, Lil Bruiser got pushed out to the outside, has taken that star off, is getting pulled to the back, and is trying to sneak through those blockers to figure out a way out. She does get out, but Princess Leia out also gets through, grabbing 4 points and calls that jam. Another 4 points on the board for Kalamazoo. What Cincinnati's doing here that is really smart is they are, even though they're not getting lead jam and they haven't scored any points yet, they've been doing a really good job of getting out very quickly and forcing the call off. So the way that you get ahead really fast in Derby is you can hold and score at the same time. What's happening right now is the jammers are getting out, they're scoring, but then the holding is not happening for as long. So Cincinnati's doing a great job of helping their jammer get out of the pack when they do not get lead jammer. Barbie Basher is your lead jammer for Kalamazoo. Fruit Punch is in the pack as Barbie Basher's coming around on a first scoring pass. Barbie getting pushed to the inside, and managing to stay inbounds to grab 4 points. A little hop, hoping to stay in bounds, but not quite able to. Takes a hit to the inside and is in that pack for a second pass. Skaters can only get a maximum of 4 points each time they go through the pack, because they get a point for every single blocker that they pass. Fruit Punch was able to get out of that pack and is chasing down Barbie Basher, who does decide to call the jam, preventing Barbie from scoring any points. Kalamazoo 22, Cincinnati 0. Cincinnati still hoping to get on the board here. We've got Jaws on the line for Cincinnati, and Ragin' Ray is going to be jamming for Kalamazoo as we get ready for the fourth jam of this game. Oh, and a little jammer on jammer action at the beginning of that jam, with Ragin' Ray pushing Jaws out, then Ragin' Ray ducking to the inside line and getting lead jammer, but Jaws is on her tail. Da 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 da. Ragin' Ray hits the pack and hits the hips. Jaws doing a little apex hop, trying to steal any points, but it was too late. That jam had already been called off. So good effort there on Cincinnati's part. Again, the same thing I've been talking about. They did a great job of helping get their jammer out. So once your jammer does not get lead, then you have no one to block, right? So you can go back and you can help your jammer by stopping that defense from holding your jammer. So you are playing both offense and defense at the same time when you're playing roller derby, and these skaters are doing a really good job of helping their jammer out when they don't get lead. Princess Leia out is lead for Kalamazoo, and this is going to be our first power jam of the day, as Super Snake from Cincinnati is headed to the penalty box. So Princess Leia out will have 30 seconds to get as many points as she can while Super Snake waits in the penalty box. Hi, Queen of Hearts. It's so great to see you in the chat, rooting for all the skaters that you work with. Representing Vet City here in the chat. Super Snake is standing, so less than 10 seconds left on that penalty. Princess Leia out has scored 4 points and is currently on her second pass, and does decide to call the jam as Super Snake comes out. That was an interesting decision there, because Super Snake was still on her initial pass, so was not eligible to score points as she came out. I might have waited to see if my blockers could hold, but that sometimes the awareness is, sometimes you just want to get the jam over. She'd already scored 8 points. And in this tournament, points don't matter. This is win or lose. So if you win by 100 or you win by 1, it's a win. So the point differentials aren't really going to make a difference. Oh, we've got a timeout. Guess what that means? Because you're watching Derby Date Night, that means you get some jokes. And today, we have got some sweet, sweet jokes about candy. You are so welcome for streaming. We're so glad to be here, streaming our first regional tournament, and we are so excited to see who comes out on top as the winners and goes on to the nationals in Colorado. Okay, I gotta tell some jokes. What do you call a sheep covered in sugar? A candy bar. Why did the M&M go to college? He wanted to be a smarty. That one was kind of so, What bear has no teeth? A gummy bear. Yeah. Okay, that whistle means you are saved from any more jokes, and we are going to get back to some roller derby. Barbie Basher on the line for Kalamazoo, and looks like Little Bruiser for Cincinnati. Little Bruiser's braids are so long. Do you see how long the hair is? Beautiful, beautiful. I don't have long hair, so I always get jealous of these skaters with long hair. Okay, it's taken a little while to get a lead jammer established here, but it is Barbie Basher who comes out. I saw Lil Bruiser almost out of the pack there. It was very close between these two skaters to see who was going to be lead. Lil Bruiser was able to get out of the pack about a quarter track behind. Barbie Basher getting in there, grabbing 3 more points for Kalamazoo, and that will be the end of that jam. Aaron, I appreciate your laughter emoji because I know these jokes are bad. We do not claim to have good jokes on Derby Date Night. We do claim to have good roller derby, but bad jokes are part of our shtick. Ragin' Ray for Kalamazoo and Fruit Punch for 87. Fruit Punch is number 87. Wow, I'm already switching stuff. Fruit Punch saw it's an opening on the inside and tried to take it, but was not able to, and that is Ragin' Ray who comes out with lead. All right, Ragin' Ray coming in on a scoring pass, hits a tripod, really strong tripod. So Ragin' Ray on a scoring pass was able to get past that tripod as Fruit Punch is still being held in the pack. Fruit Punch still has that star on. Kalamazoo doing a great job reforming around Ragin' Ray, keeping that tripod strong. Meanwhile, Cincinnati is holding Ray as well, down to 1 skater, and Ray was able to get past that last skater to get out for 4 points. That was a hard-earned 4 points, though. That took a long time to get those 4 points. Ragin' Ray coming into the pack on another scoring pass, but Fruit Punch is on her heels, and that is the end of the jam. That was a big jam for Kalamazoo, 11 points scored. Heather says, let's go Cincinnati Junior Roller Derby. Princess Leia out for Kalamazoo and Jaws for Cincinnati. We have got 1 Kalamazoo blocker in the box. So Jaws has to get through 3 blockers, while Princess Leia out is dealing with 4 blockers that she's got to get past. Oh, 2. There are only 2 blockers now on the track for Kalamazoo, and it is a, oh no, almost a first lead jam for Jaws, but Jaws gets called on a track cut. So unfortunate for Cincinnati, but Kalamazoo is going to be getting that lead jammer for Princess Leia out, while Jaws waits in the penalty box with some of those Kalamazoo blockers. Princess Leia out gets through for 4 points for Kalamazoo. Looks to the bench to get some direction and is coming around on a first scoring pass. Princess Leia out getting tangled up in that pack. Ooh, nice offense there from one of her blockers on Death Rose, providing some assistance to Princess Leia out. Jaws is back in the pack and tiptoes up that inside line to get out and force that call off, but the damage has been done, and Princess Leia out scored 12 points for Kalamazoo in that jam. Okay, Barbie. Is that Barbie Basher? I think that's Barbie Basher. And who is our jammer? Super Snake. My watch just told me that we are in a loud environment, serious. People are excited about the Derby. I love it whenever I'm announcing and I see the loud environment because I'm like, good, that means we've got a good crowd. Barbie Basher is your lead jammer for Kalamazoo. We are almost halfway through this first half. On death row's right. That was really good moves there. Ooh, Barbie Basher is through. Or Super Snake is through. Barbie Basher gets through for 4 points and does decide to call the jam before Cincinnati can score any points. Cincinnati still trying to get on the board. They almost had a lead jam in that one jam when Jaws went to the box, so they are going to be trying real hard here to get that first lead jammer status or those first points. Either one, I think, would make them happy. Meanwhile, Kalamazoo is going to be trying to hold on and stretch this lead a little bit more and see what they can get done with this next jam. Lil Bruiser and Ragin' Ray on death rows doing some great one-on-one blocking there to hold Ragin' Ray, or to hold Lil Bruiser. Meanwhile, Ragin' Ray gets through as lead jammer. Lil Bruiser gets out of the pack and is going to be approaching the pack hoping to score some points if Ragin' Ray does not call the jam, but Ragin' Ray hits those hips and does call the jam. Here at Derby Date Night, we always, well, we just started this like a month ago, but it's always now. We have started choosing a skater of the game, and we have a special Derby Date Night sticker that skaters can get as a badge of honor if they win skater of the game. It is always voted on by our chat, and we will continue to be doing that during this tournament. So after halftime, we will be putting up some nominees for skater of the game. If you have anyone you would like to see nominated for skater of the game, let us know in the chat. Meanwhile, while I'm talking, I guess I need to just not talk about the game. Fruit Punch was like, okay, now that you're not watching, I'm going to get lead jammer for Cincinnati and get those first points on the board for Cincinnati. 3 points, hard earned for Cincinnati. Barbie Basher and Jaws, we have seen these two on the line quite a bit for their respective teams. We've got one blocker in the box for Kalamazoo. Pretty low on penalties so far. We have one skater, it looks like, with 2 penalties on each team. Jaws. Okay, Cincinnati was like, you know what? We're gonna do that again. And so Jaws is now lead jammer. Barbie Basher is being held at the back of that pack, is weaving in and out from inside to outside, takes a hit to the outside, and is stuck in. Oh no! It is going to be a power jam for Cincinnati as Barbie Basher is headed to the box on a forearm. So Jaws, having already scored. Oh my gosh! I could never do that when I was skating. Just fix it. Let's just tighten our wheel while we're while skating as lead jammer, coming around to score more points. Jaws takes a hit to the inside and is being pulled to the back. Cincinnati coming up to provide some offense to help Jaws get through as that tripod is reforming at the front. Jaws trying to stay in the middle of the pack. Barbie Basher is out of the box, is holding that star in her hand, but is ready to play. She comes back out and that jam is called. That's another time that they were still on initial, so Barbie was not on or was Barbie on initial? I'm not sure. See, it's hard to remember when people go to the box whether they're on their initial or not. So if you're not sure, just call it. Big Rig says, hello, Derby Date Night. Hello, Big Rig. It's nice to see you. We're always excited to have you all here in the chat, and this is a regional playoff, so this is like for the big national championship. Whoever wins gets to go. And we've got 4 games today and 3 games tomorrow, I think. So we're going to be here all weekend hanging out with you. Lead jammer goes to Ragin' Ray for Kalamazoo. Meanwhile, Super Snake is jamming for Cincinnati. pushing. That duo of blockers doing a really great job there holding Super Snake, and Super Snake gets a penalty. No, Kalamazoo. Ragin' Ray gets a penalty. So this is going to be not only a power jam for Cincinnati, but this is going to be a 2-minute jam because the jammer that was lead is in the penalty box. And that penalty was a C. We remember what that is? Serious? I'm reaching into my bag to get my penalty cheat sheet because, okay, refs in the chat, let me know. We get to meet you in person, Big Rig. Oh, that's so exciting. We're excited you came all this way to be able to, are you cheering on your team or are you on the team? I can't remember which one. Okay, the C was an illegal contact. I don't think anyone at that point cared anymore except for me, but that is the penalty that Ragin' Ray got that led to this being a 2-minute jam. Kalamazoo putting their first 4 points on the board. Cincy has 4 points on the board. Both jammers approaching that pack. Both jammers on scoring passes. Oh, beautiful. The pivot for Cincinnati, Smearcat, is now the jammer and busted through to grab 4 more points. Meanwhile, Ragin' Ray is going to the penalty box a second time on a track cut. Oh, you're playing with Pittsburgh. Oh, awesome. And there's a lot of mishmash stuff happening in the pack, but with all that mishmash also comes a whistle. So that is the end of that jam. Both teams scoring Cincinnati scoring 12 points and Kalamazoo scoring 8 in that jam. Still pretty low on penalties. We have got 12 minutes left in this first half. Whoever wins this game will play again at 4 o'clock today in the semifinal game. And whoever does not win this game will play tomorrow. I don't remember what time. Or maybe later today. I don't remember. Regardless. And another Cincinnati lead jam going to Lil Bruiser while Ragin' Ray waits in the penalty box on this power jam. 10 seconds left on that penalty. Lil Bruiser is on a scoring pass. Lil Bruiser is through. Coming around on a scoring pass. Oh, thought she stayed in bounds and did not stay in bounds, but oh, I was like, why aren't they calling the cut? Because I thought that was a cut. It was a cut. It was a cut. So now it's a do-si-do, and Cincinnati will wait in the penalty box while Ragin' Ray has an opportunity to score some points. Ragin' Ray only has 1 blocker out there to help with this offense, while 4 Cincinnati blockers are out there to block Ragin' Ray. Nice job staying on. Oh, wait, and a penalty on Ragin' Ray. What for? I suppose I'll find out in a second. So that was a shenana jam. Copyright Kimbo Slicer, Circle City Roller Derby, as the jammers switch spots, and the second jammer will sit for as long as the first jammer was in the penalty box. Lil Bruiser out of the box and on a scoring pass. Ooh, I was hoping for a jump there. Not able to complete that apex jump completely, so has to go to the back of the pack. Meanwhile, a star has been passed to the pivot, Misconduct, who is now the jammer, coming around to score some points. This will be a 2-minute jam. Misconduct takes a tumble, takes a hit, stays in bounds, and gets through for 4 points for Kalamazoo. Lil Bruiser has got 1 more Kalamazoo skater to get past and does so, grabbing 4 points of their own. Misconduct in the pack again. Got a couple more points for Kalamazoo, and that jam ended with 10 points for Kalamazoo and 12 for Cincinnati. The penalty box, you know, Aaron, you're correct. The penalty box is busy. It's much more busy with Kalamazoo than it is with Cincinnati, looking at the penalties. At the next, in between the next 2 jams, we will pull up the penalties so you can take a look at where everybody is standing. Oh, or right now, since there's a timeout. We have 1 skater on Cincinnati. Cincinnati's keeping it real clean, not a lot of penalties. That is not the case, though, for Kalamazoo, they are the ones keeping this penalty box busy. Almost everybody has a penalty. On death rows, doing some amazing blocking, but got to hold it in check because we have got some 4 penalties. You are only allowed to get 6. 6 are free. The 7th penalty is going to cost you, and you will foul out of the game if you get a 7th penalty. So on death rows, we have less than 10 minutes left in this first half, and then we got a whole other 30 minutes to go. So on death rows is going to have to slow the pace down a little bit with the penalties in order to make it through the entire game. Something interesting that I have noticed doing both adult and junior roller derby, juniors tend to foul out a lot more than adults do. So it is definitely something that we notice. Juniors are, I think they're just willing to take chances more, is what we discussed last time. So we will see how this progresses throughout the day. But since we are in a official timeout, we are going to tell you a few more candy jokes. What country does candy come from, Sirius? No, not Candida. Sweden.
I like mine better.
You like yours better? What do you drink when you don't want something strong? Licorice. He goes, What's a leopard's favorite candy? Dots. Yep, you got it. Big Rig says, we juniors live on the edge. Yes, you do, which also means there are more exciting plays sometimes that happens with the juniors because you all just throw your bodies everywhere. And it is sometimes some really amazing things happen, and sometimes you go to the penalty box. What kind of candy goes best on Christmas trees? Ornaments. Sirius did not laugh at that one. Okay, wait. I'm going to find out what that review was for. In just a second. Maybe. Nope, I don't think I'm going to find out. Okay, I am going to find out. What was it?
The jam ref was confused why they pulled the skater off.
Okay, so they were just kind of clarifying some things. Okay, there was a little bit of confusion. They were clarifying some things. That's what happened. That's all I know. Oh, no, but you can always come over when you think I'm looking at you. Always. If I look at you, just come on over and say hi. See? Hi. Sirius is telling me to pay attention to the game and stop talking to people. That's maybe a good idea. Princess Leia out is your lead jammer, while Fruit Punch is out of the pack, and we'll be chasing Princess Leia out down. Princess goes through, grabs those 4 points, and calls the jam. You know, Sirius, you never give me the chance to just talk to my friends. He goes, you had 3 hours before the game to talk to your friends. Yes, and I'm sure the chat does not just want to listen to me just chat away with people. Although I don't know, sometimes my conversations are quite delightful. Barbie Basher on the line for Kalamazoo and Jaws for Cincinnati. These two have gone up against each other quite a few times. Barbie Basher trying to stay in bounds on that inside line, does so with those tiptoes and gets out as lead jammer. Meanwhile, Jaws is being pulled to the back. And Barbie Basher gets through. Jaws does get out of the pack, but is not lead. Will be chasing Barbie Basher down. Barbie coming into the pack on a scoring pass, avoiding a hit. Nice job there from Cincinnati, forcing that call off. Kalamazoo was able to get 8 points, bringing them to 97. Big Rig sees Filet Official. That's a great name. Filet Official. I just love names. They're so fun. Super Snake is on the line for Cincinnati, and I think Kalamazoo forgot to field a jammer. Sirius, all you're doing is making hand signals that mean nothing. You just look like you were swimming through a pack of people. So is that going to be a penalty because there was no jammer fielded? I'm guessing that's what the whistle was, because usually if there's no jammer fielded, they just call the jam dead, and then someone is going to get a penalty. That's my guess. As we wait. Nope, maybe not. I just made it up. I don't know what happened. Because no one's in the penalty box. The penalty box is empty. There is no delay of game? Tough tone? So there was no, oh, I got it from Bruce. There was no delay of game for not fielding a jammer? Oh, okay. Okay, because Kalamazoo thought they had a jammer in the box. Okay, so 05 was called on a penalty, and that penalty was overturned right before the jam started. So, and Kalamazoo did not have enough time to fix it before the next jam and put out a jammer. So they will not receive a delay of game because they did not have enough time to field the jammer. So no delay of game, and that's why. Yes, Queen of Hearts, the captain. That's why I was confused. I was like, why is there not a penalty being assessed to the captain? But it's because that penalty was overturned on the jammer, and they didn't have enough time to get a jammer out. So Rage and Ray is on a scoring pass right now. Super Snake has gotten through the pack. for 3 points for Kalamazoo, which brings them to the century mark. They have hit 100 with 6.5 minutes left in this first half of our first game of our 6-game tournament. It's going to be a fun weekend, right, Sirius? I'm so excited to see all these games. I love watching juniors. They're just so much fun. Princess Leia out is on the line for Kalamazoo, and Lil Bruiser for Cincinnati. Princess Leia out. Oh, beautiful bust through the tripod on the inside and then juked to the outside to get out of the pack and become lead jammer for Kalamazoo. Meanwhile, using some spinny moves, Lil Bruiser is able to stay in bounds and get out to chase down Princess Leia out, who says, I am not going to let you score any points because I'm going to call the jam, after scoring 4 points for Kalamazoo. Jem is excited. I love it when the chat talks to each other. Jem is excited to see Queen in the chat. I'm excited to see all of y'all in the chat. Always fun. So Kalamazoo now at 104, Cincy at 34, and we have got Barbie Basher on the line for Kalamazoo and Fruit Punch for Cincinnati. Fruit Punch on the inside line meets a blocker. Barbie Basher getting stuck behind a lot of defense and was not able to get that offense, is getting a penalty. Fruit Punch got out of the pack and will be lead jammer for Cincinnati. Barbie Basher is going to wait in the penalty box on a high block. Chaos! So excited to see you here. I'm so sorry that your daughter is not able to make it. I'm thinking of her. I'm sure the team is thinking of her, and we miss you both, and we're so glad you're able to join us in the chat. What a nice hit there from, is that On Death Rose again? On Death Rose is killing it, doing such a good job, pulling Fruit Punch back to the back. Fruit Punch is stuck behind all the blockers and decides to call it as Barbie Basher gets out of the penalty box. Not going to give Barbie any opportunity to score any points. Meanwhile, since he did grab 4 more points. Jaws is on the line for Cincinnati. And Rage and Ray for Kalamazoo. Rage and Ray and Jaws gave each other a fist bump right before the jam started. The penalty box is currently empty with 4 minutes left in this first half. Rage and Ray at the back of the pack. Jaws at the front of a very tight pack. Jaws is able to get through on the outside line and will be lead jammer for Cincinnati. Meanwhile, there was a little bit of a tumble and everybody kind of falling down as Rage and Ray is trying to adjust and find any holes in that defense. Jaws is being pulled to the back of the pack. Kalamazoo focused on defense as much as they can. Jaws gets through. Rage and Ray has the star off. Might be looking for, no, the pivot has the star. So there was a pivot pass to Crazy K. Meanwhile, Jaws has gone through to score 8 points and is coming in on a third scoring pass. Going to try for 12 here. This would be the biggest scoring jam for Cincinnati so far. Jaws is able to get through, but so is Crazy K. And Jaws does decide to call it, but not before scoring 12 points for Cincinnati, bringing them to a total of 50. A little bit less than 3 minutes left in this first half, and we've got Super Snake on the line for Cincinnati, and I see Princess Leia talking to a coach. After halftime, we will be putting up one blocker and one jammer from each team as skater of the game. If you have any skaters that you think have done a really great job so far in this game and you want us to consider nominating them, go ahead and put their name in that chat and tell us why we should consider giving them a nomination for the coveted Derby Date Night Skater of the Game sticker. We are in a timeout again, which means I am going to tell you some more candy jokes. Who is in charge of candy corn? The Colonel. What's a robot's favorite candy? Wally Pop. We got 2 blockers from Cincinnati. Oh no, that looks like maybe overturned, or do we have an ejection? Oh, I think we might have an ejection. Is that skater leaving? Or are they going to the bench? That is Moody, who is a blocker. Just to the bench. Okay, so it was an overturn. I would rather have an overturned penalty than end up in expelled. So I'm glad that was the mistake I made, and they were not expelled. They were just going back to their bench. So we have 2 blockers from Kalamazoo in the box, and we got 1 blocker in the box for Cincinnati. What? We got our zebras talking, but they're not talking all together. We have one group of zebras talking on the inside. We have another group of zebras talking on the outside. Usually they talk together. I don't know why there's 2 different conversations happening right now. Okay, we are about to get going again. Princess Leia out and Super Snake on the line for their respective teams. Cincinnati with the pack advantage, 3-2. Super Snake needs to get past these 2 blockers. They push Super Snake to the outside. Super Snake recovers, but not in time. Princess Leia out is the one who comes. No! Princess Leia out gets a track cut. So Super Snake should be called as lead jammer at this point because I think yep. Super Snake is lead jammer while Princess Leia waits in the penalty box. So this will be a power jam for Cincinnati and Super Snake. Great opportunity for Cincinnati. Super Snake is going to have to get past this tripod. Super Snake is trying their best to get through, hoping for some offense, getting some help. 4 points scored for Cincinnati in that jam. They were hoping to do a little bit more to be able to really take advantage of that power jam, but unfortunately, they were not able to do that. So we will start with another jam with 1 minute and 23 seconds left on the clock. This could be our last jam of the first half, but don't you worry, Cincinnati and Kalamazoo fans, we have got a whole nother half of this game and then 6 more this weekend. So stick around because we're going to be having lots of derby and lots of jokes all weekend long. Little Bruiser and Barbie Basher on the line for their respective teams. Barbie Basher getting pushed to the inside. Little Bruiser is lead jammer and coming around on a scoring pass. Barbie Basher takes a hit to the inside from Wolfblood. Little Bruiser in the pack, takes a spin. Little Bruiser does a great job with those spins to be able to get through and grab 4 points. Coming in, 4 more points. The crowd is going crazy. Both of these teams are from less than like 3 hours away. So I do believe there have been some people that have driven quite a ways to come see their skaters play today. And we have got people cheering on both sides of the what? Both sides of the what? Track? Yeah. But they're not split. Like, it's not like a wedding where you sit on your person's side. They're all intermingled. 4 seconds left in this first half. If there is no timeout called, we will go to intermission. Kalamazoo 108, Cincinnati coming up in that last jam to 64. Cincinnati ended that first half with a good run, putting some pressure on Kalamazoo. So these teams are going to take a 15-minute break, and we will be back with the remainder of this game here on Derby Date Night. to Derby Date Night, where you are joining us for the second half of our first game of the JRDA Open Regionals, where the winner of this weekend's tournament will go on to play in the Nationals in Loveland, Colorado on July 12th and 13th. You are joining us to watch Cincinnati Junior Roller Derby and the Kalamazoo Killer Bees. Currently, Kalamazoo is up on Cincinnati, but Cincinnati was outscoring Kalamazoo there at the end of the first half, and so these teams have had a couple minutes, about 15 minutes, to chat, to talk about strategy, to reset their brains, and now they are ready to get going with the second half of this game. As I told you before, we always have a skater of the game that we give a special skater of the game sticker to, and today is no different. And I have got 4 skaters for you that you get to choose between for skater of the game. This poll will stay open until 5 minutes left in the second half. So if you're not sure who to vote for, don't vote too quickly because you can only vote once. So once you put that vote in, that is your vote, and the winner will get that coveted skater of the game sticker. Where are you watching from today? Do we have people from Cincinnati and Michigan? Are you here to watch either of these teams, or are you just someone who is watching for, loves tournaments and likes to watch all sorts of tournaments? Or are you here to watch another team that's going to be playing later? Let us know. This jam is starting with Jaws and Princess Leia out as your jammers. Princess Leia coming out as lead jammer for Kalamazoo. Jaws was able to get out. Princess Leia out, gets through for 4 points, sees that Jaws has gotten out, and decides to call the jam before Jaws can score any points. Kelly's here rooting for Cincy. Okay, we are keeping that penalty box empty right now at the beginning of this game. We've already got some dancing happening on the line. Second half, sorry. Not the beginning of the game, the beginning of the second half. This is only the first game of 6 that I'm going to announce today. Yeah, and I'm already switching everything up. Smearcat, I don't remember Smearcat jamming in last half, so we've got a little bit of a change from Cincinnati putting up a new jammer in Smearcat. Meanwhile, Ragin' Ray, who we have seen jam quite a bit for Kalamazoo, is on the line and getting lead jammer for Kalamazoo. Smearcat is still pushing through as Ragin' Ray comes around on a scoring pass. Ragin' Ray getting stuck in that pack. Both jammers now fighting in that pack. Smearcat trying to pull that pack to the front. Kalamazoo doing a great job recycling and helping with offense. Ragin' Ray swings to the inside and is able to get through for 4 points for Kalamazoo. Meanwhile, Smearcat taking a hit to the outside is getting pulled to the back of the pack while Ragin' Ray comes around on a second scoring pass, runs into, that was a nice block there by I don't have a number 50 on here. So that was probably Wolf Blood, which is 52. That's going to be my guess. Lil Bruiser jamming for Cincy, and we have got Barbie Basher. Oh, Gabrielle is saying Jaws should be up for player of the game for Cincy. Highest points in the game and consistently getting lead when she's out. Thank you, Gabrielle. We appreciate your thoughts. She was definitely in the running for it, and we'll definitely consider that for the next skater of the game. Luckily, we get lots of chances to nominate different people for skater of the game, so we appreciate you're watching on your way to Cincy. Savannah Bananas. Oh, you're going to the Savannah Bananas? I'm jealous. I tried to get tickets and I couldn't. I'm hoping I can when they come to Indy. Lil Bruiser is out as lead jammer for Cincy. Barbie Basher is also able to get out an apex jump, but not able to be completed and will be pulled back by misconduct. And no points will be scored by either team in that jam. We're going pretty fast. We're 3 jams in. We're less than 4 minutes into the second half of this game. These jams are going pretty quick right now. Princess Leia out is out for Indy, giving a little wave to Fruit Punch, who is jamming for Cincy. Princess Leia out, sweeping to the outside and narrowly avoiding contact to come out as lead jammer for Kalamazoo. Fruit Punch is trying to pull that pack back and forth, trying to break that pack up at the back. Princess Leia out is through for 4 points for Kalamazoo. Oh, I don't think that was intentional. That was a big ol' high block, though, coming into the pack real fast, and Princess Leia will get a penalty and will wait in the penalty box while Fruit Punch is now the only jammer out on the track and will be jamming for a minute and 12 seconds unless she decides to pass that star to a pivot. Fruit Punch was able to get out of the pack and is now coming around on a first scoring pass. Princess Leia out has scored 4 points and may have some in the pocket, but is going to have to get through that pack one more time for us to be able to see those points. Fruit Punch skating around after having scored 4 points is coming into the pack on a second scoring pass. Princess Leia out in that pack, taking a big hit there from Stella Stardust, but able to recover and get back up. Has scored 4 more points for Kalamazoo. Fruit Punch matching that score with another 4 points. Princess Leia out literally flying around the apex, but was not able to land that jump and was brought to the back of the pack, but recovered and has made it through. Fruit Punch, meanwhile, has also hit the pack and is being pulled to the back and is finding a blocktopus of 4 blockers, 8 legs, right? All focused on blocking. Princess Leia out able to get through there for another 4 points for Kalamazoo, and that jam comes to its natural end at the end of 2 minutes. And the refs are checking Princess Leia out to make sure that her mouth guard is okay and that she's not bleeding from the nose, because I think that's where she got hit, was the nose. But everything looks good, and she's allowed to go back to her bench. Right, Chaos? She said, holy face smash, kiddos. And they're fine. That's what I don't understand. With adults, we would be like, I'm dead now. Heck, I get out of bed the wrong way, and I twist, and I'm like, I'm done. I slept on the wrong side. I can't walk for the whole day. These kids are like, I got bashed in the face. I'm fine. Just going to get up and keep going. That's what I do. I just got a message from Melody Mayhem. So I know that you all love watching roller derby. Melody also enjoys watching roller derby, but she watches it so much that she just tried to pull up the stream after they got home, and her daughter said, no, not roller derby.
Hi, Penny.
So hi, Penny. Yeah, and Penny didn't get to hear her name this time because her mom wasn't allowed to pull up the chat or pull up the stream. That's so funny. Oh, wait, you guys need some jokes. Guess what, everybody? I am in, so Nutcase Grace, who participated in the chat a lot during the last juniors tournament we did because she was unable to attend. She's a Black-N-Bluegrass player, so you'll be seeing her play in the next game, came up to me during halftime, and I have a whole new book that Nutcase Grace brought me, and it is called Dad Jokes 2, T-O-O. See what we did there? Dad Jokes 2, punnier than ever. It is, what? And so she will either get credit or blame from all of you, because I am going to enjoy telling you some of these amazing or bad jokes from this brand new book that I just got from Nutcase Grace. Thank you so much for understanding our love of dad jokes and bad puns, and now you all get to suffer. Here, I'll give you a taste. What's a taste of it? Let's see. What do you call a person who is happy on a Monday? Retired. That's a good one. I used to work at a calendar factory, but I got fired for taking a couple days off. That's a good one, too. Monster says, hey. Hey, Monster. We're excited to see you. Those of you who are looking at our chat, and you notice that some of our chatters have their name in green, and they have a wheel next to their name. And Chaos, do you notice that your wheel is now gold? We finally hit a year of having members. And so now all of our members who joined at the very, very beginning, which how many did you say have been members for a whole year? 12. There are 12 of you out there who are our OG members who have your gold wheels. And if you want to become a member and get your wheel and try to go for the gold like those 12, you can just scan that QR code up there and become a Derby Date Night official third wheel. We have all sorts of fun perks that come with being a member. We currently have 57 members, I think, and we are trying to grow to 100 by the end of this season. We appreciate all of your support and the opportunity to continue bringing you what we hope is the best roller derby, live roller derby in and around the Midwest. I think we are the only traveling roller derby streaming service right now. And these are those 57 members who are often participating in the chat, helping us out as moderators, and just supporting us in so many different ways. We adore you all. And when you do join, you also, if you come here and you're a member and you come to a game and you see us out, mention to me that you are a third wheel member. We have special stickers that are just for you. Just third wheels are allowed to have those stickers, and so you get your own special third wheel member sticker. Clerical timeout. That was to figure out paperwork. Everyone's favorite thing, paperwork. Actually not paperwork because everything's electronic now, so I don't know what you would call paperwork. Electronic. Chaos says we should have a Derby Date Night derby game. Oh, where skaters and people involved are your third wheels or something. That's amazing. Sigma's like, show me some derby. I want to see derby. Well, I'm going to show you some zebras in the wild. We appreciate all of our volunteers so much. And right now they are just trying to figure out some things before we get going with the second half of this game. This is our first game of the day. Sirius, can you show me the bracket, please? Sorry, I did not prepare you for that. Look at you. You're so on top of it. So right now, Saturday, 10 a.m., this is Cincinnati versus Kalamazoo. The winner of this will go on to the semifinal today at 4 o'clock to play Pittsburgh. The loser of this game will play again tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. for 5th place. So that's what's happening with the winners and losers of this game. Monster, you're going to come see us after the game, sitting by the medics. I would give you a wave, except for you're 30 seconds delayed. So I will wave at you, and then you won't even notice it. So, yeah, you got to come and say hi. Violet says, let's go Beez. Speaking of let's go Beez, Barbie Basher is currently chasing down Jaws. Barbie is lead, but Jaws hit the pack first. So both jammers are currently scoring points. Ooh, I heard a whistle. Somebody's getting a penalty, and it is the pivot for Kalamazoo. Jaws is lead jammer. Barbie was just blinking. So Jaws is the lead jammer, which is what I thought. Jaws was out first. So Barbie is in the pack on a second scoring pass, gets through, and calls the jam. So Cincinnati will outscore Kalamazoo 8-4 in that jam. 84 for Cincinnati. 139 Kalamazoo. I feel like they're closer than they were. Like Cincinnati is just slowly chipping away. Cincinnati, Kalamazoo had Kalamazoo had a really, really good start, and they scored a lot of points right at the beginning. So, and now they're both these teams are kind of evening out a little bit, but because Kalamazoo had such a strong start, they're still maintaining that lead, but Cincinnati is definitely starting to chip. Speaking of chipping away, Smearcat is your lead jammer for Cincinnati, coming around the corner on a scoring pass. Ragin' Ray was able to get out and will now be chasing down Smearcat. And Smearcat, I'm guessing, is going to call the jam. But I think Ragin' Ray might have been able to steal a point there before that jam was called off. All the high fives to everybody. Great sportsmanship between these two teams. Both jammers checking their shoes. You got to make sure that your shoes are good to go, because we have seen What have we seen out on the track? We've seen a skater lose their wheel. We've seen a skater lose the nut that holds the wheel on. And we have seen a skater lose their whole shoe. Just once. Or we heard a story about a skater losing a shoe. I can't remember which one it is. Princess Leia out and Lil Bruiser jamming for their respective teams. Princess Leia out is not through as lead jammer because Princess Leia out just got a track cut. That is her second track cut of the game, third penalty. So your lead jammer will be Lil Bruiser, who is coming around on a scoring pass to try and... Woo, beautiful. Lil Bruiser really does a great job with these spins at the front of the pack. I love seeing it. It's really nice. And coming through, oh, there's that spin again to get around the two blockers that are out on the track, as we have got a couple killer bees in the penalty box. Princess Leia out is standing, or is back in the pack and is now jamming. Yes, Sigma, a whole shoe. That can happen if you don't have her laces tied tight enough. Okay, Lil Bruiser sees Princess Leia out get through the pack and calls the jam off, but not before scoring 8 points with a huge smile, bringing Cincy above the century mark. This is now a 41-point game, and my watch says we are in a loud environment because the crowd is excited. Always fun. Love from Detroit Roller Derby for the Beez. Thanks, Violent Femme. 20 minutes left in this game, but don't you worry, we have 3 more games coming today. Barbie Basher for Kalamazoo and Fruit Punch for Cincinnati. Barbie Basher is able to get through and become lead jammer. Fruit Punch is sweeping from side to side, has that star off, does not seem to be looking for the pivot, and definitely can't get to the pivot because there is a tripod of skaters that Fruit Punch is being held by, as Barbie Basher has come through and grabbed 4 points. The star has been passed by Fruit Punch to the pivot, who will now be the jammer for Cincinnati. Barbie Basher is able to get through. That pivot is Super Snake, so Super Snake will now be the jammer for Cincinnati and is continuing to try and get through at the back of the pack. Barbie Basher, meanwhile, has gotten through for 8 points, now getting another 4, bringing them to 12. Super Snake is in a tough pack, has 2 blockers to get past, now just 1. Takes a hit from the pivot as Barbie Basher does get through. Kalamazoo blockers recycling up to the front. Barbie coming in on another scoring pass. Cincinnati ready. 41 seconds left in this jam. Barbie getting through for another 4 points. This is now the highest scoring jam in this game at 20 points, or 19. Barbie is in the pack again, and we are going to have... Okay, now it went to 18. Why is the score going down? her jam score is going down. I don't know why it's at 18. I think it's more than 18. And another 4 points brings it to 22. We're having an official timeout. No, an official review, looks like. All right, so with an official review, that means I get to tell you some more jokes. Serious. I know you're excited about all these candy jokes. What kind of glasses do gingerbread men wear? Eye candy.
I was never getting it.
You were never getting that one? All right, you're going to like this one. What 2 letters spell candy? C and Y. Get it? C and Y. C-A-N-D. Y. It spells candy. You're just mad at me now? I love it. Yes, Cincy has been really working hard at coming back, but Kalamazoo was just like, you know what? Cincy's getting a little too close for comfort, so Barbie Basher came out and scored 22 points for Kalamazoo, bringing them to 163. However, we've still got 18 minutes left, and one good power jam can bring this game right back to as close as it was. Melody Mayhem was allowed to get Derby Date Night up on the screen and is now in the chat and actually laughing at one of my jokes. Hi, Penny and Petey. All right, we're going to find out what that official review was about. Tough Tone always makes me wait until the team hears what it is so that you guys don't get to know before the team. We are on a 30-second delay, though, Tough Tone. Does that help at all? I just got a smile, which means, sorry, Aria.
Cincinnati was asking for a forearm penalty on white skaters jam at the end of the jam.
Okay.
No eyes were on it, so there's no penalty being issued.
Great, thank you. Okay, that official review was brought to you by, who was that? By Cincinnati, who was asking for a forearm penalty on Kalamazoo's jammer. The refs did not see evidence of that forearm penalty, so the no call will stand, and Cincinnati will lose their official review. Kalamazoo does still have their official review, and Kalamazoo also has 3 timeouts, while Cincinnati has 2. Ooh, tough wall there for Ragin' Ray. Meanwhile, Jaws at the front is trying to pull that pack apart and become lead jammer, and Jaws does become lead jammer for Cincinnati. Jaws says, I see your 22-point jam, Barbie Basher, and we'll see what I can get done as Jaws comes into the pack, sweeps around to the outside, has to get past 2 blockers and stays inbounds and grabs 4 points for Cincinnati. Meanwhile, Fierce Feline has taken the star and will now be the jammer for Kalamazoo. Has to get that star on the head and visible in order to score any points. Little bit of a banana jam there. Jaws did see Fierce Feline coming and called the jam from the floor, but not before scoring 2 more points, bringing Cincinnati to 106. 106, 163. I'm trying to make it a palindrome and it's not working. Or a taco cat. I'm going to make it a thing. We're not calling a palindrome anymore. We're calling it a taco cat. All right, next jam. We are about halfway through the second half. Princess Leia out for Kalamazoo is through as your lead jammer. Meanwhile, Fruit Punch, I think that's Fruit Punch. No, Super Snake is jamming for Cincinnati and is trying to find some space. Princess misses a hit at the front of the pack to stay inbounds to grab 4 more points for Kalamazoo. Super Snake taking a minute, trying to use that offense to get through, is not able to, and so is going to tackle this tripod on her own. Princess Layout takes a hit from the front and is getting pulled all the way to the back of the pack. Meanwhile, Super Snake is still trying to find space of her own, has that star off, might be thinking about passing it, but isn't going to be able to because that jam is going to be called. Natural Mama says, good work, Jaws, with pictures of a shark. Da, 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 da. I like it when Jaws gets lead jammer and I get to sing the Jaws theme song. Barbie Basher for Kalamazoo is going to be skating up against Lil Bruiser from Cincinnati. The poll will close in 10 minutes for Skater of the Game. So if you haven't gotten your vote in yet, be sure to be watching those 4 skaters to see which one you would like to vote for to win the coveted Skater of the Game sticker from Derby Date Night. Lead jammer is going to go to Lil Bruiser, but after Lil Bruiser earned, wait, did Lil Bruiser earn lead? I thought I heard a lead called. Maybe not. No, lead is going to go to Barbie Basher. Lil Bruiser, who I thought had lead, was pulled to the back of the pack and got swallowed back up again, which is just the worst for a jammer when you are almost all the way out and then you have to go through all over again. Some nice backwards recycling being done there by Kalamazoo to pull Lil Bruiser back. Meanwhile, Barbie Basher trying to find space in that pack, but is gets a penalty. I don't hardly ever see an H. What's an H? A head block. We can't block with our heads, or you go to the penalty box. But her pivot joined her, so the pivot and the jammer get to sit in the penalty box together, have a little chat for 30 seconds, and then they'll be able to come back out. Lil Bruiser, meanwhile, has scored 4 points. Ooh! Beautiful apex jump. The crowd goes wild as Lil Bruiser grabs 4 more points for Cincinnati. Looking at penalties, Kalamazoo still has a lot more penalties than Cincinnati, but nobody is close to 7. We've got a couple people at 4, but for the most part, Cincinnati's keeping it real clean with penalties today. Lil Bruiser is through with another 4 points. Barbie Basher is out of the pack and through on her not only initial, but has scored 4 points. Lil Bruiser grabbing another 4 points and headed to the penalty box on a track cut. 13 seconds left in this jam. We will be going all the way till the end, so we will start the next jam with a power jam for Kalamazoo, as Lil Bruiser's penalty will not be over by the time the next jam starts. Oh, Melody, tell us why a head block is more common in juniors than adults. Thank you. I love having refs in the chat, and now you have an assignment. Kalamazoo 182, Cincinnati 119. Both teams having scored a lot of points in that last jam. Cincinnati did outscore Kalamazoo by 2 in that last jam. Continuing to try to chip away at Kalamazoo's lead. Lil Bruiser in the box, so this is a power jam for Ragin' Ray, and Ragin' Ray is going to take advantage of it, not becoming lead jammer, so there must have been a no pass, no penalty, which means one of the blockers was not passed legally. So when Lil Bruiser comes out, if Lil Bruiser keeps the star on, Lil Bruiser will still be eligible for lead. Lil Bruiser is through. I believe should be lead at this point, right? Am I wrong? Misconduct putting in the work. Yeah, they're all doing a great job. Yep, there is the lead to Lil Bruiser, and a little bit of confusion there, which is understandable. Because sometimes you don't realize that you had a no pass, no penalty, and Lil Bruiser is like, wait, me? I'm lead? So Lil Bruiser is lead and will control this game. She can decide whether or not to call this or keep going. Kalamazoo in the pack on a scoring pass. Lil Bruiser on her first scoring pass. Ragin' Ray has scored 12 points so far for Kalamazoo. 45 seconds left in this jam. Both jammers stuck in the pack right now, but Lil Bruiser is the one who comes out with 4 points for Cincinnati. Ragin' Ray also able to get through. They're making me tired. They look tired and I'm tired. This tournament is where endurance is going to come in for everybody. So towards the end of a game, everybody's always looking a little tired. But remember, these skaters are going to play 2 or 3 games in this weekend. And so tomorrow will be interesting to see how everybody is doing. Melody did not stick around to answer why a head block is more common in juniors. She's probably taking care of her children who are demonstrating what a head block is while she's trying to watch this game. Ooh, a little bit of a banana jam at the end of that jam as everybody takes a little bit of a tumble. But nobody's hurt. Everybody's going back to their benches. Kalamazoo's brought themselves over the 200 mark at 202. Cincinnati is at 127. And Melody is back to explain to us why head blocks are more common. Size difference. Oh, that's true. And a head block is when you block someone with your head, or is it when you hit someone in the head? Oh, wait, I've got the answer to that. Impact with an illegal blocking zone. So a head block is when you use your head to hit someone, because you can't use your head to hit someone. You can use your shoulders, you can use your butt. You can't use your head to hit someone. This is an official timeout, which means I get to tell you some more jokes. What's a chocolate lover's idea of a balanced diet? A chocolate bar in each hand. I think it's funny. I'm telling jokes and Sirius is not laughing at all, and I thought that was a good one. What did the chocolate bar say to the almond? You're nuts about me. All I got was an eye roll on that one. You know, I bet Nutcase Grace would enjoy that. What is the Joker's favorite candy? Snickers. Come on, serious? Give me something. He said, fine, I give you penalties. Stop making jokes. All right, Cincinnati, we've got a couple skaters with 3 penalties. And Killer Beez. Okay, special shout out to Cookie Crasher and Bunny Burnout, who are the only ones on Kalamazoo with no penalties. And we've got 4 with 4. But again, they still get 2 more for free. But remember, they are free, but you still have to sit for 30 seconds. So that's never fun. What are you counting, Sirius? How many people only have 1 penalty? Yeah, how many skaters have 3 or more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of the skaters. More than half of the skaters have 3 or more. It's somebody's birthday. It looks like, is it Fruit Punch? Fruit Punch looks like, yes, I'm guessing it's Fruit Punch's birthday. Happy birthday, Fruit Punch. And if not, happy birthday to whoever you are. All right. We are getting back to the Derby with Princess Leia out and Jaws out there for their respective teams. The chocolate bar is a balanced diet. Yeah, that's true too. Princess Leia out is your lead jammer for Kalamazoo. Jaws is out as well, but is about 3/4 of a track behind, so Princess Leia out zooming through. That was pretty. Pretty and quick. That was a quick jam. 30 more seconds before our next one. Who is that? That is, oh, On Death Rose has a star on for Kalamazoo. I'm used to seeing On Death Rose as a blocker. Fruit Punch jamming for Cincinnati, and we have got our first super chat of the day, and it is from one of our favorite third wheel members who is getting his team ready to play in the next game. Roller Derby 24/7. Eric says, so excited to get going. Let's go IJRD with a donation to Derby Date Night. We appreciate you so much, and we can't wait to see IJRD play soon. On Death Rose was able to get out and become lead jammer. Fruit Punch able to get out as well. But On Death Rose calls the jam before any points can be scored by Cincinnati. Kalamazoo scoring 4 in that jam. Queen of Hearts says, I giggled at the almond joke, and Nutcase and me are pretty much the same person. So, yep, we're going to call it. We're going to call it good. Sirius was not giving me any laughter during that last round of jokes, and I thought there were a couple of them that were pretty good. So I appreciate you all for laughing at my horrible jokes. Misconduct. Okay, I love that Kalamazoo is just having fun with jammers now. They're like, you know what? Let's have everybody jam. So Misconduct now jamming for Kalamazoo. Lil Bruiser jamming for Cincinnati. Oh, great job staying in bounds from Rage and Ray to be able to pull back the Cincinnati blocker and then help her jammer get out with 4 points. No, not 4 points. They're both able to score. Oh! That was a double apex jump. One of them was successful, and Misconduct goes through after scoring 4 points. Lil Bruiser, who I guess was lead. I keep getting confused on who is lead. I think the refs might too, so it's okay. We all are learning together. Okay, the jammer for Killer Beez for this one is going to be Bunny Burnout and Jaws for Cincinnati. 7.5 minutes left in this game, which means you've only got 2.5 in-game minutes to be able to vote for your skater of the game. It is currently pretty close between Lil Bruiser and On Death Rose. Go ahead and make your votes. Oh no, Jaws is headed to the penalty box for Cincinnati, and lead is going to go to Bunny Burnout, jamming for the first time in this game for Kalamazoo. Bunny coming around on a first scoring pass and is able to bust through that pack and get through. I love it when skaters have skirts and they flow in the air, like when they kind of like look just so pretty with the skirts in the air, getting blown about by the air. Eric says, become a member and get to help produce awesome content like this. Yes, we love it when people become members, and we would love to see you as a member of our Third Wheels. Jaws is out of the box and back in the game. Oh, wow, there's a lot of red on the everybody's getting penalties right now, but not Bunny Burnout, who is still lead jammer. Jaws was able to get through the pack on her initial and will be eligible to score points if Bunny Burnout does not call the jam off. Jaws is in the pack and I think grabbed those 4 points. Bunny Burnout called it. Good job, Bunny Burnout, coming out as a new jammer and grabbing 8 points. If you want to shout out a skater that you are supporting, you can do so by clicking that $sign and sending a super chat, and we will feature it up on the screen, and your skater will get to see all the nice things that you have to say about them, which is always fun. Oh, another timeout. I am going to run out of candy jokes in the first game. Serious. What's the best place to get a candy bar in outer space? Come on. Ooh, Mars is a good choice. What's another place to get a candy bar in outer space? The Milky Way. That's the answer I have written down, but I will allow Mars as an answer as well. Did you hear about the witch's new gingerbread sweet shop? It's all on the house. I think I'm funny. See, Sigma said Mars too. You could go either way with that one. Did you know I have a 6-pack of chocolate bars?
Yes.
You like that one? Here it goes. Yes. Yes, that is the kind of 6-pack I like. Chocolate. All right, and we are getting ready to get back to the Derby. 6 minutes left in this game, and then we will have our next game between Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby and Black-N-Bluegrass. We have got Cemetery Girl jamming for Kalamazoo and getting lead jammer. Fruit Punch is jamming for Cincinnati. I think that's Fruit Punch. Or that's Super Snake. I keep confusing the two. Nope, it's Fruit Punch. I'm just going to sit here and argue with myself while you guys watch the Derby. Oh, and lead is lost by Cemetery Girl because Cemetery Girl is going under the ground in the penalty box. What? Getting buried in the graveyard. The graveyard of the penalty box, which means Fruit Punch will have 30 seconds to score some points. And when Cemetery Girl comes out from the graveyard, Cemetery Girl will be skating for 2 minutes if she doesn't pass that star to the pivot. Fruit Punch has one blocker to get past. Barbie Basher doing double duty as a blocker and a jammer. Cemetery Girl out of the box. Ooh, that looked like it hurt. Cemetery Girl taking a hit to the outside, but jukes to the inside. And the pack follows her, and she continues to struggle to get through. Do, do, do. 40 seconds left, and this pack is a hard one for both teams to get through. Cemetery Girl through for 4 points. Fruit Punch through for 4 points. 26 seconds left. Cemetery Girl through for another 4. Kalamazoo getting ready for Fruit Punch to come in. They've only got 3 blockers out on the track right now. Barbie Basher is the last line of defense for Fruit Punch. Great one-on-one blocking. Fruit Punch is able to get through. Cemetery Girl through right behind. Both skaters have scored 8 points in this jam. With 1 second left, that jam is going to come to an end. Kalamazoo did grab 4 extra more points. Extra more? And scored 12 in that jam. 4 minutes left, which means we are going to end the Skater of the Game poll, and your Skater of the Game is Lil Bruiser, who will be receiving a Skater of the Game Derby Date Night sticker to put somewhere and show off to all of her friends that she was chosen as Skater of the Game. Remember, we've got 2 more games for both of these teams, so if you have somebody you want to be nominated for Skater of the Game in one of the next games, come and let us know during the first half of their next game. Speaking of our Skater of the Game, Lil Bruiser is your lead jammer right now and is in the pack on a scoring pass. Fierce Feline also in the pack on a scoring pass. Lil Bruiser will control this jam with a hop around the blockers, gets through for 4 points for Cincinnati. Fierce Feline also through for 4 points. Lil Bruiser coming into the pack. Fierce Feline about a quarter track behind. Lil Bruiser calls the jam after grabbing another 2 points. Pixie's here in the chat. Hey, aren't you starting? I just looked over and Pixie's waving. And they're going to be playing in just a little bit. What time is it? 11:35? They're going to be playing in 25 minutes. We'll have a small break before our next game between IJRD and Black-N-Bluegrass. Okay. That lead jammer is going to go to Misconduct. No misconduct being called here because she is your lead jammer. Jaws is behind Misconduct by about a quarter track. Misconduct ducking under the arms of the pivot and trying to call the jam, but it looks like Misconduct was called on a penalty and will be headed to the penalty box. So this will be a 2-minute jam, and Jaws is going to have some time to try and score some more points for Cincinnati. Pixie is ready to get on the track. No, you did not miss the whole first game, Michael Kwan. You just missed like 80% of it. 90% of it. This game is coming to an end here, but we have got more Derby coming up for you. We have 3 more games today. And Jaws is through for 4 points. Misconduct is about to come out of that penalty box. That penalty box is getting pretty full. We now have 4 skaters that are at 5 penalties, but luckily none of them are. I don't think they have enough time to foul out at this point, but I don't know. They could call. They could prove me wrong. Misconduct out of the box and onto the track. Now on a second scoring pass has gotten through for a total of 8 points. Jaws has gotten 16. 32 seconds left. What was our highest point scoring jam of the game so far? I think it was 22. So Jaws is potentially going to be trying to beat that, but first is going to have to get past this group of Kalamazoo blockers. Misconduct has gotten 12 points and is coming into the pack on, ooh, beautiful work there to just zoom right up the inside line and grab 4 more points. Both jammers now at 16 with 5 seconds left. Misconduct through for 20, and that jam is coming to an end. Nice job there by all skaters. Everybody got points. Love it when everybody's getting points. We have got some of our fans for IJRD and Black-N-Bluegrass starting to join us in the chat. We are so excited to have you here, and we'll be getting started with that game here in about 20 minutes. As we come to the conclusion of this game with 15 seconds left, I'm guessing we have got 1 more jam to happen. Okay, Avery, you say everyone join DJRD. You're going to have to let us know, what does the D stand for? Is that Detroit Junior Roller Derby? Who would you like to join, and what team would you like them to join? So if the score stays similar to what it is right now, that would mean that Kalamazoo is going to be going on to the semifinal game today at 4 o'clock. And they will play the winner of no, they won't play the winner. They will play whoever wins this game will play Pittsburgh at 4 o'clock today. So if it stays as it is, Kalamazoo will play Pittsburgh at 4 o'clock. Then Cincinnati will go on to play in the 5th place game tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. So if you are a fan of either of those teams, make sure to write those times down and come back in the chat to cheer those skaters on. But also you could just stick around because this next game between Black-N-Bluegrass and IJRD is going to be a good one. So we would love it if you stuck around to watch. with 15 seconds left. I believe this next jam will be the, yep, Detroit. Okay. Ooh, so many people. Big fans of Detroit. Yes, Pixie, come by and say hi before warm up. We always love saying hi to people, and I know Monster's going to come through at some point to get their sticker for being a third wheel member. Lil Bruiser, our skater of the game, is lead jammer in this last jam as the period clock has run out. Lil Bruiser is through for 4 points for Cincinnati. Meanwhile, Bunny Burnout is jamming for Kalamazoo, trying to bust through that pack. Lil Bruiser sails through on the inside line and grabs another 4 points, bringing the total in this jam to 8. Queen of Hearts shouting out Coach Ratchet, not just because she's your teammate, but also because she's a great coach. The teams are excited. Who got it? Oh, Lil Bruiser is getting a penalty, so this jam is going to go the full 2 minutes. Everybody wants to play more derby, of course, so Lil Bruiser was just saying, you know what? I know we want to play for 2 whole minutes, so I'm going to get a penalty. So no jam getting called off. A shout out from Rory Salad saying DJRD loves the Beez. Got some Michigan love in the chat for the Kalamazoo Killer Bees, who are going to be playing Pittsburgh later today in the semifinal game. Pittsburgh did earn a bye in the first round, and so they will not play in the first round, and they will immediately go into that semifinal game. Princess Leia out took the star and is now the jammer for Kalamazoo and will be jamming for the next 26 seconds. Lil Bruiser is out of the pack, takes a hit to the outside, and is getting pulled to the back there by Crazy K. Princess Layout coming around on a scoring pass. Lil Bruiser got through on a scoring pass. 8 seconds left in this game. Both teams have done such a wonderful job. A little apex hop to end this game, and it is a official. Kalamazoo will be going on to play at 4 o'clock Eastern time today. They will be playing Pittsburgh, so tune in at 4 o'clock to watch Kalamazoo. Cincinnati will play again tomorrow morning against the loser of the next game. So whoever loses the next game is who Cincinnati will be playing tomorrow morning. We have had such a fun time with you all here today on our first game of this amazing tournament, and we can't wait to give you more Derby throughout the weekend here on Derby Date Night. We will be right back with another game. And welcome back to Derby Date Night Juniors Tournament Edition. We are live at Perry Park in Indianapolis, Indiana, where we are one of 9 different regional playoff locations battling for a chance to play for the national title. We are following 6 amazing teams over the course of this weekend. Our hosts, IJRD, are joined by Black-N-Bluegrass from Kentucky, Pittsburgh Roller Derby from Pennsylvania, Kalamazoo Killer Bees out of Michigan, Cincinnati Junior Roller Derby from Ohio, and Savannah Roller Derby from Georgia. Don't worry if you get confused. We have graphics you can watch during halftime and between games, and is on your screen right now that will give you all of the info you need to follow along this weekend. You are joining us for game number 2 of our tournament between our hosts, IJRD, Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby, and Black-N-Bluegrass Junior Roller Derby out of Kentucky. The winner of this game will go on to the semifinals, and they will play Savannah tonight at 6 p.m. Before we begin, we should probably introduce ourselves. We are Derby Date Night. We bring you live roller derby in and around the Midwest. I'm Aria Kidding Me, and I'll be your play-by-play announcer all weekend with the action and some corny jokes. Behind the cameras is Seriously, my forever date and the real brains behind this operation. He serves as our technical producer-director who makes all the cool things happen behind the scenes, and I try to make him laugh, and sometimes it works. For those of you who don't know what we do here at Derby Date Night, we bring you both good roller derby and bad jokes. Every stream we have a theme for our jokes, and this weekend is no different. Thinking of a joke topic this weekend was easy as pie, because when I think about kids, I also think about candy. We also know kids are big fans of candy, and this tournament is nothing to snicker about. In order to get their payday, these kids can't fall to pieces or have butterfingers. They need to get good and plenty of rest, take 5 deep breaths, and use their Smarties to come out with a whopper of a win. But take a second, let us know your favorite candy and who you are rooting for in the chat. These are the skaters that you are gonna be seeing in today's game as we get started for our first jam of this. What's the game before the semifinal? Quarterfinal game. I see the chat is ready and here for some great roller derby. Monster, you are 100% correct. You got to keep an eye on Evil C. But first, you're going to have to keep your eye on Soul Crusher, who typically is a pivot out there right now with a star on his head ready to go as the first jammer of this game. For Black-N-Bluegrass, I see Pipsqueak has the star on. And so we are going to get into some roller derby. Most of you know how the game is played. You want to keep an eye on the skaters with a star on their heads. They are the jammers. They are the only ones who can score points. Once the next whistle blows, the jam has started. No points are being scored until one of the ones with the star on their head, the jammer, has made it through and passed all the blockers from the opposite team. Once that happens, a ref will point at them and they will become lead jammer and eligible to score points. They will go around the track and then they will pass. They will score a point for every blocker they pass on the opposite team. Currently, Soul Crusher getting pulled all the way to the back by the captain of Black-N-Bluegrass, number 610. That is Criminal. And Soul Crusher is up at the front of the pack with a spin. He gets around the Black-N-Bluegrass blockers and will be the first lead jammer of this game. Soul Crusher coming around on a first scoring pass, sees some space on the inside, jumps past a blocker, but finds another blocker who is going to force him to go all the way to the back of the pack. Meanwhile, Pipsqueak is trying to push that pack apart at the front and is able to get through and needs to put that star back on in order to score some points. Michael Kwan, no, I did not use up all of my jokes, but I used up a lot of them on that opening. Soul Crusher has gotten 4 points and is eligible to score 4 more. We've got Pipsqueak coming behind Soul Crusher, who's taking a hit to the outside and decides to call the jam, keeping Black-N-Bluegrass to 4, and IJRD will also be at 4. Soul Crusher was not able to grab any points in that second pass that he was trying to do. Got lots of people here rooting for IJRD. We've got lots of people here rooting for Black-N-Bluegrass. Let's see how that poll came out. We have got 36% of people voted and say they are here for IJRD, 24% for Black-N-Bluegrass, 21% for all the derby, and 18% of you are here for your mom. Cheering for your mom. second jam of the game is going to be a different team with lead, and that is going to be Tuxedosaurus Rex and Black-N-Bluegrass with lead, but it is Evil C who is sneaking up behind Tuxedosaurus Rex. Tuxedo gets through the pack, grabs 4 points, and calls the jam, bringing Black-N-Bluegrass into the lead. And to tell you about how many people we have here today, my watch has just let me know, again, that we are in a loud environment, which it only does when we are in gameplay. So we know that there is some loudness happening out there on the track. All right. We've got people rooting for lots of different people. I see some fans of Roxanne Ruckus, fans of Death Pixie, fans of Snow for Right out here in the chat rooting for all of you. Mighty Mouse jamming against Nutcase Grace. Nutcase Grace gave us a, whether it's good or bad for you, it's good for us, but Nutcase Grace gave us a new dad jokes book, and that we are so excited to tell some of those jokes. Don't know how excited you are, but Mighty Mouse is your lead, takes a hop and attempted apex jump, but is getting pulled to the back. Nutcase Grace was able to get out of the pack and is also on a scoring pass. Both skaters trying to score their first 4 points in this jam. Mighty Mouse controls the jam right now and can tap those hips to indicate that this jam is over at any point. It is Nutcase Grace, though, who passes 4 blockers first and gets 4 points for Black-N-Bluegrass. Nutcase Grace is coming around on a second scoring pass, but is not going to be able to score any more points as Mighty Mouse does decide to call that jam after scoring 4 points of her own. That was a, what do we call that jam? Did we decide? It's an even jam. It's a, what did we decide we call that when both teams, a draw? It's a draw for that jam, and both teams have scored 4 points. Oh, more Roxanne Ruckus, more Snow Fright, more Discord, more Nutcase. Everybody's just so excited to see their family members and their friends play in this regional tournament. Punky Bruiser jamming against Pipsqueak. Punky Bruiser at the back of the pack. Pipsqueak is on the inside line, getting stuck behind a tripod, and it is Punky Bruiser who finds the space and comes out as your lead jammer for IJRD. Punky in the pack. Pipsqueak is still at that back of the pack, dealing with a tripod of blockers who are pulling Pipsqueak back. Punky coming around on a second scoring pass. Pipsqueak has gotten out of the pack and will be able to score points if Punky Bruiser does not tap those hips and call the jam. Punky does so, and IJRD takes the lead with 16 points. Did they already have the lead? This game is going so fast already. Sirius is not answering me. You guys can. Regardless, he tells me I'm not allowed to say lead change yet. Like, at what point in a game can I start calling lead changes? I know Michael Kwan is out there, so he'll let us know. He's an expert on all things. Jam 7? Why 7? 8's your favorite number. Why'd you choose 7? Evil C jamming for IJRD and Peanut Butter Smackdown for Black-N-Bluegrass. Evil C is your lead jammer for IJRD. Peanut Butter Smackdown did not pass the star, was thinking about it, but was able to get out. Evil C has scored 4 points. Peanut Butter Smackdown approaching the pack will be able to score some 4 points for Black-N-Bluegrass. Evil C on a second scoring pass, coming in, trying to push that pack apart at the front. Up on those toe stops, takes a hit to the outside, and will be pulled to the very back of the pack. Some nice backwards recycling there happening to bring Evil C all the way to the back, and he busts through a pair of blockers to grab 4 more points. Peanut Butter Smackdown also getting pulled to the back of the pack on a second scoring pass. Evil C entering the pack on his third scoring pass. Is needing to get past 1 more blocker and does so to get another 4 points for IJRD. Peanut Butter Smackdown, meanwhile, dealing with Lilyhammer at the back of the pack. IJRD gets another 4 points as Evil C comes through, fixing that wrist guard, making sure that our equipment is legal, is very good and important. As the pack starts moving, Evil C coming in on a 4th scoring pass. Peanut Butter Smackdown continuing to deal with Lilyhammer, who seems to have Peanut Butter's number. Lily says it's jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly time. I want somebody to be named Jelly. Anyway, Evil C is through on another scoring pass, and I think that makes it the biggest jam of the day. So the first game, our biggest jam was 22 points. Evil C has now broken the record at 24, bringing IJRD to 40. Black-N-Bluegrass was able to grab 8 points, though, and they are at 20. Michael Kwan says, you do you, Aria. Thanks, Michael Kwan. I will call lead change whenever the lead changes. We'll see. I've already called it once. We'll see if I call it again in this game. We are in our second game of the regionals tournament. We have 2 more games today. Two semifinals? Yes, 2 semifinals, because the winners of the next 2 games will go on to the championship. We are currently having a brief timeout for a ref to make sure that their shoelace is tied, and I'm going to give you a fun candy joke while we wait. Fun is in the eye of the listener, in the ear of the listener. Why did the chocolate chip go to therapy? They couldn't stop crumbling under the pressure. That's a sad one. Okay, let's do a funnier one. Okay, more therapy jokes. How do you know chocolate is the best therapist? It melts all your problems away. I agree, chocolate is the best. And sticking on the chocolate theme, what's the chocolatier's favorite exercise? A truffle shuffle. I like that one. Yes, oh, Michael Kwan, you are reminding me. I want to tell you about all of our NSOs and skating officials. We are so happy to have them here. We appreciate our volunteers so much. And today, in this game, we have got Guinness, Webb Links, Tough Tone, Peter Colas, Colin M. Fairley, Madame Morningstar, Dorothy Gale Force, Filet Official, Bon Appetit, Richie Cranium, Galvatron, Tote, Wolf, Sea Rage, Kelsey Grammar, Cheshire Stats, and Where's Walco? And it's time to get back to the Derbs. We got 2 people in the penalty box right now, 1 from each team. So there are only 3 blockers from each team out there to block. Mighty Mouse and Tuxedosaurus Rex is out again as jammer? Isn't that 2 jams in a row? These juniors just have energy for days. I do not see a lot of adult jammers go out twice in a row. Peanut Butter is dealing with a tripod at the back of the pack, and it is Mighty Mouse who comes out. Doesn't Mighty Mouse have a song that they sing like, Mighty Mouse is on the way, here I come to save the day? I think it's switch it. Tuxedosaurus Rex has the star off, might be looking for a pivot to give it to. Mighty Mouse has scored 4 points and is coming around on a second scoring pass. Tuxedosaurus Rex finds Soul Crusher, who is doing that one-on-one blocking. And Tuxedosaurus Rex jukes past Soul Crusher and Lilyhammer and gets out of that pack. Mighty Mouse, meanwhile, is in the pack on a 3rd scoring pass. Tuxedosaurus Rex coming in, hoping that they were able to steal some points. It looks like Tuxedo did grab 2 points there, and Mighty Mouse has scored 12. Yes, Michael Kwan, I love it when the blockers mimic the jam timer signal. It's always fun to see the skaters having fun with the officials. We love to see it. Punky Bruiser on the line up against Nutcase Grace for this next jam. Penalty box is empty. Both jammers trying to pull to the front, but it is Nutcase who gets pulled to the back, and Punky who comes out with lead jammer for IJRD. Nutcase Grace needing to recycle to the back. Punky coming through up that outside line. And, ooh, beautiful moves there. Seriously, Gumby. Just like Gumby, they can just bend all sorts of different ways and get through for 4 points for Punky Bruiser. Nutcase Grace able to work hard and push through and get out, and will now be eligible to score if Punky does not call off the jam. Every time I say that, they're like, hey, Aria, we're calling off the jam now. And it's not because I'm just smart, which, you know, I'm so smart, but it's also because that's kind of how Derby usually works. It's serious? Are you telling me you love me, or are you showing me the official review symbol? Because it looked like you were showing me a heart, which you don't usually do. So is someone doing an official review, or is it a official timeout? Give some love to who? Oh, to Smooth, our camera operator. Smooth is a skater on IJRD who is a level, I think Smooth is a level 2 skater, and she is one of our favorite camera operators and was so excited this morning to come in and say, I am happy to be your camera operator today. So we've got Smooth on turn 1 all day, and we appreciate Smooth so much for helping us bring you some great roller derby with manned cameras. We always like to have the cameras manned if we can, and we appreciate Smooth and all the work that she does to help us bring you the best derby date night that we can. IJRD up to 62, Black-N-Bluegrass at 24. Queen of Hearts is back in the chat. Love to see you here. Cheering for your wonderful kiddos, Nutcase, Discord, and Roxanne. Wiley says, ho, Indy, they've got to win. I tried to say it the way it's spelled. They've got to win. I'm too old to use the what is it, Gen Z slang? Mighty Mouse is your lead jammer, coming in on a scoring pass with a little bit of a hippity hop on the inside. And it is Tuxedosaurus Rex who's headed to the penalty box. And that jam is called, and Tuxedosaurus Rex will be in the penalty box for 30 seconds as we start this next jam as a power jam for IJRD. Punky Bruiser gonna be taking advantage of this power jam as IJRD has decided to take a passive strategy and let Punky work her way through, and Punky does and gets lead jammer. Coming around, Punky is going to be, looks like, on her own as Indy continues the passive offense, and because they know that Punky can get through without the help. The reason why the back line sometimes stays stationary is because that means that the other pack has to stay within 10 feet of them. So it is important that, you know, if you keep moving up, then everybody can move up, and then the jammer still gets sucked in. So if you stay in the back and you stay solid and not moving, then that jammer can pull the pack apart, which is exactly what just happened. Pull the pack apart at the front, because a blocker will have to drop every 10 feet, and then you can pull the pack apart and become lead jammer and score your points, which is exactly what Punky has been doing. Tuxedosaurus Rex is back in the pack after taking a little bit of a rest in the penalty box for 30 seconds. Punky also in the pack and calls that jam at the end there. Did Nutcase Grace take the, or that was Discord. Discord took the star there and was able to get that jam called off. Wiley, so is Snow Fright your cousin, Wiley? You want to shout out to Snow Fright? If you want to shout out to, not only shout out Snow Fright, but also be able to see your skater, whatever skater it is that you're cheering for. If you want to see their name up on the screen, you can click that little $sign and you can send a super chat with whatever words you want to say, as long as they're appropriate. And we will put it up on the screen for them to see when they're watching it again. Probably later tonight. I know skaters like to rewatch these like pretty much immediately, and they will see that you shouted them out. And then you're also donating a little bit of money to Derby Date Night to help us keep going and help keep bringing you live roller derby in and around the Midwest. We literally have been live every weekend, I feel like, since Easter. I think Easter was our last weekend we didn't have games. So we are... This was this one was hard when I left the kids. They were like, how many nights this time? And I was like, you're always welcome to come and operate cameras for us, kids. But they do stay home and take care of the dogs, and we appreciate them. But we also miss spending our weekends with them. But we enjoy spending them with you. Let's find out what that timeout was for. Oh, all right. Thank you so much. Looks like there were a little bit too many folks in the third base area, so they were trying to get that down to the appropriate number. I think are you only allowed to have one person in the third base area box as the third base coach? So they are making sure that they only have the appropriate number of, I believe, one. Here we go, what? Oh, are they? Yep, there we go. Let's all learn how to be an NSO. Richie Cranium taking his job very seriously, showing the official timeout signal, and the the blockers are doing the same motion. Oh my gosh, these juniors have muscles. I don't have muscles. They're so cute. I love seeing them have fun while they're waiting for the third base area to get cleared of too many support staff. Although I don't even know if they're all support staff. I just think there's too many people in the specifically designated third base area. So we are gonna get back to the Derby very soon here. Where are you watching from today? I know we've had people watching from all over. Do we have anybody? Okay, Michael Kwan's in California, so he might be the furthest away if we don't have any of our international friends yet. Carl from Australia usually joins, but he's not here. So Michael, I think, might have the prize unless one of you is watching from further away. How many people do you think are watching from the closest? Because the closest would be people who are watching right now, which Monster might still be watching. So we will find out if he is watching from the closest of places. And Evil C is going to be your lead jammer. Nutcase Grace, meanwhile, trying to fight through that pack at the back. Evil C coming into the pack on a first scoring pass. Nutcase Grace dealing with Lilyhammer and Pixie at the back. AOA coming in to provide some help. Black-N-Bluegrass trying to provide some offense. Nutcase Grace takes that star off as Evil C comes in on another scoring pass. Evil C with a big hit there. Continuing to try to break apart that pack, does so for another 4 points. Nutcase Grace did not need to pass the star and puts that star back on. Oh, we got Pam rooting for Criminal from Atlanta. I like that Pam's circle is orange because Atlanta is Atlanta's Georgia, right? So they're Georgia Peaches. Sirius goes, yes, that's correct. Atlanta is in Georgia. Look, you know that my geography is not the best. You're very aware of that. And I think at this point the chat is too. So not only do I have my penalty cheat sheet and a calculator, I have a feeling I'm going to need a map of the United States with a pronunciation guide. Michael, you're the best official. We appreciate having you here. I would have to pull up the JRDA rules to make sure how many people you can stuff in the third base area. It's like a clown car, right? How many people can you fit in this one little box? Mighty Mouse is your lead jammer. Pipsqueak is taking that star off. And Discord looks like the pivot, but does not seem to be getting ready to take the star. Mighty Mouse is in the pack on a scoring pass. Jukes to the inside and gets through for 4 points for IJRD. The star has been passed to Discord. Discord was able to get out and is hoping to get the call off. Mighty Mouse looks behind, sees Discord coming, engages in the pack, and calls the jam after grabbing 2 points for IJRD, bringing them to 6 total for that jam, 94-24 IJRD. I love how many of you are cheering for different people in the chat. It's so great to see you all here supporting your friends and family, and we are glad to be able to bring you this game in your living rooms, and I apologize for the bad jokes that I tell during timeout. So you can either enjoy the bad jokes with us, or you can just groan or submit your own. Yeah, if you want them to be better. But remember, we're doing candy jokes, appropriate candy jokes. So that is our theme for the weekend. We have got one blocker from Black-N-Bluegrass headed to the box, and it is Nutcase Grace who comes out as lead jammer, but Punky Bruiser is right on her tail, and these two jammers are going to race to the pack. As they get in the pack, Nutcase Grace up on those toe stops gets through. Punky also gets through, staying low. The pack gets ready for these two jammers to come back in. And they both engage in the pack. Nutcase calls the jam. Did somebody get a penalty at the very end of that jam? Illegal position. Was that Nutcase Grace who got illegal position? Oh, I guess so. What was the illegal position? Michael might tell us. Power jam for Mad Max, and IJRD, Mad Max, who I've been told I need to apologize to because we've seen Mad Max play quite a bit this season, and we have taken to saying Glad Max when he gets lead jammer, Sad Max when he doesn't do something well, and Bad Max when he goes to the penalty box. And there we are. We have got a Glad Max coming out of the pack with lead jammer. But the apology is because we have been told that Max is now dealing with his family, also using the same phrase as we do of saying Bad Max, Glad Max, Sad Max. So apologies, but we think it's funny. And so does your family. So it's all in good fun. Max is continuing to push. He's got 2 blockers on Black-N-Bluegrass to get past at the front of the pack. Meanwhile, Nutcase Grace is out of the box. And, ooh, look at that tripod. That is what I would call a tripod of doom that Nutcase Grace is dealing with, and takes a push to the inside and is getting pulled all the way to the back by World War Bean, while Mad Max comes out on another scoring pass. Mad Max entering on the second scoring pass, while Nutcase Grace has that star off, might be looking for Discord, but is going to have to get to Discord first, as all 4 blockers are focused on blocking Nutcase Grace, who tries to tiptoe up that outside line, but Ghost is coming out of nowhere, because that's what a ghost does, right? To push Nutcase out and pull her back. Both jammers now stuck in the pack. Illegal position on the jammer, could be for skating out of bounds, says games director. Thank you. That is, I think, what happened was there was this skating out of bounds while calling it, but there might have been some skating out of bounds before calling it. So I agree. I believe that's what that penalty was. Michael has multiple screens. So those of you who have watched Derby Date Night before, you all know that we are fans of F1, which there is a race this weekend. The Canadian GP is this weekend. And Sirius and I get jealous of the people who have many, many, many screens that they can watch all the different stats. Just so you all know, I have 3 screens that I look at when we do Derby Date Night. Sirius has 3 screens as well. No, 4 screens, and one of them has all the boxes in it. So that makes it like 16 screens. So we're just like F1, right, with all of our screens? Evil C is your lead jammer, followed about a half a track behind by Pipsqueak. Evil C, oh, beautiful move around the outside, and calls it after grabbing those 4 points. IJRD at, did he get points? No points? No points, no points? I think he went out of bounds. So that might be why there were no points there. Tuxedosaurus Rex on the line. Oh, I think that is out of bounds, because he's sitting in the Evil C is sitting in the penalty box right now on a track cut, and this is a official timeout, which means it's time for candy jokes. Let's see what I got. Who is the best candy wrapper? M&M. That is so many layers. Do you feel all the layers to that joke? You just took your glasses off to roll your eyes? I thought it was good. I was excited about it. I went trick-or-treating as Gandhi and kept all of my candy in a hat. And when someone tried to take the candy from my hat, I told them, my hat, my candy. Mahatma Gandhi, it's his name. Mahatma Gandhi, my hat, my candy. They're just having a quick chat about the jammer action at the end of the last jam. I watched the jammer action at the end of that last jam. Are you still upset at me for my last joke? You just what? You can't get over it? It's funny. Oh, Michael the Tape Guy is getting a shout out. We appreciate the Tape Guy always. He's right there walking. Serious, do you see him? He's double checking, making sure that the tape is safe, making sure we've got all the tape in all the right places. Very important things. When turn 1 camera looks down the track, you can see us. Sirius immediately switched cameras. You're going to have to use the turn 1 camera sometimes, Sirius, you know. You can't just avoid it. All right, I think we're almost getting ready to go back to the Derby. Oh, Bona just held up 4 points. So okay, so Evil C did get those 4 points before skating out of bounds is what I think was discussed. But then he got called on a penalty for skating out of bounds. So this will be a power jam for Black-N-Bluegrass. We're good. We think we figured it out. Wait, Evil C immediately got out of the penalty box? Oh, now we're going to have another time out. Well, things just got more confusing again, and we're going to have another timeout to talk about whatever that was. Lexi, I'm happy to shout out people. I have shouted out Snow Fright a number of times, though, so we don't want to go too much. Let's see if Snow Fright's going to come out and do some amazing, awesome things. I have a feeling that all of these skaters will. We always like to see good things from all of our skaters. Okay, so now there's an official review because Coach Eric and Coach, I have it written down somewhere. I have too many pieces of paper here. Coach Tank are going out to the middle of the track to have a conversation. And I'm going to find out whatever it is they are discussing in just a minute. No official. Okay, there was no official review. They just pretended, I guess. It's just a little fake out. And we're going to actually, okay, everything I just said, let's just forget it because no one's in the penalty box now. Are you yawning? Serious? Let's go. We want to see some Derby. Niels is here. I'm a little late, but I was watching Team NL. No, what do you think NL is? Netherlands for NL, Netherlands Roller Derby fundraiser. But I'm in again. Always happy to have you here, Niels. MB Matthews says, shout out Pipsqueak, please. That's my daughter. Oh, you couldn't make it to Indy this week. Well, we are glad to bring Indy to you and so that you can watch Pipsqueak play in the regionals this weekend. Tuxedosaurus Rex is not only lead jammer, but has scored 4 points. Angel of Anger, meanwhile, is jamming for IJRD, has that star off. Oh, Soul Crusher with the... Oh, Soul Crusher just brought that back right in front of Tuxedosaurus Rex. Tuxedosaurus Rex crashed right into it and got a penalty. I mean, honestly, Soul Crusher came out of nowhere and was like, here's my back. So Tuxedosaurus Rex, though, came out almost immediately from the penalty box, so I'm guessing that penalty was turned over. The star was passed to Soul Crusher, and Tuxedosaurus Rex called it because that penalty was reversed. I hope I'm explaining everything okay. I'm trying to keep up with everything that's happening. I think I'm doing okay. Yes, Team Netherlands. Woohoo! And because you said Team NL, I didn't have to accidentally say you're from... Wait. He's from Netherlands, not Norway. I'm going to do it again. I need to stop. I don't know why I'm having trouble every single time. All right, Mighty Mouse and Nutcase Grace are jamming, and I am very lucky that Niels keeps coming back, even though I always forget exactly which N country he's from. At least it's always only 2 countries that I confuse. But I've confused myself because you said NL. Never mind. I'm just going to wait for you to tell me. Yes. Nutcase Grace is in the penalty box along with 2 Black-N-Bluegrass players. So there are only 2 blockers out there for Mighty Mouse to get through. But what does no way Norway mean? Does no way Norway mean no way I'm not from Norway or no way I'm from Norway? Sirius is so irritated with me right now. Oh no, Mighty Mouse is now going to the box. And Nutcase Grace is out Everybody's getting track cuts here. We have 6 minutes left in this first half. Nobody is above 3 penalties, but we're just having some penalty. Okay, no way are you from Norway. You are from the Netherlands. See, I was confident, and then I second guessed it, and I shouldn't have done that. I should have been like, no, I know Niels is from the Netherlands. I'm ready next time, Niels. I'm going to. Okay. Nutcase Grace through for 4 points. Everybody in the chat, you're going to help me next time Niels is here. Sirius said it's the Netherlands because you never get it right. That's true. That's true. Michael Kwan says the only sports with comparable speed of action are probably basketball and hockey. So announcing derby is like announcing them, but harder. Thank you, Michael Kwan. It is hard to keep up with everything happening out there. In this last jam, IJRD scored 7, Black-N-Bluegrass scored 6. We have 5.5 minutes left in this first half. Now, you guys have been shouting out a lot of different people, and we always choose a skater of the game. During halftime, Sirius and I choose 4 skaters, 1 blocker and 1 jammer from each team to nominate for skater of the game. Then in the second half, you vote for your skater of the game, and the winner gets the coveted skater of the game sticker that is only given to the skater of the game that you choose. There's only 1 sticker given out every single game, so not very many skaters get to own the skater of the game sticker. So if you have people that you think we should consider for skater of the game, make your case below in the chat. Pepper Spray jamming for IJRD. Pipsqueak for Black-N-Bluegrass. We've got 2 Black-N-Bluegrass blockers in the box. Pipsqueak is at the back of the pack. Pepper Spray has taken that star off. Might be looking for Evil C, who currently has the... Yep, Evil C took the star and immediately starts pushing forward, but it was an illegal star pass, so he had to give it back. And while all of that was happening, Pipsqueak got out as lead jammer. Evil C did take the star and is chasing down Pipsqueak, but Pipsqueak is through for 4 points and immediately calls it after outscoring IJRD 4-0. Yes, both derby teams play offense and defense at the same time. It's like announcing 2 basketball games simultaneously. Roxy and Discord are so good at blocking together. I agree. I've seen some nice blocking happening from everybody on Black-N-Bluegrass. Criminal for skater of the game. Mighty Mouse. Ooh, you guys are shouting out some good names. Looks like we have got Boo jamming for... I want Boo and Ghost to jam against each other, please. Boo is jamming for Black-N-Bluegrass and Punky Bruiser for IJRD. Punky is through. No, but is not lead jammer, so one of those points was not earned legally. Boo is... Well, not legally, but you know what I mean. Okay, Punky's through with 4 points. Boo is still eligible. Nope, never mind. Boo just took the star off, so this is going to be a 2-minute jam. Boo might be looking for the pivot to give the pivot the star. Punky Bruiser coming in on a scoring pass, getting around the pivot, and grabs 4 points for IJRD. Boo is pulled to the back of the pack, is not going to be able to pass the star because she can't get anywhere near that pivot. As Punky Bruiser comes in on another scoring pass, finds a tripod at the front, goes around the outside to grab 4 more points for IJRD. Boo is getting a penalty now, so this is a power jam for IJRD and Punky Bruiser as Boo is going to sit in the penalty box. We have 1 jammer or 1 blocker from each team. Oh, we have 1 blocker from IJRD in the box, and nope. Now we have 1 blocker from each team in the box and the jammer from Black-N-Bluegrass. Punky is getting slowed down by this tripod in front for Black-N-Bluegrass, but is able to get through and grab 4 more points, bringing Punky's total to 16. Punky is a little bit slower coming around because this is exhausting and I'm not even playing. So just taking a little bit of a break before getting in that pack and getting through to grab 4 points. Meanwhile, Boo has come out of the pack and is dealing with Mighty Mouse, who is going to be blocking with 3 other blockers. Everybody's focused on keeping Boo from passing that star or getting to the front of the pack. Punky through has gotten now 4 points and has tied Evil C for the largest jam of the game. Both Punky and Evil C join the 24 club, and we've got a minute and a half left in this first half before we go for a quick break. Punky and Evil C. I'm sorry, I'm writing that down. So who else are you guys thinking I should look for as skater of the game? Nutcase. Nutcase. Lots of votes for Nutcase. Michael Kwan hopes there will be a black market among collectors for skater of the game stickers. Don't second guess yourself, Michael Kwan. You said maybe not. I think there will be. Although I hope that they're not selling our I would hope that if they, that was a big hit. I would hope that, is that Pixie jamming? Pixie doesn't usually jam. Go Pixie. Pixie is about to graduate from high school, so this is Pixie's last weekend of junior roller derby. We've got a few skaters who are graduating / aging out after this weekend, and I know they will be honoring all of the seniors and aging out skaters during this tournament. It's always sad to see people age up, but as someone who also loves adult roller derby, I'm excited to see them in adult roller derby and hope that I still get to watch them. Tuxedosaurus Rex is headed to the penalty box on a track cut, so Pixie is going to get a power jam, and this jam is going to go the full 2 minutes, so this jam will take us into halftime. We have 1 minute left. Yes, Pinky's jam ref is Bona, and they are the same size. Or Pixie's. All right. Pixie was trying to call it, but did not realize that they were not lead. So Pixie is going to just have to keep jamming, and they are working to find any sort of space and take a hit and keep on going, because that's what these junior skaters do. They are so good. Tuxedosaurus Rex coming out of the box and getting pulled to the back by Mad Max and Soul Crusher. All right, both jammers trying to find space. Pixie getting pushed to the inside. 8 seconds left. Tuxedo through for 4 points. 4 seconds left. And that is the end of the first half. So with that being said, let's go have a quick sip of water and talk about all the great things we saw in the first half, and we will be back with the end of this game in just about 15 minutes here on Derby Date Night. welcome back to Derby Date Night. You are joining us for the second game of the JRDA Open Regionals here in Indianapolis, Indiana. The winner of this tournament will go on to the Nationals in Loveland, Colorado on July 12th and 13th. Before we get started here, I am going to put up the poll for Skater of the Game. As much as I wanted to put every single person that you all suggested up for Skater of the Game, I only have 4 spots. And remember, we have 3 games, so maybe your skater that you wanted chosen will be nominated in the next game. Also, Super Chats always help us help encourage us to put people up for Skater of the Game. But I'm putting up those 4 people, but the poll will not close until 5 minutes before the end of the game. So if you're not sure who your Skater of the Game is, then don't make your vote, because you can only vote once and you can't change it. So with that being said, the poll is now up and the game is now going. Snow for Right is jamming for IJRD for the first time in this game, and Pipsqueak for Black-N-Bluegrass. And looks like that lead jammer is going to go to Snow Fright from IJRD. Snow coming in on a scoring pass as Pipsqueak continues to struggle at the back of the pack. Snow getting slowed down at the front of the pack. Pipsqueak trying to find any space that they can in the back, as both jammers have slowed to a crawl here, trying to find any sort of space to get out. Snow with a spin at the front. Pipsqueak trying to get out at the back, takes a big old push from Evil C. And I think, who called it? 4 points for IJRD, since they were lead, they called it. That would be the thing. And that is the beginning of the second half. 4 points for IJRD. The winner of this game will go on to the semifinals tonight and play Savannah at 6 o'clock. And the loser of this game will go on to play Cincinnati tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. for 5th place. Punky Bruiser and Tuxedosaurus Rex are both on the line for their respective teams. Tuxedo getting pulled to the back of the pack by Lilyhammer. Punky Bruiser has gotten lead jammer and has pulled that pack apart at the front. Black-N-Bluegrass coming back to try and help Tuxedosaurus Rex get out as Punky Bruiser comes around on a first scoring pass. Punky coming into the pack has got Discord to get past, and does so. Tuxedo also able to get out of the pack and will now be on a scoring pass if Punky does not call the jam. So let's see if Punky's going to let Tuxedo try and score points. Yep, looks like it. And Tuxedo does a little tiny apex hop, almost making it all the way through, but gets pulled back. Meanwhile, Punky is also getting pulled to the back as both jammers coming out of that pack. Punky with a little bit of a tumble and ends up with a track cut call, and this will now be a power jam for Tuxedosaurus Rex and Black-N-Bluegrass. Punky is going to be waiting in the penalty box for 30 seconds, while Black-N-Bluegrass now has a power jam. Tuxedosaurus Rex getting pulled to the back of the pack, getting a little bit of tangled up, and finds some great offense there by Discord to open up that outside line and help Tuxedosaurus Rex get through for 4 points for Black-N-Bluegrass. Punky is standing in the penalty box, so less than 10 seconds left in that penalty. Tuxedosaurus Rex coming into the pack and goes up that inside line and gets another 4 points for Black-N-Bluegrass, bringing them to 68 points. This is a 12-point jam, the biggest jam so far for Black-N-Bluegrass. With 18 seconds left in this jam, Punky is now out of the box and has to get past Poison Dart and Discord in order to score any points, and Punky gets through for 4 points for IJRD. Star has been passed to Discord. 1 point was scored in that pass, because you only get points for people that you pass while wearing the star. So while wearing the star, whether it's the pivot or the jammer, you know, if there's a legal star pass to the pivot and the pivot starts passing, then they get points. But if you pass one skater and then pass the star and the pivot doesn't put the star on and they pass the other 3, then it's only 1 point. So that's why 1 point there at the end for Black-N-Bluegrass, bringing them to 69. 159 to 69. And Nutcase Grace on the line for Black-N-Bluegrass is jamming against who I can't see. It's a short jammer. That's all I know. Mad Max for IJRD. Mad Max is at the back. Nutcase Grace is the one who comes out as lead jammer. Oh, I'm going to tell a dad joke because Nutcase Grace gave me a dad joke book, and he was like, when Nutcase Grace gets lead jammer, you better read one of your dad joke books from Nutcase Grace. So as we enjoy Nutcase Grace having lead jammer, Max coming through, stealing some points, and Nutcase Grace giving us a joke. What does Dr. Jekyll do the first thing every morning? He wakes up. Thanks, Nutcase, for that joke. We appreciate you. Okay, wait, one more. I love these. These are so fun. There was a robbery at the Apple store today. They caught the guy because they had an eyewitness. Get it, like an iPhone? Eyewitness? Oh, thanks, Nutcase Grace. I appreciate that you love dad jokes as much as I do. Pipsqueak jamming against Mighty Mouse. Pipsqueak getting pulled back by AOA, while Mighty Mouse finds space at the front and becomes lead jammer for IJRD. Pipsqueak up against, it looks like Pixie and Evil C. Oh, Evil C with the booty bump. And Evil C stayed in bounds. No, he didn't. Something happened, and Pipsqueak was able to keep going. I don't know. Oh, yeah, Evil C was... Oh, look at that penalty box. It gets super filled up. Everybody is just hanging out in the penalty box. So because Evil C got a penalty for that booty bump, Pipsqueak was able to continue and did not have to be recycled back to the back. I'm guessing that hit was an out-of-play hit. Pipsqueak is going around trying to score as many points as they can. This Mighty Mouse is... where is Mighty Mouse? Mighty Mouse is in the pack, has got Discord and Roxanne Ruckus to get past. Both skaters doing a great job holding Mighty Mouse as long as they can. Mighty Mouse gets through after grabbing all 4 points there. IJRD scoring 4 in that jam. Black-N-Bluegrass with 8. After this game, we will have a little bit of a lunch break, but we will stay live, and then we will be having our semifinal games at 4 o'clock Eastern Time and 6 o'clock Eastern Time. And the winner of the next 2 games will go on to play for first place tomorrow. That's going to be exciting. An exciting first place game tomorrow. Tournaments are fun because they've got like high stakes, you know. Yeah. It's like you win this and you go to semifinals. You lose this and you're going to play for 5th place. I mean, that's high stakes. Finals is in Loveland, Colorado on July 12th and 13th. And we've got 9 different regionals that are going to be determining who is going to nationals. So there's a female division. There's 3 teams in the female division. So their playoffs are in Austin. So in Austin, Texas and Fort Walton Beach, Florida, they're playing this weekend, just like us. And then Ventura, California is the 3rd female division playoff next weekend. In the open division, we've got three tournaments happening this weekend. 1 in Salem, Oregon, 1 in Salt Lake City, Utah, and here. And then next weekend, we've got 3 more in Des Moines, Iowa, Rome, Georgia, and York, Pennsylvania. That's funny, because Rome is also in Italy, and York is in England, but Des Moines, I think, is only in, well, Iowa. They don't know Des Moines, Washington. I know we do because we're from Washington. But is there a Des Moines that's in, like, another country? Because that's funny because it's Rome and York and then Des Moines. Oh, me and geography. Oh, Monster was just on our camera. He doesn't even know it. Is this an official? Okay, wait. No white circles next to the score are blinking. So this is an actual official review, not a official review called by the coaches. Let's see. So the officials are going to tell people things, stuff and things. And we are about to find out what that was. Okay, just a little bit of confusion in that last jam. So they were just clarifying to make sure that everybody had things right and that everything is going well. Hey, Sirius, what did one magical candy bar say to the other magical candy bar? I've got some Twix up my sleeve. What's a happy cowboy's favorite candy? A Jolly Rancher? Oh, you like that one? That's a good one? That was a good one? Ooh, a Jolly Rancher does sound good, doesn't it? He said not for you. You know, I think we should, since I'm not allowed to eat while we're announcing, I think we should implement a rule that you are also not allowed. No, don't look for food. You are literally looking for food just so you can eat in front of me and make me mad. I think we should implement a rule that you are not allowed to eat if I am not allowed to eat. Because you are mean. Or the viral, so Death Becomes Her is a musical on Broadway right now, and she says, that was rude. That was really bleeping rude. And that's what you are, rude. Tuxedosaurus Rex jamming for Black-N-Bluegrass, and Punky Bruiser for IJRD. Lead jammer goes to Punky Bruiser and IJRD. Tuxedosaurus Rex is pushing that tripod forward. Do you know how hard it is to push 3 people forward? You are 1 person, and you're pushing 3. Punky doesn't push. Punky is jumping, 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 and just pulling that pack apart. Those are both really effective ways to get out of the pack. And Punky comes out victorious this time with 4 points for IJRD as Tuxedosaurus Rex continues to push. Has the star off. The pivot was not on the track. That is Discord, but Discord is now out and ready to take that star from Tuxedo. If Tuxedo can get past all 4 blockers to give Discord the star, and does so. Now Discord is the jammer, but Punky in the pack, getting through and trying to call the jam after scoring 3 more points for IJRD. The chat was so chatty, and now they've gotten so quiet. I think they're all very focused on the game. Or they went and got food because they're like, hey, Aria can't eat, but we can. So they all went and got snacks. Maybe they got Jolly Ranchers. You know what they should make? They should make a bag of just the cherry Jolly Ranchers. What? What's your favorite Jolly Rancher? I love the cherry. Apple? It makes you pucker just a little bit. I don't know. Cherry is always my favorite Jolly Rancher. I do not like watermelon, though. Watermelon, I don't love it. Okay. Mighty Mouse is your lead jammer for IJRD. Nutcase Grace jamming for Black-N-Bluegrass. A penalty gets called on an IJRD blocker, and Nutcase is trying to get through this tripod of doom, but is unable to do so, and Mighty Mouse grabs 4 points for IJRD and calls the jam. Peanut Butter Smackdown. I really want, every time they're on the line, peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly time. The blue one is the best time. Is that blue raspberry? Sirius says that's his number 2. If there are Jolly Ranchers, I'm always going to grab the cherry one. I just love the cherry one. Same thing for Lifesavers, except for my favorite Lifesaver is not cherry. My favorite Lifesaver is pineapple. I love pineapple flavored stuff. Peanut Butter Smackdown is your lead jammer. Punky Bruiser is chasing Peanut Butter down about a quarter track behind. Where's the juniors event on the 28th that you are signing up for, Michael Kwan? Is it here? Are you coming all the way from California for a juniors event? Oh, Michael Kwan, if we could do an event at the same time together, that would be so much fun. And now you're going to tell me to go to RollerCon again. I know, we need to go to RollerCon. We really would have fun. Okay, Blue Raspberry is getting a lot of love for being the best. Okay, I have a controversial take for you all. When Skittles changed lime to green apple, were you a fan of that? Because I was not. I was really happy when they changed it back to lime. It tasted just weird when it was green apple. And I was really happy when Skittles decided to bring back lime, because that was weird. Angel of Anger is jamming against Pipsqueak. Wow, this blocking is so good right now. I'm really enjoying watching it. Like, this pack is starting to stretch apart as AOA is just going to push through and bust open that tripod. Pipsqueak, meanwhile, getting pulled to the back by Ghost. I believe Ghost is one of our graduating seniors as well. We will not be announcing it, but we will keep the stream going while the graduating seniors are getting recognized. I believe they're getting recognized after this game for possibly all the teams, but I'm not quite sure. AOA is still lead jammer, currently in the pack on a scoring pass. Pipsqueak trying to pull the pack apart in the front, takes a hit from Evil C, but stays inbounds and upright and gets out of the pack. Lexi agrees with me. Yeah, the green apple's just weird. Because I like to just grab a handful of Skittles, and like eat them all. And when there's green apple in there, it just like threw the whole thing off. Or was it watermelon that Skittles tried to do? I don't remember. Anyway, I didn't like whatever they did with the green one. Johnny Pepper, lime rules. Greetings from Texas. Thank you, Johnny Pepper. See, that's the most important thing, is we know that we like lime. Now I want Jolly Ranchers and Skittles and Lifesavers. What are we? Second game of the day, and I'm already talking about food. That's what things have come down to. Tuxedosaurus Rex on the line, up against Mighty Mouse. And lead jammer is going to go to Mighty Mouse. Tuxedosaurus Rex, meanwhile, was getting pulled back by World War Bean. And was able to get out there and is chasing down Mighty Mouse. Coming into the pack with a little apex hop and a spin. Thought that he grabbed those 4 points, but instead is being sent to the penalty box. So this next jam will start as a power jam for IJRD and Punky Bruiser. The vote for Skater of the Game is currently open and will stay open until 5 minutes left in the game. And whoever wins will get one of our exclusive and coveted, well, we're trying to make them exclusive and coveted, Skater of the Game Derby Date Night stickers. No, they are exclusive. We're just trying to make them coveted. That's what it is. Anna says, Jonathan Peppercorn. Okay, I love that. Instead of Johnny Pepper, Jonathan Peppercorn. Is that what your mother called you when you were in trouble? Jonathan Peppercorn. I know, the walls are so good. Okay, Tink666 is also graduating. I knew there was a third. Yes, I'm so excited for all these graduating. I just hope that they keep playing Derby. And I know not all of them will, but it is so great watching all of these skaters, at the peak of their junior form. And hopefully they keep skating, because I just love to see it. Okay, Tuxedosaurus Rex is back in the pack. Punky is through and has gotten 4 points. Tuxedosaurus Rex is through on their initial and is coming around on a first scoring pass if Punky does not call the jam. Punky does call the jam, so Tuxedo will not be able to score any points, but Punky was able to grab 4 more points for IJRD, bringing them into the 200 mark for the first time. Black-N-Bluegrass is sniffing at 100 right now, hoping to get over that century mark real soon. Because Nutcase Grace is on the line, and we need to read another joke from her book. I love that she brought us a book of dad jokes. I love people who get it. What does a dentist get on his 1-year work anniversary? A little plaque. Nutcase Grace and Mad Max both stuck behind these. These walls are so good. Nutcase Grace tries to find space on the outside, but it is Mad Max who gets through, and he is now Glad Max because he is lead jammer. Nutcase Grace is stuck on the outside behind a tripod. Mad Max coming into the pack and sweeping to the outside. Is got to get past Poison Dart at the front. Nutcase continuing to try and break this tripod apart. That jam gets called. Mad Max was able to grab 4 points for IJRD. Oh, Black-N-Bluegrass Roller Derby is going to be getting Tink. So that is great. I always love finding out where the juniors are going to, like which team is going to be lucky enough to get them, because sometimes they go to college in a completely different town, and being in Muncie, Indiana, we like it when they go to Ball State University because usually Corn-Fed Roller Derby gets them. But University of Cincinnati is where Tink has decided to go and will be playing for Black-N-Bluegrass. Mighty Mouse and Pipsqueak are both up there jamming right now. We're a little bit past halfway through the second half. 10 minutes left to vote for Skater of the Game. Pipsqueak is the one who's pulling towards the front right now, but is going to have to get past Evil C to be able to get through. Look at how stretched out that pack was from turn 4 all the way to turn 2. And I saw that helmet hit the ground. The skater is immediately up. But if you see a helmet hit the ground, we are going to immediately take a medical timeout. And we are going to send that skater over to the medics because we take any heads bunking on the ground very seriously, regardless of how quickly you get up. It's important to take care of your health. And we always have medics on standby right next to the track so that we can take care of our skaters quickly and make sure that they get all of the care that they need. We are getting ready for our, this is it an official timeout? So they're discussing something, and we may or may not find out what they're discussing. But we appreciate all of our officials for being here and helping us out, and just for being wonderful people and volunteers and friends. A lot of them are our friends as well. Okay, since we're still not there, I'm going to tell another joke because I think they're funny. Rusty shows up late for work. The boss approaches him as he walks in. "You should have been here at 8:30, he yells. Rusty looks surprised. Why? What happened at 8:30? I wish I could say that when I'm not on time to work. Why? Was something happening? Lilyhammer with the star will be jamming against Pipsqueak. Lily, getting around on that outside, will be your lead jammer for IJRD. Pipsqueak, meanwhile, is dealing with Ghost. Ghost may be invisible, but Ghost can sure block. And Lily gets through, grabs those 4 points, and immediately calls the jam. At the end of that jam, looks like Max is now going to be bad Max. Max is going to sit in the penalty box. Looking at penalties, we have 13 minutes left. We have one skater from each team that is on 5 penalties. So those 2 skaters are going to be watching. Lily is one of them with 5 for IJRD. And we've got, Sirius is like, I'll show you later. Peanut Butter Smackdown jamming for Black-N-Bluegrass, and Punky Bruiser for IJRD. Punky is through as lead jammer, coming around on a first scoring pass. Black-N-Bluegrass still trying to break that century mark. Lex says Discord and Roxy are holding their walls so beautifully. Chef's kiss. These walls are so good. I've really, really enjoyed watching these walls because they have made this difficult for the jammers on both teams. Punky grabbing those 4 points and calling it. If you are enjoying what we're doing here at Derby Date Night, Discord has 5. So Discord, and on the other side, it was Lilyhammer. So those are the ones. And a super great shout out to Pipsqueak and Roxanne Ruckus. They are the only 2 on Black-N-Bluegrass who have stayed penalty free. I feel like they should get their own special sticker. I love to shout out the skaters who stay penalty free. Always good to see. Nutcase Grace is your jammer for Black-N-Bluegrass, stuck at the back of the pack while Mighty Mouse gets through as lead jammer. Nutcase getting some great offense there from Roxanne Ruckus, but unable to capitalize it and ends up with a penalty. So this will now be a power jam for Mighty Mouse and IJRD. And Mighty Mouse is through and decides to call the jam, which will freeze Nutcase Grace in the penalty box. She will be there for, I'm guessing, about 20 seconds. She already sat for maybe 10 seconds. So this will be a short power jam for IJRD and Evil C, who is on the line as jammer. There are only 3 blockers out there for IJRD right now, and there are 4 blockers for Black-N-Bluegrass. Evil C sweeping to the inside and sweeping to the outside and getting lead jammer. Coming around now on a scoring pass. Oh, was he able to stay in bounds for that? My goodness. That the spin, the awareness, beautiful. 4 points for IJRD. Nutcase Grace is out of the box. IJRD is ready with a tripod to greet Nutcase Grace. Evil C has scored 8 points, coming around on another scoring pass, and he does decide to call the jam. And gives Tinkerhell a fist bump. We were just talking with a parent during halftime, and they were telling us how their skater is making friends from all the different teams, and they're sitting with another team, not with their own team, and watching the games. And I just love that they're all connecting. It's like, it's just one big happy family. I mean, yes, we play against each other, but it is really, Derby is just one big community, and it's fun. And we play a game, and we get to meet new friends from all over the place, which is really cool. Tuxedosaurus Rex is at the back of the pack, while Lilyhammer has gotten through and is lead jammer coming into the pack on a scoring pass. Takes a hit from Roxanne Ruckus and is going to be pulled all the way to the back, while Tuxedosaurus Rex is headed to the penalty box. Lilyhammer is happy with those 4 points and calls the jam. Hey, Charlotte Brown is a BSU graduate here. Chirp, chirp. You can't see me. Both Sirius and I are doing the chirp, chirp motion, just so you know. You can't see it, but those of you who know it, if you know, you know. If you know, you know. And if you don't, you should go to Ball State and you should learn it. Mighty Mouse on this power jam has got 4 blockers to contend with. Just a demonstration of the strong walls. Mighty Mouse is able to get through and will be coming around on a scoring pass. Tuxedosaurus Rex in the box has got at least 10 more seconds left. Mighty Mouse hitting that pack on a scoring pass. When you are one person and you have got 4 people just focused on blocking, it is tough to get through. The goal here is to push them forward enough that one of those blockers has to drop behind and be a bridge, because at every 10 feet, so you see that number 5 right now is currently a bridge. Mighty Mouse continuing to push. If she can push another 10 feet, then another skater will have to drop back and become a bridge. IJRD forming a wall in the back as Tuxedosaurus Rex is now standing. So Tuxedosaurus Rex will have to come in behind that wall and try and break through. Mighty Mouse is able to get through and grab all 4 of those points. Tuxedosaurus Rex is able to find a little bit of space on the inside line and get out and force that call off. We have got 7.5 minutes left in this game, which means 2.5 minutes left in the vote for Skater of the Game. It's real close right now between Nutcase and Mighty Mouse. Nutcase currently winning, but it's anybody's sticker for the Skater of the Game Derby Date Night sticker. Evil C and Pipsqueak are jamming for their teams. Evil C, just with sheer force, is just boom, 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 like a ping pong ball, getting through that pack and will be lead jammer for IJRD. Pipsqueak, in the meantime, is in a tripod at the outside line, trying to find any space possible. Evil C busts through the pack and grabs 4 points and calls the jam. Pipsqueak did have that star off and was getting ready to potentially pass it, but that jam got called and was the end. Once this game ends, we will be taking a lunch break before we get into our semifinal games later today at 4 o'clock Eastern Time and 6 o'clock Eastern Time. The first game will be Pittsburgh versus the winners of the first game, which was Kalamazoo. And the second game will be Savannah up against the winner of this game. So lots more great derby to come today. Nutcase Grace is jamming against Lilyhammer. Oh, Michelle says, I found Derby Date Night last month when I was recovering from surgery. You guys kept my spirits up. I'm guessing it was the derby and not the jokes that kept your spirits up, but I will go with the jokes because I think they're funny. hopefully it was a little bit of both. And I'm so glad that you were able to find us and hopefully enjoy some great derby while we're covering and see all the great sportsmanship and athleticism that we love. Lilyhammer is through and becomes lead jammer for IJRD. Nutcase Grace working hard, sweeping to the outside, sweeping to the inside, and finds, that tripod. So difficult. Pixie at the top of the tripod. Mad Max trying to recycle up to help Pixie. And Dirty Dingus McDuck also there, ready to help. And Nutcase Grace now has 2 blockers to contend with. Michelle says definitely both. And Johnny Pepper says Derby Date Night rocks. We think Johnny Pepper rocks. I still have my little pepper that you gave me, Johnny Pepper. I want to announce with you again sometime soon. That would be so much fun. Lilyhammer's through for 4 points. Nutcase Grace was able to get through and is not going to be able to score any points because Lily is going to call it. Did we ever figure out if the C in Evil C stands for anything or is it just bad vitamins? We need to ask. Okay, Michael Kwan, that's my goal. I will find out what the C in Evil C stands for. Because no, we have not found out. And I'm the same as you. I'm like, is it bad orange juice? And it's time to close that poll for Skater of the Game. And guess who is getting that coveted Skater of the Game sticker? It is your favorite Skater of the Game, Nutcase Grace. So I will be presenting that sticker to her after this game. Thank you all for voting. Pepper Spray is jamming for IJRD for the first time today up against Pipsqueak. Pipsqueak at the back of the pack. Ooh, nice pair blocking at the back there. And Pixie coming out of the penalty box to help with creating this tripod as Pepper Spray gets through for 4 points. Pipsqueak passes the star to Discord and forces that call off. We now have 4 minutes left. Wait, Evil see you later? Is that really what it is, Liam? You know that? Evil see you later. I like that. I don't know why, but I thought Evil C's name was Eric, and that's why, like, E and C, I'm making stuff up. Sorry. I'm hitting the microphone with the pencil. Look, you know I talk with my hands. This is why you never let me put things in my hands while I'm announcing. But I found something. Oh, everybody's excited for Nutcase. Liam says, yes, it is Evil see you later. Okay. Evil see you later. But Evil Orange Juice is also good too, right? Liam, you have to tell Evil C that we've also decided it means Evil Orange Juice. Or bad vitamins. Oh, if they win, doesn't Max drink a gallon of... Wait, Max drinks a gallon of milk during the game, right? Evil C should have a gallon of orange juice. Yes. So for those who don't know, Mad Max... Where is Mad Max? I don't see the milk. Maybe he already drank the milk. But I've been told that Mad Max drinks a gallon of milk during every single IJRD game, which means a half gallon, which means that if they play 2 games today, oh, that's a lot of milk. I don't think milk would be my choice of drink during a derby game. Just saying. Nutcase Grace and Evil C, hey, we've been talking about both of them, are jamming for their respective teams. They're both taking just a little break on the inside line and reforming at the back. Evil C has got to bust past one more skater at the front and does so, becoming lead jammer for Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby. Nutcase Grace hopping up that inside line, gets out as well and is hoping to force the call off. Evil C in the pack on a scoring pass. Ducks through, sees Nutcase Grace approaching the pack and does decide to call it. Nutcase Grace sped up there at the end, hoping to grab a point, but was not able to. Black-N-Bluegrass has 3 minutes to score 9 points to get to that century mark. I've been saying for a while now, because they've been at 91 points since like 17 minutes. I think IJRD has held them scoreless since like 17 minutes. That's a long time that they've been scoreless. Yeah, right, Sally? Milk and Derby. But Mad Max believes that that's, I mean, when you win the Indianapolis 500, you drink milk. So that makes it Supermax. Now we've got Bad Max, Mad Max, Glad Max, and Supermax. Pipsqueak at the back of the pack. Mad Max pulling the pack to the front. Discord doing some great blocking with the side. Poison Dart pulling Mad Max back. Oh, and Mad Max says, is that a space? I'm going to skate backwards and just become lead jammer here. 2 minutes left in the game. Lilyhammer trying to slow Discord down at the front, who has taken a star pass and will now be jammer, but will not be able to score any points as that jam will be called. Punky Bruiser is on the line for IJRD with a minute and a half left in this game. We will stay live on this channel all day today, so you can just put a pin in us or just leave us on and listen to the beautiful music that Sirius spends time choosing. We've heard that some people like to jam to the music. We try to make it as pleasant as possible. Nutcase Grace is jamming against Punky Bruiser. Everybody's all mishmashed up there. Punky Bruiser is hopping to the side, but then goes to the inside and takes and is getting pulled all the way back by Criminal. Wasn't that smooth? Get it? Smooth Criminal. Punky is out as your lead jammer. Nutcase Grace trying to get past Soul Crusher. Difficult task. Oh, that's not Soul Crusher, that's AOA. And Nutcase Grace is through. 51 seconds left in this game. Punky Bruiser is through the pack. Decides to call it with 44 seconds left. We are going to get one more jam. Okay, Dragon, that's hilarious. Lactose intolerant. I like that better than Super Max. Lactose intolerant. When Max drinks too much milk, he's lactose intolerant. Lilyhammer has the star for IJRD and Pipsqueak for Black-N-Bluegrass in what is likely the last jam of this game. IJRD 258, Black-N-Bluegrass 91. If this stays the way it is, then IJRD will be going on to the semifinal tonight at 6 o'clock to play Savannah Junior Roller Derby. And Black-N-Bluegrass will be playing again tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. against Cincinnati. Don't they share a practice space, Cincinnati and Black-N-Bluegrass? So they'll be playing each other tomorrow morning. That's fun. They all know each other, so I hope that's a fun one. That will be the 5th place game tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. So that is the game. IJRD moves on to the semifinals against Savannah, while Black-N-Bluegrass will go on to the 5th place game tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Thank you all for joining us and tolerating our jokes and having fun with us as we watch these first 2 games of this tournament. We have got 2 more today, so be sure to stay tuned. We will be back at 4 o'clock Eastern time with our next game between Pittsburgh and Kalamazoo. Thanks for joining us here on Derby Date Night. Good afternoon and welcome to Derby Date Night, Juniors Tournament Edition. We are live at Perry Park in Indianapolis, Indiana, where we are one of 9 different regional playoff locations battling for a chance to play for the national title. We are following 6 amazing teams over the course of this weekend. Our hosts, IJRD, are joined by Black-N-Bluegrass from Kentucky, Pittsburgh Roller Derby from Pennsylvania, Kalamazoo Killer Beez out of Michigan, Cincinnati Junior Roller Derby from Ohio, and Savannah Roller Derby from Georgia. Don't worry if you get confused. We have graphics you can watch during halftime and between games that will give you all of the info you need to follow along this weekend. You are joining us for game number 3 between Pittsburgh Roller Derby and the Kalamazoo Killer Beez. Earlier this morning, Kalamazoo won their first game, which earned them the right to be in this semifinal game against Pittsburgh, who had a bye in the first round. So this will be Pittsburgh's first game. The winner of this game will go on to play in the championship game tomorrow at 2 o'clock. And the loser of this game will go on to play in the third place game tomorrow at 12 o'clock. And they will play the loser of the next game, which will be IJRD against Savannah. So we've still got lots of roller derby to happen today. If you don't know us, we are Derby Date Night. We bring you live roller derby in and around the Midwest. I'm Aria Kidding Me, and I'll be your play-by-play announcer with all the action and corny jokes. Behind the camera is Sirius Lee, my forever date night and the real brains behind the operation. For those who don't know what we do here at Derby Date Night, we bring you both good roller derby and bad jokes. Every stream we have a theme for our jokes, and this weekend is no different. Thinking of a joke topic this weekend was easy as pie, because when I think about kids, I think about candy. We all know kids are big fans of candy, and this tournament is nothing to snicker about. In order to get their payday, these kids can't fall to pieces or have butterfingers. They need to get good and plenty of rest, take 5 deep breaths, and use their Smarties to come out with a whopper of a win. Take a second and let us know your favorite candy and who you are rooting for in the chat. We are just about down to time to Derby. If you have not yet liked our channel, if you have not yet subscribed, go ahead and do so. We love to interact with our community, and we would love to have you along. We encourage you to chat with each other, send super chats to shout out skaters, and participate in our polls. We also have a membership program if you want to be an even bigger part of the Derby Date Night crew. Becoming a member is all these really cool, awesome perks that come with it. You can just scan that QR code up on your screen right now and find out more about becoming a member of our channel. But we are about to get started now with our first game between Pittsburgh and Kalamazoo. This is our third game of the day. It's 4 o'clock now. We have another game at 6 o'clock, so if you are just joining us, you have got some derby coming around for you. And if you've been here all day, then welcome back. Hope you had a good break. We're excited to have you all here. I see that there were some people doing some chatting during the break. And we are about to get started with the first jam of this game. Looks like we've got Bigfoot lined up for Pittsburgh. And Princess Leia out will be jamming for Kalamazoo Killer Beez. A little fist bump before the game starts. Good camaraderie between the teams already. Always good to see. It feels like we're getting ready, but the refs do not look like they're in like 5-second mode. You know what I'm saying? They're still kind of chatting, thinking. Once the refs start looking serious, like, oh, that's why. Hey, guess what? We have volunteers who help out at all of these events, and we appreciate every single one of our volunteers. This poor guy, the entire Pittsburgh blocker contingent is just in a circle around him. This is like the how many people does it take to screw in a light bulb joke. How many people does it take to tape the jammer line? 10. 1 to tape and 10 to watch. There's more. Damien says, hat guy, I love you. Yay, track repair. We appreciate you so much. He did not expect to be getting this much attention when he volunteered to help with track repair at this event. Okay, so now we're going to get started with some derby. Princess layout and Bigfoot. That whistle means the game has begun. Bigfoot trying to find space on the outside. He's got to get past the pivot for Kalamazoo. And Pittsburgh Roller Derby has the first lead jam of this game. Bigfoot coming around on a scoring pass. Swerves to the inside line, takes a hit to the inside, and works his way to the outside, hops up that outside line, and gets through for 4 points for Pittsburgh. Meanwhile, Princess Leia out has the star off, and I think might have passed it to the pivot. Bigfoot in with a jump through the pack for another 4 points. Yes, the pivot now has the star. Takes a hit to the outside and is going to be pulled all the way to the back as Bigfoot comes in on another scoring pass and blasts through on the outside to grab another 4 points. Meanwhile, the pivot for Kalamazoo now has that star on, still on their initial. Bigfoot with the jump. Now I'm remembering this about Pittsburgh. They like to jump, and that is going to be exciting to see. The pivot doing a great job. That is number 187 for Kalamazoo. That is on Death Rose, who was one of our nominees. Bigfoot died. Like, what happened? All of a sudden I turn and look and Bigfoot's on the ground. I think Bigfoot got spotted. I'm spotted. I must go to the ground so no one can see me. Goldie Socks, you're here. Lovely to see you, and your gold wheel, which means you have been a third wheel member for over a year. Yay! We love our third wheels, and we love all of you. And if you have not subscribed to our channel yet or liked, if you like this video, I've heard that helps more people see this video so more people can watch roller derby. So go ahead and like this video so that we can get it out to more people. We've got Sirius, not my Sirius, another Sirius. This happened last time too. On the line for Pittsburgh, and they will be lead. The pivot for Kalamazoo is headed to the box with a jump over that apex. Sirius grabs 4 points. And Barbie Basher is able to get out of the pack. She's checking to make sure that she's not bleeding. I think she took a hit to the mouth, and Sirius does call the jam. Barbie went over to the trash can. Oh, no. No, that was not, no. We took a bet earlier about people not feeling well. She feels fine. There's nothing wrong. There are not trash cans right next to the benches they're just there. There's not a reason that they're there. Derby skaters know exactly what the reason is. Pittsburgh has taken a commanding lead, 28-0. Rage and Ray jamming for Kalamazoo, and Bigfoot on the line again for Pittsburgh. Bigfoot coming out with the lead. Rage and Ray getting pushed to the inside, trying to come to the outside to get out of the pack. Bigfoot is through for 4 points for Pittsburgh. A little bit of a banana jam, everybody kind of falling down. Rage, whoa! People are flying through the air, literally, but Rage and Ray able to get out of the pack. Coming up against a tripod of skaters. Bigfoot is going to let this one run, it looks like, as he takes a hit to the outside from Crazy K and is getting pulled to the back. Rage and Ray takes a hit out from Forrest Bump, but we now have a penalty, a track cut being called on Rage and Ray, and this is going to be a power jam for Bigfoot and Pittsburgh. Bigfoot communicating with the pack on what they would like to see with offense and getting through, grabbing 4 points. Coming around on another pass. Okay, our biggest jam of the day so far was 24. This one was a 16. So not quite there, but I would not be surprised if Pittsburgh decides to try and flirt with the mythical what is the biggest jam of the day we can get. What do you all think? What do you think is the biggest point number we are going to see today from these junior skaters in this regional playoff? Serious pack on the line. And how many skaters are going to be out on the track for Kalamazoo? I know a timeout is being called, but I'm looking at the penalty box and I see, okay, so The jammer is standing, which means they have less than 10 seconds. We have got one pivot sitting in the box. We've got one blocker standing. So when we get back to the action, Sirius will have 2 Kalamazoo blockers to get through. So Kalamazoo is going to want to select their blockers carefully and make sure they choose 2 really strong blockers who can hold as long as they can. While we are on a fun little timeout, guess what? I get to tell you some candy jokes. Music is like candy. It's all pretty sweet. You just need to throw away the wrappers. Oh, I know. I like rap music too. I don't know if I agree with that. It's Sirius says boo. My local movie theater was robbed of almost $10,000. You know what the thieves got away with? 3 boxes of popcorn, 2 large sodas, 3 boxes of candy, and a hot dog. There you go, $10,000. That's no joke. Seriously. Movies are cheaper than the food nowadays. I do like to go to a movie. Oh, we're getting going. Look, there are 2 blockers out on the track for Kalamazoo. Hoping to do their, oh, this is going to be hard because there are all 4 and they look ready to squeeze. And they open up that inside line for Sirius and he is able to get through. We have got the Kalamazoo jammer out of the box as Sirius is coming around on a scoring pass. Ragin' Ray was able to get through on her initial, and Sirius decides to call the jam and not let Kalamazoo pick up any points in that jam. Princess Leia out on the line for Kalamazoo, and Deer Dance is going to be jamming for Pittsburgh. And the penalty box is not quite empty. We've got the Kalamazoo pivot in the box, but she is coming back out to play misconduct. Coming in immediately to play offense for Princess Leia out, who does a little apex jump over the inside line to chase down Deer Dance, who is currently lead jammer on a scoring pass. Princess Leia out chasing her down, hoping that Kalamazoo was able to snag their first point. I don't know if she grabbed one. Not quite. Pittsburgh grabbed 4, and they were able to get that call made before. It was very close. Like, I'm guessing whatever is shorter than a second. I was thinking millimeter, but that's not the right. That's a distance. That's not a level of time. Millisecond. Thank you. She was probably a millisecond away from having a point. Bigfoot is jamming for Pittsburgh, and Barbie Basher for Kalamazoo. Bigfoot out as your lead jammer. Barbie Basher, meanwhile, getting pushed to the outside line, taking a second to readjust. Bigfoot coming around. Kalamazoo is really trying hard to help Barbie Basher, and they were able to do so. Barbie is out. Oh, no, but is got a track cut, and immediately Bigfoot calls it, so this is going to start as a 30-second power jam for Pittsburgh and Sirius Pack. And we have got all 4 blockers from both teams out on the line. These teams are getting ready for this power jam to start. Sirius starts moving. It goes right into the pack, and they clear out the inside line. Good recovery from Kalamazoo, but he is able to get through and will be lead jammer as Barbie Basher waits in the penalty box on a forearm penalty. Sirius coming in and getting through, but takes a hit out from the pivot, who also goes down, so Sirius is able to keep going, as if she had stayed inbound and upright, he would have had to enter in behind the skater who hit him out. Takes another hit to the outside by that pivot, who says, you know what, I'm going to try again, and this time I'm going to make you go back. So Sirius getting slowed down that time, but is able to recover and get through for another 4 points. Barbie Basher has come out of the penalty box and has gotten through the pack on her initial. Sirius is approaching the pack, so I think he's at least going to try to get his points, and does so on 1 foot and calls the jam. That's a clinic. Pittsburgh bringing themselves up to 72 points. Kalamazoo still scoreless. Kalamazoo after a pretty commanding win this morning. This is going to be a very different game for them, clearly, and they're going to have to readjust to a different level of play with Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh came into this tournament as the #1 seed, and they are showing why they received a bye in the first round. Right now, Deer Dance is your lead jammer, but took a little bit of a spill at the front and was getting swallowed back up by the pack, but then some great offense. I recognize that skater. Lakeinator. Remember Lakeinator? Yes, Lakeinator doing that offense to help get Deer Dance through. And Deer Dance is through again for 4 points for Pittsburgh. We've got Ragin' Ray needing to get past Lakeinator and some nice, oh no, a track cut happening. Thought that she got past Lakeinator, but looks like there was a track cut that happened and is going to be headed to the box. So this will be a power jam now for Deer Dance and Pittsburgh Roller Derby. We are 10 minutes into this first half. And Deer Dance is coming around on another scoring pass, and Ragin' Ray is standing in the penalty box. So we are going to start this next jam as a power jam for Pittsburgh, with 2 blockers from Kalamazoo in the box as well as the jammer. So this is going to be not only a power jam for Bigfoot and Pittsburgh, but Bigfoot only has 2 Kalamazoo blockers to get through. Goldie Sox, right? They get up on their toes so well, and they love to jump. We had a 2-hour break for lunch, and these skaters were just skating around and jumping the apex for fun in between games. Like, this isn't wasting energy for them. This is just enjoyable. Yes, the juniors are so nimble. Okay, Bigfoot is lead, but came in with a little bit of a tumble to the pack. Ragin' Ray is standing in the penalty box. Okay, now I'm just watching Derby at this point. I always get quiet whenever I'm just enjoying watching the game. Bigfoot with another 4 points. Ragin' Ray was able to get out of the pack and is following down Bigfoot, hoping to score Kalamazoo's first points. Bigfoot getting through the pack does not look like he's thinking about calling it, so I do think we might see some points from Kalamazoo, and there they are, the first points on the board for Kalamazoo in this game. They have scored 4 points. Bigfoot through for another 4, bringing Pittsburgh to 94. Forrest Bump sees Ragin' Ray come in with a big hit to the inside. And Ragin' Ray takes that star off. Misconduct goes back to take the star and then touches her helmet, and oh, I'm not the pivot. That was adorable. Misconduct was ready to take it and then realized that, oh, I'm not the pivot. I can't take it. As a former pivot, I have done that a lot of times. I'm like, I got you. Nope, I don't. I'm not the pivot. That's not me. Yes, I just asked Angel what the mercy rule is. So if by the end of this first half, one team has less than 25 points and the other team is over 150 points, then in the second half will be played by the overtime rules. 1-minute jams, scoring starts immediately, which would be really kind of fun to watch. How many times have you seen that happen, Angel? Not very many. Most teams don't like to play by it. Now, if Pittsburgh doesn't want to play by it, what they would do now is they would start running the jams, so they're going to be letting Kalamazoo score some points. Is that usually what happens? The team that's winning kind of makes sure, oh, it would be so much fun to have it be played by the, yeah. Yeah, just to be able to do it. I know whenever we get into weird derby scenarios, it's so funny because the refs and the NSOs always get so Like, the nerdiness is so palpable. It's like, ooh, we get to do something cool. So we will see. Kalamazoo so far has scored 4 points. Barbie Basher is in the box on a illegal contact penalty. Sirius is now going to the box on his own high block penalty. Barbie is, oh my gosh. Barbie comes back in, gets another penalty, a forearm. I don't know if you just heard me smacking my arm. I was making the signal because you guys can see me. Sirius is back out on the track as that was a Shanana Jam, copyright Kimbo Slicer, Circle City, as the jammer only has to sit for as long as the other jammer sat because the jammer, you're not going to have two jammers sit in the box for 30 seconds. So whenever there is one in the box, the other one comes in, the first one is released, and then the second one only sits for the same amount of time as the first one. Barbie Basher is through on her initial. Is Sirius going back to the box, or is he just getting pulled to the back? Sirius is getting pulled to the back. Who was that from Kalamazoo with the good block in there? Monster in action from Kalamazoo, slowing down Sirius. Princess Leia out up against Deer Dance in this next jam. We are a little bit over halfway through this first half. The two jammers just chat a little bit, say hello, and now it's time to play. Deer Dance getting pushed to the outside, and this is going to be maybe the first lead jam given to Kalamazoo. I say given, but it is earned. Princess Leia out has earned the first lead jam for Kalamazoo of the game. Deer Dance is not lead jammer and will be chasing down Princess Leia, who just took a huge hit from Lakeinator. Lakeinator going to be going to the box on a forearm for that hit. Princess Leia out, slicing to the inside. Forrest bump with the hit on that one, and Forrest is going to the box on a low block. And now Lakeinator and Forrest Bump, two of the more formidable blockers out there, are sitting in the penalty box. So Pittsburgh will only have two blockers out on the track to help out Bigfoot in this next jam. I think that is Ragin' Ray who's coming to the line. And we are going to have a timeout as Pittsburgh thinks about who they're going to put out with only two blockers. Right now, Kalamazoo at 12 points with 13 minutes left. In order for us to hit those mercy rules, Pittsburgh has to get up to 150, and Kalamazoo has to stay below 25. What's the over-under on it happening? It won't happen. Serious? We hope it happens because we just like exciting stuff. You don't think they would just want to do it because it's exciting?
No, because it's very different.
Because it's very different. When you're in 1 minute jams, no leads, it becomes very different. Oh, that'd be so cool to see, though. How many of you have seen a junior mercy rule second half? Has anybody here seen it? There's a few of you in the chat. I'm sure somebody out there has seen it. It's not me. I don't know if I'm going to get to see it today either. We'll have to find out. The refs are discussing something and getting. Where are the refs' water bottles? They need water. Okay, they're in the crate. They got water. I worry about their hydration levels. The refs need hydration. It's important. I actually switched to water. You all will be very proud of me. Yes, I was full caffeine. I had 3 caffeinated beverages in a row this morning, but I'm taking a break, a water break. Bigfoot is pulling Ragin' Ray back. Oh, that was an interesting move, trying to kind of go around Ragin' Ray, but Bigfoot getting pulled to the back there by Bloodbath Beyond. What a great derby name. Ragin' Ray getting out behind Bigfoot, and she is chasing Bigfoot down. Bigfoot going a lot slower around the track than he was at the very beginning. It almost feels like he's going in slow motion right now. He is lead? No, he got a track cut. I thought that looked like a track cut. See? So, Goldie, it is hot, but it is not hot in here. So as long as people stop going outside and opening the door, because it's hot and muggy and gross. Is it raining outside or is it just hot? You haven't been outside either. You don't know. We don't know. We don't. Serious? Have you seen outside yet? Nope. None of us sitting here have been outside. So we don't know. But I heard from someone that it's hot and muggy. I just don't know if it's raining. Little Stinky Boy says you've played in a second half. Yeah, Little Stinky Boy. That's a great name. Says you've played in it. What was it like playing in it? Did you enjoy it, or is it something you wouldn't want to do again? Never mind, we don't get one. Kalamazoo is up to 28. I mean, yay, Kalamazoo. Good job, Kalamazoo. No mercy rule. You were right, we weren't going to get it. 12 minutes left in the first half. Stop opening the doors. We are not cooling the outside. Right? People need to just come in here, sit down, watch Derby. Keep the doors closed. Nobody leave. We've got food and stuff. Rage and Ray taking a minute to get up. These hits are hard for sure. Bigfoot is gotten 8 points so far, but Rage and Ray has scored 16 in this jam. Great job from Rage and Ray, who, okay, just took a break. Most adult skaters would be like, I'm done now. And Rage and Ray's like, I got this. I'm going. I'm scoring 4 more points. 20 points for Rage and Ray and the Killer Bees. Amazing job there. Really, really great from the Kalamazoo Killer Bees. So as much as I wanted to see the overtime rules, I'm very proud of Kalamazoo for doing a really good job there. So now it can still be on my bucket list of seeing one of those. Little Stinky Boy says, I was mad at first, but it was honestly really fun. See, it sounds like fun. Scoring immediately, only 1 minute. Like, I would get tired real fast, I feel like. All right. Princess Leia out is your lead jammer. Kalamazoo coming out with these lead jammers as Deer Dance is going to the penalty box as jammer for Pittsburgh. So this is a power jam as there are only 2, now 3 blockers out on the track. Princess Leia out gets a, hold on, let me look at my cheat sheet. An illegal contact penalty. Was that still hitting after getting, I think we were out of play. Still contacting after out of play. This means don't touch there. So the chop is don't be there, and the hitting your hand is don't touch there. Oh, because there's a touch. I like that. Deer Dance coming in on a scoring pass. That is 4 points for Deer Dance. This jam is going to go the full 2 minutes as the lead jammer did go to the penalty box. But both jammers now out on the track, both in scoring position. I believe Princess Layout has already finished her initial. Yes, 4 points for Kalamazoo. Meanwhile, Deer Dance coming around another scoring pass. Nice offense there from Rubinator to help Deer Dance get through. Great blocking there being done by everybody. But these packs are definitely not as tight as the last game we watched. In the last game, those walls from both Cincinnati and who was the other team that played in the last game? Was that IJRD? No. It was Black-N-Bluegrass and IJRD. They both had, so as we were watching that game, it was much, much slower, and those walls were super strong. The jammers were having a harder time getting through those walls, whereas this game, it feels like everyone is kind of stretching out and not keeping their, I'm not seeing as much tripod, I'm not seeing as much like just holding. These walls are moving faster and kind of more, what's the word, dynamic. They're kind of changing and flowing, lots of recycling to the front. So I really like seeing this shift in play style from this morning. Sirius with a apex jump to grab lead jammer is coming around the track. Princess Leia out, meanwhile, is waiting in the penalty box as jammer. So this is a power jam for Sirius Pack and Pittsburgh. Sirius takes a hit to the inside from On Death Rose, who ends up with a penalty for that. But Sirius recovers and is able to get through for 4 points for Pittsburgh. Princess Leia out is out of the box and hoping to be able to get through the pack. Princess Leia out is so bendy and so good at just like, I don't know, turning into liquid somehow in the pack and just getting through. And Princess Leia out is through. A little jammer on jammer action happening as Princess Leia out passes Sirius. He does not look like he's going to call it though. And he is able to swing around the pivot misconduct to be able to get 4 more points for Pittsburgh. The penalty box is finally clear as On Death Rose comes out. So nobody in the, nope. Now we've got being joined in the penalty box. Big Rig is joining the penalty box. One of our chatters for Derby Date Night going to be taking a small little break in the penalty box with another Pittsburgh skaters. There are only 2 Pittsburgh blockers out there. Sirius getting through on, what's that, 1 foot? Just sailing through for another 4 points. Pittsburgh has scored 20 points already in this burst. In this jam, Ms. Conduct has taken a star pass and is now the jammer with 7 minutes left. Right? The pack is nearly, I mean, this pack are just so fast. Sirius is just skating along. Sirius looks like he's just skating along. Whenever he puts his hands behind his back, it always reminds me of like ice skating or just, just enjoying a leisurely skate through a pack. Just casual skating. Yeah, I think what we are remembering is that he is training as a speed skater. So I think that's why he naturally puts his hands behind his back. But it always makes me think like you're playing derby and people are trying to hit you and you are skating as if it's just a casual stroll down the trail, little free skate. Bigfoot for Pittsburgh and Barbie for Kalamazoo. Bigfoot through, practically untouched. Barbie finding a contingent of blockers as Bigfoot spins his way through the pack, but gets a forearm penalty and will be headed to the box. So Barbie Basher is, wait, why would Barbie be lead? Okay, they changed that. They changed their minds there. I was like, no, he had already scored points. So Barbie this is going to be a 2-minute jam. Barbie is trying to get through the pack on a scoring pass, has got to get past a Pittsburgh blocker. Who was that doing that nice blocking? 928, that is Ace of Skates. Oh, I like that name. All right, Barbie trying to get some offense from her teammates as Bigfoot is standing in the penalty box. Kalamazoo's really come back in this second half here. We've only got 5 minutes left in the first half. Bigfoot out of the pack. Through the pack. That was his initial? I thought he had already scored points. Maybe not. Ooh! A big ol' apex jump to grab 4 points untouched. Barbie is now in the penalty box on a forearm penalty. Bigfoot coming around. That pack still continuing to be a very speedy pack. Couple people falling down, and Bigfoot is getting through for 4 points. Barbie standing in the penalty box. 20 seconds left in this jam. There's only 4.5 minutes left in this half, Sirius. I feel like it is going so flipping fast right now. Bigfoot entering the pack, sweeping to the outside, able to avoid a couple hits, getting through for another 4 points. Barbie Basher was able to grab another 4 points at the end of that jam. You're going to need a break. Sirius is tired now. Well, according to my watch, I'm sitting here, but it just told me that my move goal has been achieved. So I don't know what kind of moving I'm doing, but I just achieved my move goal. Looking at penalties, we have 2 skaters on Kalamazoo that are at 5 penalties. So those 2 skaters are going to need to be careful because they get 2 more and they will foul out of the game. And they do not reset after the first half. So those 2 skaters are going to need to be real careful to not foul out in the second half. We haven't had any foul outs yet today, but knock on plastic because I don't have any wood. I would not be surprised if we see our first foul out in this game. Violent Femme has played in a mercy game. Ooh, cool. Lansing Juniors versus Cincinnati. The final score was 25 to 400 something. I scored the first 2 points at the last jam of the first half. Oh, that's so cool, Violent Femme. You know, if you're going to lose by a lot, like, let's do it big. Let's do it with the mercy rule and then just have the most fun in the second half under those mercy rules. I hope that you had a good time in that second half with those mercy. No mercy rules or mercy rules? I guess it's a mercy. No mercy would mean just nothing. Nothing changes. Deer Dance is in the penalty box on a track cut. Barbie Basher is currently lead jammer. Oh, beautiful moves around the outside line, now around the inside line, just bending and shifting and moving to be able to get through the pack and grab 4 points for Kalamazoo. Deer Dance is out of the box and really looking confused as Deer Dance is getting another penalty and taking a little bit of time to get to the box while Barbie Basher is in the penalty in the pack and has scored another 4 points for Kalamazoo while Deer Dance waits in the penalty box on what looks like a forearm penalty. So that is 2 penalties in one jam, which no jammer likes to see because that is giving Kalamazoo some time to start to score some points here. Kalamazoo doing a great job with 1.5 minutes left in this first half. They have really made a difference. I'm over here talking about mercy rules, and Kalamazoo is like, stop it, Aria. We're gonna get way more than 25 points here. Don't bring that into existence. We got this, Kalamazoo says. Oh, you guys are complimenting each other in the chat. Little Siggy Boy says, Violent Femme is such a good jammer. She should jam all the time. Oh. I love seeing juniors compliment each other, especially when they're not on the same team. I don't know if you guys are on the same team, but jamming all the time, though, I don't know if Violent's going to agree with you on that one. Sometimes jammers are like, no, not all the time. I'll take my turn as a jammer. Serious Pack is through the pack and is your lead jammer for Pittsburgh. Ragin' Ray is looking to find a way out of that pack, has got to get past 2 blockers at the front as Sirius comes through on a scoring pass to grab 4 points. Ragin' Ray trying to, she was doing a shirt whip off of her teammate and I think might have just gotten called on a multiplayer, which can happen when you're trying to do jammers always get confused when they get a multiplayer because they're like, wait, I was just whipping off of my teammate. But if you are grabbing your teammate's shirt and someone tries to go through that link that you have created, whether intentional or not, you can get called on a multiplayer. So Ragin' Ray is sitting in the box right now for 30 seconds, while Sirius has scored 12 points now and is going to be coming around on a 3rd scoring pass. The period clock is coming to an end, so this will be the last jam of the first half. I haven't even had time to tell me who you think should be skater of the game. So as we go into halftime, let me know. I'm going to be choosing 1 jammer from each team. Oh, great apex jump there from Ragin' Ray. It's going to be hard for Ragin' Ray to not get my nomination for Kalamazoo jammer. Like, she's doing so great. But if you have anybody you think should be nominated as skater of the game, I'll be choosing 1 jammer from each team, 1 blocker from each team for you all to vote on as skater of the game, and they will, at the end of the game, get a Derby Date Night skater of the game sticker, very exclusive, because they're, I'm just going to sit here and watch apex jumps all day. Like, that could be my job, right? That can be what I do. Sirius coming into the pack. Has got 4 Kalamazoo blockers to get through. 3 seconds left in this jam. I think he's just going to let us go to halftime here. So we are going to go to halftime. I need a drink of water because I think I just talked nonstop for that entire first half. So we're going to take a small break and be back with the second half of this semifinal game on Derby Date Night. Welcome back to Derby Date Night Juniors Tournament Edition, where you are joining us for the second half of the third game of the Open Division Regional Tournament here. We are enjoying a game between Pittsburgh Derby Brats and Kalamazoo Killer Bees for the semifinals. The winner of this game will go on to the championship game tomorrow. Taking a look at the penalties on the Pittsburgh side, we have got one skater who is at 4, Bandelion, Deer Dance at 3. Other than that, we are looking pretty clean. Over on the Kalamazoo side, we have 2 skaters, Barbie Basher and On Death Rose, both whose names I've said a lot. So if they were to foul out, which they could do if they hit 7 penalties, that would be hard for Kalamazoo, and somebody would have to step into their shoes. With that being said, let's get back into this game. I'm going to put up the poll for skater of the game. During halftime, we decided 4 skaters for you to vote between to choose as skater of the game. If you're not sure who to choose, you have got until 5 minutes left in the second half to choose who you want to vote for as skater of the game. If you have not chosen, once you have chosen, you only get 1 vote and you don't get to vote again. So just be careful. Make sure you are confident in your vote, and the poll will stay up until 5 minutes left. There is your poll for skater of the game. Lots of good choices there. With that being said, we have started the second half, and Bigfoot is your first. Bigfoot was the first lead jammer of the game and is the first lead jammer of the second half, tiptoeing through the pack to grab lead jammer and grab 4 points. As Princess Leia outwaits in the penalty box with a track cut. This is a power jam for Pittsburgh and Bigfoot, who is weaving around the skaters to try and grab another 4 points, which he does. Princess Leia out, still sitting in the penalty, now standing in the penalty box, so 10 seconds left on that penalty. Bigfoot coming in on another scoring pass. Weaving, the weaving that Bigfoot is doing is really beautiful because it's really hard to block when you are in one spot. I would say in order to block Bigfoot, who really does great at moving from one side of the track to the other quickly, he's got very strong laterals. And so that's what a blocker against Bigfoot is going to have to be able to do, is not only laterals but mind reading, because you don't know if he's going to go straight or if he's going to juke all the way from lane 4 to lane 1. And so it's one of those, like, you've got to have your timing right. The pivot tried, again, that mind reading. The pivot was trying the mind reading there of like, okay, I think this is where you're going to be, because once you've decided to throw your body in a certain direction, you're kind of committed. Bigfoot threw on 1 foot. It is a 24-point jam so far. Bigfoot has tied the highest jam point of the game of the day and has now broken it. Bigfoot is our highest point getter so far in the day in 1 jam with 28 points. I wonder how high we're going to get in this tournament. The mythical 32. I think we've seen over 30 before, haven't we? So 28 is what we're at right now with Bigfoot. 28. All right. What do you mean 16 seconds left? Oh, on that jam, there was only 16 seconds left. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Rage and Ray jamming for Pittsburgh and Sirius, or Rage and Ray for Kalamazoo and Sirius for Pittsburgh. Sirius is through and will be your lead jammer for Pittsburgh. Sirius through up the middle, getting 4 points for Pittsburgh. Rage and Ray was able to get out of the pack and will be chasing the pack down. But Sirius will call that jam before any points can be scored. But he gives high fives to the entire Kalamazoo blocker lineup as they skate by him. Great camaraderie. Love to see it. Pittsburgh at 238, Kalamazoo at 70. We have one more game coming up. Savannah has been waiting patiently all day to be able to play, and they are finally going to get to play in their first game in about an hour, and that will be our last game of the day before we go into the medal games tomorrow. The winner of this game will go on to the first place game tomorrow, and the loser of this game will go to the third place game tomorrow. Deer Dance was trying to get through up the middle, but saw an opening on the inside and dashed right to it and took it to get lead jammer for Pittsburgh. Barbie Basher getting pulled all the way to the back and being held by Lakeinator. Barbie getting stuck in a strong tripod. This pack is the slowest I've seen it be so far in this game, as Deer Dance is also a little bit stuck in the back of the pack, but finds some space and gets through to grab 4 more points. Barbie Basher was able to get through and calls the jam after scoring 12 points for Pittsburgh. Bigfoot taking the star for Pittsburgh, and Ragin' Ray for Kalamazoo. Bigfoot up on the line, dashing through up the middle, and is your lead jammer. But Ragin' Ray also able to find some space and get out. Bigfoot with a jump over the inside apex, grabs 4 points. Ragin' Ray chasing Bigfoot down, is in the pack on a scoring pass. Bigfoot not calling it, might be trying to get Forrest Bump out of the penalty box here, as Pittsburgh is down a blocker. Ragin' Ray is stuck behind, looks like Big Rig, and who is that doing the holding? Big Rig and El Diablo with some great, just the two of them doing the blocking, and then they also opened up that inside line for Bigfoot to get through untouched to grab 4 points. Ragin' Ray has scored 4 points, is going for, nice. Ragin' Ray came in and saw the arm link between 2 skaters and went right for it and broke it open to grab 4 more points. Bigfoot, meanwhile, slowed down for the first time in this jam, but is able to get through for another 4 points, bringing his total to 16. Ragin' Ray, currently at 8 points, is on a 3rd scoring pass. Pittsburgh spending a little bit more time in the box as blockers this jam than I've seen so far in this game. Bigfoot is through for another 4 points, bringing that to 20 with 28 seconds left in this jam. Ragin' Ray just needing to get past Forrest Bump and Bandelion. Bigfoot through for another 4, bringing that to 24 and calls the jam. I think Ragin' Ray had some points in the pocket. Yes, looks like Ragin' Ray had 4 points in the pocket there. And we continue. I mean, these games have just been so fast. I feel like, and I'm going to say it and then it's going to happen, but I feel like, you know, they're not really, there's not a lot of timeouts. We're just kind of going. Like, let's just go. Let's get the derby happen. Boom, 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 boom. Misconduct with the star for Killer Beez, and Sirius for Pittsburgh. Oh, beautiful. Like, Sirius, there was a human standing there, and Sirius just kind of, I don't know how he stepped over that human to stay in bounds and become lead jammer, but he did. I think he's a magician. Sirius is through for 4 points. Misconduct coming around. Misconduct finding a pack of skaters. Sirius taking a hit at the front. Was that Princess Leia out with that big old hit on Sirius? And she pulled the track cut, and he is headed to the penalty box. So this will now be a power jam for Misconduct in the Kalamazoo Killer Beez, and this is also a 2-minute, no, it's not well, it is a 2-minute jam, but it's also a Shenana jam because Misconduct is being sent to the box. Sirius is going to stand as soon as Misconduct sits, and Misconduct will now sit for however long Sirius sat. So not a full 30-second penalty for either one of them. Sirius immediately out of the box and through the pack for 4 points. Misconduct now also out of the box. Goldilocks is proud. Yes, they were proud of pulling that one. I think it was one of those, like, they worked really hard. They were like, yes, we got that. And sometimes, you know, it's the small victories. Like, this is one of those games that is, it's a big point differential, but what I love seeing is Kalamazoo is still absolutely playing their hearts out and really continuing to play at the highest level, even though they are behind by quite a deficit. Sirius is through for another 4 points, bringing Pittsburgh to 16 in this jam. Misconduct has scored 8 and is trying to go for 12, but is going to have to get past Lakeinator, who is a beast at one-on-one blocking, and Lakeinator pushes Misconduct to the inside and pulls her all the way back. And that is the end of that jam. We have got 20 minutes left in this game, 15 minutes left in the Skater of the Game poll. So do not forget to vote. All of these skaters are doing some amazing work. And the winner of the Skater of the Game poll, wow, we have almost even votes for all 4 skaters in the poll. So definitely a close vote for Skater of the Game. And Deer Dance is going to be your lead jammer while Misconduct waits in the penalty box on a high block penalty. Deer Dance is through for 4 points for Pittsburgh as Misconduct stands in the penalty box. Coming around on a second scoring pass. Deer Dance is behind a tripod. Forrest Bump providing some offense there for Deer Dance, and Deer Dance does get through for 4 points. Misconduct is out of the box and does a little apex jump to get through and does so. That was not a scoring pass though, but Misconduct will be able to score points. But Deer Dance is not going to let her, as Deer Dance is going to call the jam after scoring 12 points. One of the things Sirius and I talk about sometimes is when a game gets a little bit different with the score like this, Pittsburgh having now reached 300 points to Kalamazoo's 95, is when a team is down this far, this is when you kind of see what a team is made of. You see who this team really is. Are they a kind of team that continues to fight, continues to try, continues to stay as focused and as hard playing as if this was a game that was only separated by 2 points? That's what I'm seeing from Kalamazoo right now. They're doing a fabulous job of just sticking with it and really working hard. Pittsburgh is also just a classy act right here. They're definitely outscoring, but they're also continuing to play an incredibly hard game. These two teams, if you weren't to look at the score, these two teams, I mean, every single jam is just a delight to watch because it is some amazing derby from both of these teams and from all of these skaters out on the track. With 18 minutes left to watch these two teams play, they're going to just keep me talking. Sirius is like, I am cutting the cameras so fast in this game because everyone is just moving so incredibly fast. Extra special shout out to our jam refs who are having to keep up with these jammers. So definitely, hold on, let me tell you who are the jam refs in this. That would be Colas and Tough Tone. That's not Tough Tone. Tough Tone was supposed to be. Oh wait. Colas and Miller. Colas and Miller, your jam refs for this jam. And we are going to, it looks like, have a short injury timeout to be able to take a minute to check on a skater and make sure they are doing okay. We will be right back. And we are back. Thank you, Goldie, for deciding that that was a like break. Go ahead and hit that like button while you're waiting for us to come back. I adore you, Goldie. Thanks for always being our hype person. Also, Goldie, we are needing a moderator. If you are willing to be a moderator today, let me know, and I will give you that moderator status. If you are willing to step in and mod for us a little bit, we would love it. No pressure. Just let me know if you're interested. But that skater was able to walk on their own to get over to the medics and get some assistance. With junior rules, the team that was lead when the injury happens gets to decide if they're going to start the jam from where they were or if they're going to restart the jam. Is there a bug? Sirius is having problems over here. He's like, what are you doing? He looks like a little kid just swatting at bugs around his face. Oh, fabulous. Love to see it. Okay, so we're going to get started again. I think that's probably what the refs are discussing right now is Goldie says, wow, I'd be honored. Well, Goldie, you have been, look at your gold wheel. You have been one of our members from the very beginning. You are always in the chat. You're always hyping us up, and we would love to honor you back by giving you that moderator status because you have been wonderful for us and such a great support. Okay, we're still talking about different things. So since we are still talking, since I'm talking about members, let me say a little bit more about being a member. So there are some perks that come with being a member. You get access to things like bonus content, shout-outs in our videos, members-only badges, and sneak peeks at our upcoming schedule. Our members find out ahead of time. They also get to vote sometimes on the joke topic, and we're thinking of different ways to also have our members be more involved and be able to have even more power on the Derby Date Night channel. So stay tuned for different things that we are coming up with. If you want to be a member, you can go ahead and scan the QR code that Sirius is not putting up on your screen. Sirius, thank you. You can scan the QR code that is up on your screen. Look, you even have your own logo as a Derby Date Night third wheel. And so we would love to see you become a member. And it is so, I mean, the lowest level is $2 a month. That's $12 a year. And any support that goes, that's $24 a year. I can't do math. I lied. It's $24 a year. Or you could even be an all-star and give us that extra special support to help our channel keep rolling strong. We appreciate every single one of you, and we're so happy to see you. Oh, Michael Kwan and Carl show up at the same time. You guys were out having a coffee break together, weren't you? California and Australia. They're close, right? Not that close. Bigfoot is your lead jammer here, and Barbie Basher has gotten out of the pack. Bigfoot not looking like he's thinking about calling it. We are almost halfway through the second half of this game. Barbie getting through to score some points. The skater of the game keeps changing who is winning. Remember, we close this poll at 5 minutes till, but the skater of the game poll is so close. I've seen at least 3 out of the 4 people who have been in the lead at some point while this has been happening. Sirius doing some Bigfoot doing some blocking here on Barbie Basher. And both jammers scored 12 points in that jam. What did we decide earlier today that we call it? A draw? It was a draw. They both scored points, and it was the same amount. Carl's got his coffee. Carl, I am drinking water because I had too much coffee and energy drinks this morning. But I might switch back to energy drinks for the last game. Yeah, Goldie, you know how I feel about math. Sirius is jamming for Pittsburgh, and Ragin' Ray is jamming for Kalamazoo as both jammers try to find that space. That space is found by Sirius, who will be your lead jammer for Pittsburgh. Meanwhile, Ragin' Ray dealing with a tripod of doom at the front and is just stuck between 2 blockers' butts back there and trying to find any way to break this apart. That looks like that is Lakeinator, Big Rig, and Forest Bump. That is a tough tripod to get through. Kalamazoo coming up to provide some offense, hoping to help them out. Sirius also in the pack. Sirius pack, because that's his name. Get it? I don't know why I always have to explain my jokes. You're supposed to just say the joke and let it lay there, but I never do. I always... Okay, Sirius has scored another 4 points and coming in on a third scoring pass as that pack has done such a great job holding Rage and Ray, who is probably exhausted at the end of this. Sirius coming around on another scoring pass. And 16 points, going for 20 here as Rage and Ray decides to try and play some defense, trying to do something to get anything happening because that tripod is not letting Rage and Ray get anywhere. Kalamazoo coming back to try and provide some assistance to Rage and Ray, but Rage and Ray gets swallowed back up again by that tripod. Sirius has scored 20 points. There are 21 seconds left in this jam. He comes around and is at 24 points now for this jam. The star has been passed to the pivot, who is now the jammer for Kalamazoo. That is number 71, Bunny Burnout, who now has the star as Sirius comes in on another scoring pass and calls the jam. He did get slowed down there at the end by Rage and Ray, who switched from jamming to blocking and slowed him down a little bit, but not before he scored 25 points. Still shy of our current reigning champion of points scored in a jam, which is a game that I seem to only be playing by myself. But the winner of that game that I've created is Bigfoot right now with 28 points. So Sirius real close with 25. We'll see if anybody in the next 2 days can get higher than 28. I don't have a trophy to give anybody. It's just, this is just for you guys, right? Okay, no pass, no penalty. Deer Dance was able to get out of the pack first, but one of those skaters was passed in a way that the point was not earned. So Deer Dance was not eligible to become lead jammer. That honor is going to go to Misconduct, who got out and is now eligible to score. Deer Dance has grabbed 4 points. Misconduct coming in the pack on a scoring pass, gets past all four with a juke around the outside. Beautiful job there by Misconduct, who has been doing great at both blocking and jamming in this game. Kalamazoo holding Deer Dance, but Deer Dance is able to get through. Misconduct also flying through. Both jammers having matched each other point for point. And Misconduct through for another 4, bringing that total to 12 for Kalamazoo Killer Bees. As Kalamazoo is doing some nice pulling back of Deer Dance to slow Deer Dance down. Misconduct through for another 4. 16 points for Kalamazoo in this jam. Really nice job there by Kalamazoo. As Deer Dance has the star off, takes a hit to the outside. Misconduct back in, and Rubinator pulls the track cut on Misconduct, who is having the jam of the day for her. Unfortunately, was ended shortly with a track cut, courtesy of Rubinator. What? Was the star passed? No. Penalty for I know, that's what I was talking about, Sirius. Oh, it wasn't a track cut is what you're telling me. Yes, it was illegal contact. Okay, I thought it was a track cut. Oh, you thought so too? Yeah, I'm not sure. Anyway, Ace of Skates took a star pass and scored enough points to match the total that Misconduct had scored. Misconduct is still in the box, has 6 seconds left on her penalty. I only know that because I just counted the number of fingers she showed her coach. It's magic. It's magic. I just felt that she only has 6 seconds left. It has nothing to do with what I saw. Michael, I am so excited to watch. Michael says, remember, Angel City Derby versus Rose City Rollers is streaming tonight on Pluto TV at 8 p.m. Pacific time. Michael, that's 11 p.m. here. I can't stay up that late, but I have to. Seriously, we're going to have to go to bed, and then you're going to have to wake me up to watch it. I'm so curious to see what it's going to look like because they showed a little preview, and it said they were doing some sort of a black box. So I'm curious to see what the footage looks like and watch them on Pluto. I'm so excited to see Derby getting more streamed and more viewing, and am excited to watch it. Hopefully we can all chat about it tomorrow when we're watching the medal games for this tournament. Bigfoot is lead jammer, has gotten through for 2 passes, has 8 points right now. Misconduct came out of the box and I think handed the star to the pivot, who is now the jammer for Kalamazoo. Bigfoot through for another 4 points, bringing that total to 12. And the jammer is now Bunny Burnout, who has taken the star, I think, twice in this half, doing a great job with that, being there to help out the jammer for Kalamazoo. Bigfoot has scored 16, coming in for 20 points with 50 seconds left in this jam, and is through for 20 total points. 42 seconds. I'm thinking, do you think he can beat the 28? No, you don't think so? Not in this one? Not in this one? Bunny Burnout is through. Bigfoot is getting stuck on by Crazy K, doing some nice one-on-one blocking, and Kalamazoo, as I'm like, Bigfoot, is he gonna match his total? Kalamazoo was like, well, hold on, we're gonna just hold Bigfoot for a second, and then we're gonna ask for that call off. Michael Kwan, that's so nice. He says, mind you, the commentary won't be as good as here. Thank you. Yes, Derby on semi-traditional streaming, because Pluto is, as far as I know, Pluto is an app on Roku. But Sirius says he hasn't heard of it. But I have. I don't know what you call all the different streaming services nowadays. But Carl, maybe you can find Pluto TV if you have like a Roku or, I don't know. It's an app. That's all I know. And there are more Juniors Open Division tournaments happening, not just ours, that are being streamed right now. So this weekend, there are 9 different regional tournaments. This weekend, we have 5 happening right now. So there's one in Austin, Texas, one in Fort Walton Beach, Florida, one in Salem, Oregon, one in Salt Lake City, and ours. And I believe all 5 are being streamed. So thank you for joining us here, but you can also check out those other streams, and you can find the links to that on the JRDA Facebook page or the website. Sirius and Princess Leia out have both scored 4 points. They're both going into the pack on a scoring pass. Sirius through for 4. Princess Leia out getting slowed down and forced to recycle at the back. That penalty box is getting pretty busy. I'm looking at we've got one Pittsburgh skater who's pretty close to fouling out. That's Bandelion with 6 penalties. And we have 3 skaters on Kalamazoo with 5. With 8 minutes left in this game. I'm not sure. I said earlier that we might see our first foul out, but now I'm not so sure. Oh, 6 penalties for a skater on Kalamazoo now. We'll see. We'll see if I'm proved right or wrong here. I mean, we never want people to foul out. It's just predictions, right? Sirius through for another 4 points, bringing it to 20. Princess Leia took a little break on the ground. Just a little nap. just laid down for a minute and is now back up and back to jamming. You know, a good nap will help you get through. Sirius with another. Sirius is at 24. He is about to try to tie. 14 seconds left. He might tie Bigfoot's 28, and he does. 28. So now they have a tie. Somebody's going to have to break this tie at some point. But he is now tied for the largest jam of the day with Bigfoot. They do look exhausted, but they also don't, Goldie. Like, some of them look absolutely exhausted, and some of them are just like, ready to go out. I still can't believe we had a 2-hour break. I'm exhausted from announcing, which is not even nothing compared to what they're doing. And a bunch of them were just having free skate out here, practicing their apex jumps, just spinning around. They were actively using their energy, even though, like, if it was me, I'd be like, save my energy for the game. Nope. They were like, no, we're not going to do that. All right, so looking at the penalty board, a big, great shout-out to the Kraken, Strawberry Jam, and El Diablo for staying out of that box and being without any penalties. Bandelion is looking at 6, so there could possibly be a foul out there if Bandelion gets another penalty. Over on the Kalamazoo Killer B side, my shout-outs are going to go to Cookie Crasher, Bloodbath Beyond, and Bunny Burnout for staying penalty-free. Meanwhile, Barbie Basher is 1 away. Princess Leia out on death rows, and Misconduct are all 2 away with 6.5 minutes left in this game. Remember, they're all free until you hit 7. Until they're not. Simon, are you here? Hello. Welcome. As we get towards the end of the day, our regulars are popping in for their Saturday night derby. They're like, what's on tonight? We've become like, remember how there was TGIF? We're like, what is derby on Saturday? DOSN? Derby on Saturday night? That doesn't have the same ring as TGIF, does it? Somebody needs to come up with a good acronym. I remember when WIFTA Champs were on ESPN3, Simon. Yes, I think this is the first time Pluto has been used, so I'm curious to see how it goes. Hopefully it is wonderful and opens the door for more streaming of Derby and more awareness. Oh, look at, it's so pretty when they do that. Lead jammer going to Bigfoot, who is currently in the lead for skater of the game. Meanwhile, Princess Leia out is waiting in the penalty box with a track cut from the previous jam. Bigfoot has grabbed those 4 points and is coming around on a scoring pass. And another jump with another 4 points for Bigfoot. Princess Leia out is standing, and so is now released from the penalty box. So is now out on the track. The power jam is over. Bigfoot sweeping from side to side, getting slowed down a little bit there. Ragin' Ray stepping into the blocker role, doing a wonderful job. Princess Leia out, managing to, oh no, go to the penalty box again on another track cut. Wait, was that 7 for Princess Leia out, or was that 6? I think it was 6. Oh, I have access to look at that, don't I, Sirius? That was 6. I think that jam might be called for injury. We are going to take a minute to breathe and have the medics check somebody out, and we will be right back. And welcome back to Derby Date Night. That skater is doing okay and is headed to talk with the medics. We are so glad to have our medics trackside for us, helping us out. And guess who else we are happy to have around is Roller Derby 24/7 Eric, who has gifted 10 of our watchers with their own Derby Date Night membership. Remember all those perks I was talking about? These 10 people will all have their own membership for 1 month, and if they really enjoy having it, they can choose to keep it. But for 1 month, you get all the benefits that come to you as a Derby Date Night member. So welcome to the squad. Welcome to the Third Wheels. Jay Brew Plays, Joe Manley, Adam, Shell H, Mariana Perald, FTFO Media, David Woodworth, Jolie, Randy Godsky, and Alex C. And a big extra loud shout out to Roller Derby 24/7, Coach Eric from IJRD, for always sharing the Derby love and supporting Derby Date Night. We appreciate you so incredibly much and cannot even imagine doing this without your support. Yes, the skater is doing all right, and I think they're not even with the medics anymore, so they are doing okay. And we are getting into the last 5 minutes of this game, but what I want to tell you is we have a tie right now for the skater of the game, and I don't like to end it on a tie. So if you have not voted, please vote for either Rubinator or Bigfoot or even Misconduct and Ragin' Ray. I'm going to let it stay open for at least 1 more minute while we try to get some more votes. Sirius is yelling at me, and I'm just swatting at him because I'm busy talking. I'm not listening to you. I am talking. Pixie, if you look to the left, you can see half the team watching the game and the stream. Really? They're over there watching. Oh, serious, you got to show. They're going to, oh yeah, you'll have to pull the camera over to them. Can you, we're in the middle of a jam, you guys. I can't wave at you. We will focus on them in just a second. Deer Dance is, oh, there, you can see them. You can see them back there. They're watching the stream, which is 30 seconds behind. They could watch the game that is right in front of them. Okay, wave, everybody. You're on the stream. You're on the stream. There you go. Deer Dance is through for 4 points for Pittsburgh. We still got you. We still got you. Deer Dance through for another 4 points, bringing that to 12. All right, I'm going to give you like 30 more seconds to make your vote. I'm not closing it yet, serious. I'm giving them a chance. Because they're delayed. Remember, 30 seconds delayed. Deer Dance has 12 points going. Oh, that whole inside line is open. I don't know if the jammers see it. Well, it's covered anyway. So Deer Dance is still in the pack trying to get those 16. Misconduct has taken a star pass and is weaving through the pack, getting some great blocking being done by Rubinator there to hold. Okay, the Skater of the Game series keeps changing. I do not want to close it yet because it literally has changed every 30 seconds. I'm not willing to close it yet. I am going to keep it open. I'm going to keep it open because people are still voting because Rubinator and Bigfoot, they just can't decide because they're both doing amazing work. Rubinator right out there right now in the pink helmet doing some blocking, and Bigfoot has been out on that track scoring so incredibly well all game long. All of these skaters have done just an amazing job, and it has been just a fun game. I can't believe there's only 3 minutes left in this game, but guess what? There's more derby. Don't worry. We got one more game coming up in 30 minutes between Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby and Savannah, who have been waiting patiently all day long to play in their first game. 3 minutes left. At the end of this jam, you guys just made it tied again. Oh no, now it's not. Now it is. Oh my, oh my gosh, it keeps going back and forth. I am going to stop at 2 minutes, so in 48 seconds. That is all you have. If once it hits 2, I am ending it. Okay? When the clock hits 2 minutes, I am ending the poll. I almost feel like I should give them both the stickers. Serious? He's not going to let me. He's not going to let me end this in a tie. Only one skater gets the sticker. Oh, so serious. Speaking of, Sirius has scored 4 points. Trying to score some more, is through for another 4. Cemetery Girl, meanwhile, is jamming for the first time, but is also headed to the box on a track cut. So this will be a power jam for Sirius and Pittsburgh. All right, Sirius weaving around. 153. All right, we're past the 2 minute. I'm ending it. It's tied again. It was just about to end it, and it was tied again. The next vote wins. Next vote wins. Michael Kwan says 4 skaters enter, 1 skater leaves. The next vote wins the coveted Skater of the Game sticker. If they've all voted, what are we going to do? Just sit here forever? Okay, there it is. There it is. There it is. I'm ending it. The Skater of the Game is Rubinator. That was the closest Skater of the Game vote we have ever had. Now, those of you who are sad, Bigfoot will be eligible in the next game tomorrow, which if Pittsburgh is still winning in 1 minute and 5 seconds, which I'm going to go out on a limb here and say I think Pittsburgh is going to win. Pittsburgh will be in the championship game tomorrow at what time? 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 10, 12, 2, at 2 o'clock. With a straight pecs jump to finish that jam. And another 28-point jam for Sirius. Bigfoot is coming out to say, you know what, you didn't choose me as Skater of the Game, but maybe I'm going to break the record and get more than 28 points in this jam. But Misconduct, standing next to Bigfoot, says, I'm going to stop you. I am going to keep you from scoring too many points in this what is likely to be the last jam of this game. You get to see both these teams again tomorrow. Pittsburgh will be playing in the championship game to determine who is going to be going to the Nationals in Loveland, Colorado on July 12th and 13th. And the second place team, Kalamazoo, will be headed to the third place game to play whoever loses the next game. This is how Pittsburgh gets their next step towards Nationals with an apex jump. Bigfoot calling the jam as the time clock runs out. That team, Sirius, swing your camera over to Pittsburgh. They are excited. They're all standing up. They are ready to go to the championship game. Kalamazoo, beautiful sportsmanship. They are giving each other high fives. They're still excited to go to that third place game, and they should be proud as well. 153 points and continuing to play as hard as they played in that first jam, getting just great experience, and everybody here gets to play again tomorrow. So you will see Kalamazoo tomorrow at noon, Pittsburgh tomorrow at 2 in the championship game, who will play the winners of the game coming up in 30 minutes between Savannah and Indianapolis. One of those two teams is going to be facing Pittsburgh in the championship tomorrow. Which one is it going to be? Stay tuned to find out on Derby Date Night. Welcome to Derby Date Night Juniors Tournament Edition. We are live at Perry Park in Indianapolis, Indiana, where we are one of 9 different regional playoff locations battling for a chance to play for the national title. We are following 6 amazing teams over the course of this weekend. Our hosts, Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby, are joined by Black-N-Bluegrass from Kentucky, Pittsburgh Roller Derby from Pennsylvania, Kalamazoo Killer Bees out of Michigan, Cincinnati Junior Roller Derby from Ohio, and Savannah Roller Derby from Georgia. Don't worry if you get confused, we have graphics you can watch during halftime and between games that will give you all the info you need to follow along all weekend. You are joining us for our last game of the day between our hosts, Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby and Savannah Junior Roller Derby. These two teams have never played each other. However, they have been around each other, they've known each other, and last year they cheered each other on at the Open Regionals, and they are excited because they've made friends with each other, and they are excited to battle each other tonight in their first ever game against each other. The winner of this game will go on tomorrow to face Pittsburgh in the championship for a chance to go to the national tournament in Loveland, Colorado on July 12th and 13th. I see you've all been chatting in the chat, and Carl, I just want to say one quick thing to you. You said that you are learning American geography through Derby Date Night, but you're a bit unsure sometimes. If you are learning American geography from Derby Date Night, I am very nervous because I am horrible at geography, as you know. So I know the chat usually corrects me, and hopefully you're learning more from the chat than from me, because I am definitely not the geography expert. And we are also, I guess Aria is also learning geography from Derby Date Night because we've been traveling more and more. This is our 3rd season of streaming live roller derby in and around the Midwest, and we are excited this weekend to be streaming our first regional tournament. Is that the best way to say it? Like, we've done a few tournaments, but we've never done a tournament that has like playoff implications. So it's very exciting for us to be able to do this kind of a thing. We've got 30 seconds until we get started with these two teams. I'm sure you want to know who you are going to be seeing, and shout them out in the chat if you are here to watch these skaters from Savannah Roller Derby. Or maybe you're watching one of these skaters from Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby. We are excited to see them out there playing tonight. Earlier today, Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby won their game against Black-N-Bluegrass. Black-N-Bluegrass will now be going to the 5th place game tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. In this game, the winner will be going on to play Pittsburgh at 2 p.m. tomorrow, and the loser of this game will be playing Kalamazoo tomorrow at 12 p.m. in the 3rd place game. A lot of people, Carl, think Washington, D.C. is in Washington State. They are on completely the opposite side of the country from each other. And that is, what? They're like 3,000 miles, you said? Okay, cool. But it looks like we're about to get started. And we have got Evil C on the line for Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby, and Derby Date Night 3rd wheel member Monster is jamming for Savannah Roller Derby. I am so excited. This is going to be such a good game. Monster is out as your first lead jammer from Savannah, and the crowd is going wild, but Evil C is able to get out as well. Somebody's getting a penalty, and I don't know who it is. Evil C coming around. Oh, Monster is getting a penalty. That's the don't touch that, illegal contact. Monster is sitting in the penalty box, but Evil C also got a penalty. Okay, is this really how the game is going to start? Evil C will only sit for as long as Monster sat, and we're going to have a 2-minute jam in our very first jam of the game, as Monster and Evil C have both gotten penalties. So this is going to be, I just can tell it's going to be a fun game. All right, Evil C trying to push that pack apart and gets through for 4 points on the board for IJRD. Monster jumping through the apex, getting around Lilyhammer, tries to call the jam, and then remembers, oh yeah, I went to the penalty box, and has scored 4 points for Savannah, making this a 4-4 game. Evil C trying to score his own points, sweeping to the outside, finds some bodies on the ground, and decides to sweep to the inside and get through for 4 points. Oh my gosh, I really feel like it's a half and half crowd. Like every time both of them get through, the crowd is going, ah! for both teams. I'm just excited. Why don't you just watch and enjoy? It's going to be fun. There goes Monster through for 4 points for Savannah Roller Derby. I was telling Sirius, so we have taken a couple road trips, and on a road trip to Florida, we almost stopped in Savannah, and we were not able to, and it is still on my bucket list of cities to go visit because I have heard Savannah is just absolutely gorgeous, and I would love to go to Savannah for a vacation at some point. Evil C is headed to the penalty box on a back block, and we are going to start this next jam as a power jam for Savannah. Monster was able to grab 20 points for Savannah Roller Derby, and they will take the early lead in this game. Sirius is looking at me very seriously, and he says penalties are going to play a major part in this game. He said that very seriously. So everybody, pay attention. Sirius Lee says, seriously, watch these penalties because there were a lot of penalties in that first jam. And lead is going to Slaya from Savannah Roller Derby. That was really fun to say, while Evil C sits in the penalty box waiting for his turn to come out. Slaya takes a big ol' hit from Soul Crusher, but is able to stay inbounds and upright and gets through for 4 points. For Savannah, Evil C is standing and will be released from the penalty box in less than 10 seconds. Slaya takes a hit from Lil Patience and is pulled to the back by Lil Patience and Ghost. Remember, the last game earlier today with IJRD, those walls were very strong, and the blocking was also very strong. Nice hit out by Ghost, who manages to stay in bounds by putting only one hand down on the inside line, forcing Slaya to come back and slowing Slaya down. Evil C came out of the box and immediately is going back to the box on a track cut. So this will be another power jam for Slaya and Savannah Roller Derby. This is not what IJRD wanted to start out with, putting one of their main jammers in the box 3 times in the first 2 jams. Slaya makes it through for 12 points, but these are hard-earned points. Slaya is sweeping to the inside. All 4 blockers are just focused on defense and only defense. Remember, IJRD has played 1 game already today. This is Savannah's first game of the day, and they are coming out. They're just exploding out onto the track with their first game. Evil C out of the box is going to want to keep it clean because he has already got 3 penalties in the first 5 minutes of this game. He is able to find some space on the inside line and get through, but then that jam does get called by Slaya, but not before doing some damage with 14 points, bringing Savannah to 34, Indianapolis to 11. Okay, I'm going to take a breath. I haven't taken a breath for 5 minutes. Woo. Okay, I'm done. I took a breath. Here we go. Monster on the line again. Up against Mighty Mouse, who we did see jamming quite a bit in the first game. And we are off to the races. Mighty Mouse takes a hit to the inside. Is getting pulled to the back by captain of Savannah, Radio Bled. And Monster is through as lead jammer. Coming around, sweeping through, breaking that pack apart, grabbing 4 points. While Mighty Mouse continues to try and push through and find any space in this pack. Monster coming around on another scoring pass. Gets pushed to the outside. Soul Crusher pulling him back. Little patience with that hit out there. Monster jumps that apex and gets through. A little tumble, but stays inbounds and is up for 4 points. Mighty Mouse is headed to the box. Another penalty for IJRD. These penalties are just rough for IJRD. This game would be a lot closer here in these first. We have only had 3 jams. We have only had 3 jams. And it has felt like we've played like 6. Whew. You know, if I was a coach right now, no, if I was the IJRD coach, I would probably take a timeout right now. But I'm not Eric, and he can't hear me. And also, I have nothing to do with anything. I just get to say my opinion over here, and then they can watch it later and be like, yeah, maybe I should have, or shouldn't have. I just get to have my opinion. The Purple People Eater is, I love that name, is jamming for Savannah and is through as your lead jammer as Mighty Mouse waits in the penalty box. A big ol' hit on Purple People Eater, and now I want to sing the song. This is going to be a problem for me. The Purple People Eater. Anyway, Purple People Eater are getting slowed down in the pack, but is still working hard. Mighty Mouse out of the box and finding a tripod of skaters, trying to break that tripod apart, still on her initial. Mighty Mouse is not currently scoring points. Purple People Eater has scored 4 points and is coming around on a second scoring pass. Mighty Mouse got pulled to the back and is trying to get through the pack again. Purple People Eater, meanwhile, at the front of the pack, is able to get through for 4 more points for Savannah Roller Derby. Mighty Mouse is almost through and does get through on that initial pass, so Mighty Mouse will be eligible to score points if this jam is not called by Purple People Eater. As Mighty Mouse is approaching the pack, Purple People Eater does call it. Okay, if Purple People Eater is going to jam a lot, my mouth is going to get so twisted up. Just call it purple. But I like saying Purple People Eater really fast. Pa, 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 pa. So blocking with the head, it is dangerous for the blocker because the head block, forearm, and leg block are all when you hit someone with something that you are not allowed to hit. Whereas a back block, high block, and low block are where you hit something that you are not allowed to hit. So you can't use your head or your arm or your leg to hit people. So you're right. When you use your head to hit, that's going to hurt you. Monster is your lead jammer for Savannah. Punky Bruiser jamming for the first time in this game for IJRD. Punky getting pulled to the back of the pack while Monster comes through with 4 points for Savannah. Selena Siren says, my Derby son, Monster. All right, Monster is spinning and getting hit to the outside and slowed down as Punky comes through on a first scoring pass. I think we might be seeing some points going on the board here, but Punky is getting pulled to the back as Monster comes through scoring 4 points for Savannah. Punky has that star off, might be looking for Lilyhammer to pass the star to. Lilyhammer did take the star and got hit to the inside, is being pulled to the back there by Purple People Eater. Nope, by King Corey with the pull back there. And Monster coming in on another scoring pass, sweeps around the outside and grabs 4 more points, bringing Savannah's total to 16 or 12. 66-11, that's not a pound. Oh! Oh, that was pretty, but it wasn't completely. Oh, wait. Illegal contact? What did he contact? I didn't see it. Did he contact something? Anyways, Monster is headed to the box to think about that for 30 seconds, and Lilyhammer will have 13 more seconds to be the only jammer out on the track, and IJRD will start this next. We'll start this next jam with a power jam. And that jam will come to its natural conclusion. I have a feeling we're going to have an official timeout now while everybody talks about what just happened. That was a lot that happened right there. Does anybody want to discuss that with me? Sirius, do you have any thoughts about that jam? That was just a lot happening at once, and you're also cutting cameras. Should we check? Let's check penalties because we've had a busy penalty box already in the beginning of this game. We have got we are 10 minutes into a 60-minute game, 5 jams in. We have 2 skaters on Savannah with 3 penalties, King Corey and Radio Bled. Otherwise, pretty clean. On the IJRD side, shockingly, fairly clean, aside from that boom, boom, boom penalty that Evil C had right at the beginning there. So I think everybody came out, IJRD and Savannah. So Savannah's been watching all day long. This is the 4th game of the day. Savannah has not been able to play. I feel like they have been itching to play all day long. IJRD, they got excited when they realized after their game they were going to be playing Savannah, and I think everybody just kind of came out and was like, roller derby! And so now we've had the officials, none of the teams took a timeout, but the officials said, you know what, we're going to take a little timeout. And now it's time for everybody to go Whew, take a breath. We're going to get focused, and we're going to have this power jam here. Evil C needs to get past 2 blockers. Nice job there by Savannah with only 2 blockers being able to hold Evil C, but he is able to get through and grab lead jammer as Monster is standing in the penalty box. Selena, you know, the same thing happens to me. Selena says, I was going to comment on Monster's jammer awareness right when he got his penalty. That is the Derby date night curse of as soon as I say, hey, they're doing such a good job on that, oh, they're headed to the penalty box. That happens every single time. Sheila says, Pops is going nuts and yelling at the computer. Mick Saunders says, Sheila, I'm doing the same thing. And Carl says, did the computer yell back? Did you guys hear Sirius? Carl, you got a huge laugh out of Sirius. You're getting a thumbs up and a good job. Swift and Disney. And Goldie says, big shoulder. Okay, 8 points were scored by IJRD there, but IJRD is going to have to do a little bit more damage to catch up to Savannah's big lead that they have got going on. We have got 1 blocker in the box for Savannah who is in there on, is that 3 penalties? An eye, a forearm, and a cut? Is that 3 penalties for 119? Oh yeah, there. I just saw them show 3 to their. That was who is that? Yeah, 119 got 3 penalties, but is now standing. That's a lot of penalties. Mighty Mouse is your lead jammer. It's like Pokemon. Gotta catch them all. Gotta catch all the penalties. Well, it's not like the old days where you had the inside whiteboard and you would try to spell stuff with your penalties because they would put your penalties on a whiteboard in the middle of the track, and then you would see all your little letters and you could try to spell things with your penalties. Not that you would want to get penalties or certain penalties. Not that we ever did that, but Slaya is through the pack. Okay, does not have a penalty. I saw the penalty being marked, but Slaya is through the pack and now on a scoring pass is hopping to the inside line, but I think was pushed out and then pushed back in. There's just so much happening right now. Mighty Mouse coming around on a second scoring pass. Mighty Mouse has scored 4 points. Slaya has also scored 4 points. Mighty Mouse currently managing this jam and does decide to call it, keeping Slaya to only 4 points. IJRD, meanwhile, grabbed another 2, bringing them to 6. As we are trying to figure out what's happening out here on the track with all the craziness, these 2 teams are playing. I mean, they both want to go play Pittsburgh tomorrow. This is the national. I mean, this is for a chance to go to nationals. One of these teams is going to go get to play against Pittsburgh tomorrow for the spot. There's only 1 spot to go to the nationals, and it's going to go to whoever wins that game tomorrow. And one of these 2 teams is going to be in that game. Slammerhead and Punky Bruiser both wanting to be lead jammer, both getting hit out of bounds and pulled to the back. Punky getting pulled all the way back to turn 4. Slammerhead just sweeping back and forth, and it is Punky who comes out with that lead jammer status. Slammerhead gets hit to the inside and is not lead jammer, but is able to get through and is going to be chasing down Punky Bruiser, who calls the jam after scoring, it looks like, 2 points for IJRD in that jam. We are halfway through the first half of this game. As we've been doing all day, as we have started to do in every game, we will be choosing nominees for Skater of the Game during halftime. So if there are skaters that you see doing amazing things and you want us to consider nominating them, let us know who and why you think they should be considered for Skater of the Game. King Corey and Evil C jamming for their respective teams. King Corey says, you know what, I might have gotten 3 penalties, but I'm just going to jump through the pack and grab lead jammer. So you can forget about trying to figure out how I got 3 penalties in 1 jam and just watch me jam. Watch me jam, watch me nay-nay. Evil C is following. Oh! Did you see that big old jump? That was so pretty. Evil C has 4 points. King Corey has some points in the pocket. Evil C in the pack on a second scoring pass. And 4 more points for IJRD. King Corey still managing this jam, but is not calling it. Evil C coming around on a third scoring pass, and 4 points for King Corey. Evil C currently in on this third scoring pass. King Corey coming in on a second scoring pass. Evil C is through for another 4, bringing that total to 12. King Corey getting a penalty for a track cut. That is not what Savannah wanted to see. There are a couple IJRD blockers waiting in the box for King Corey. They're not on the same team, but they're still going to welcome him to the box. Meanwhile, Evil C has scored 16 points. Indianapolis trying to cut into that lead. Do you have some guacamole, Sirius? Because they are chipping into the lead. And up on those tiptoe toe stops, Evil C gets 20 points. Whoo! Lordy Lord, this is going to be such a fun game. King Corey is standing in the penalty box, will be let out in less than 10 seconds. Evil C through for another 4 points, bringing the total of this jam to 24. IJRD is over the 50 mark. 6 seconds left in this jam. King Corey entering the pack. Evil C through for another 4, tying the biggest jam of the game with Sirius and Bigfoot from Pittsburgh. Evil C now also has a 28-point jam. The biggest jam of the day we've seen today is 28. I think tomorrow somebody's going to beat it. I think somebody's going to get higher than 28 tomorrow. But Evil C's like, I'm joining the club now. Both of these teams will play again tomorrow. One of them will be in the third place game, and one of them will be in the first place game. So you can see one of them play at 12 in the third place game, and one of them will play at 2 in the first place game. We also have a fifth place game at 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm sorry, all of you West Coast people who are there going, wait a second, I'm doing the math. That is 7 a.m. Yes, it is. But we watch Formula One, and sometimes Sirius and I get up at like 6 a.m. to watch games. So you can get up at 7 tomorrow morning, West Coast people, to watch Black-N-Bluegrass and Cincinnati battle it out for 5th place in this open regional tournament. All right, I've completely missed what's going on in the chat. Let's catch up here. Let's see. King Corey managed the art of multitasking by getting 3 penalties in a jam. You know, you have skills in different areas, and maybe multitasking is one of them. Could be the rise of the machines like in Terminator. Player of the game, Disney Villain. That is a great name. Sorry, I am a 100% admitted Disney adult, so anybody who has a Disney name, love it. Sheila says, Oma Metzger is so proud of you kids. IJRD are halfway there. Oh, you're halfway there, living on a prayer. Yeah, tough jam. Sheila says, I'll let you know when I start running. Player of the game, Slaya. He was out medically for 3 months this season and came back ready to work. Oh, that's amazing. I love to see skaters who have to take some time off, and usually they come back, yeah, exactly, ready to work. And it's hard to take 3 months off of a season and come back and perform at such a high level. Goldie Sox is reminding me, we have been telling candy jokes all weekend, and I haven't told any in this game. I got to tell one real quick before we start this next jam, because this is Derby date night. We have good roller derby and bad jokes. So here's a bad joke for you. What kind of candy can you use to write with? Chocolate. That was horrible. Okay, Derby. Slaya on the line up against Mighty Mouse. Sending some love to Death Pixie as Random Rambles. Death Pixie in a last tournament for this aging out junior skater. There's a few junior skaters out there aging out, and this is going to be their last tournament as juniors before they age up to the adult roller derby world. Both jammers want this lead jam so much. There is 25 points between these two teams. Mighty Mouse is lead, and IJRD will control this jam. Slaya has got one skater to get past and does so, and will be chasing down Mighty Mouse, who is currently in the pack trying to score points. Slaya coming in, hoping to steal some points with an apex jump, and lands it for 4 points. Mighty Mouse calls it. No. Yes, Mighty Mouse calls it, and Savannah was able to outscore IJRD 4-3 in that jam. I love these apex jumps. They're just so pretty. Love them. When he came back, it was like he only missed one practice. That is so good. Thank you for letting me know that about Slaya. I am so proud of them for being able to just come back and boom, we're right back on the track. Monster on the line up against Punky Bruiser. Monster sees some space on the inside. IJRD tries to stop Monster, but that Monster is unstoppable. And he is through for lead jammer for Savannah. Punky Bruiser is also out and will be chasing down Monster, who has scored 4 points. Looks at the bench to say, am I going to call it or are we going to keep going? Punky is approaching the pack on a scoring pass. Looks like Monster's going to keep running it. I always get nervous when the pack is stopped at the apex because these jammers can jump. But Monster gets a penalty, a back block. Looks like he came into the pack. Oh wait, they took it away. Monster is still lead and did not get a back block. He comes out of the box and grabs 4 points. Meanwhile, Lilyhammer has taken a star pass and is jamming and trying to get past Radio Bled and does so to grab 4 points for IJRD. Monster has scored 8 points, now gets a track cut and is headed to the box for reals this time. For realsies, we're headed to the box, and Monster's going to wait for 30 seconds. This jam still has 43 seconds to go, and Lilyhammer is going to be your jammer for IJRD for the rest of this jam. Everybody in the chat is just rooting for all of their favorite people. Corey's big sis coming through. Go, Bubby. Slaya's apex jumps are always all or nothing, right? Amazing apex jumps. IJRD also has some apex jumpers, and so it's just fun to watch jammers just jump, jump, jump. Aunt Van believes in all of you, Savannah Juniors. You can do this, babies. Monster with the spin, but getting another track cut. Oh, no. Let me see. Monster has, well, that's only Monster's third, fourth penalty. Radio Bled, who I believe is the captain, is sitting already at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Fouled out? Really? There's a foul out already for Savannah? We still have 10 minutes left in the first half. Oh, no. Yeah. 7-6-1-6. Not even in the penalty, but I completely missed it. She's already gone. Oh. Well, we'll see you tomorrow in whatever game you play. Whether it's the first place game or third place game, you get another chance tomorrow. King Corey's got to watch it. Getting a little high in penalties. IJRD, not too bad. They're keeping it pretty clean aside from that very beginning. Everybody's just taking a breath right now. 98, 77. Where's my calculator? Those are not even numbers. 77, 87, 97, so 21 points between these two teams. I didn't use my calculator, serious? Woohoo! I got it. 10:20 before half. Timestamp for Monster to look at this later. Selena's like, I'm doing some work here. I'm reminding you. Okay, here's my timestamps for what we got to look at. Doing so good. They're both doing so good. Carl is going to yell at a tablet instead of a computer. Yeah, don't do that when you're at work, please, Carl. The people are going to be like, mm-mm. So yeah, I don't know what happened with radio there. There were looks like 4 forearms, 2 track cuts, and then an illegal procedure. And I didn't even hardly note it. Like, there was so much going on. I probably missed a lot. I am sorry. There was way too much going on and happening. Right now it's an official timeout. This was not called by either of the teams. Because we all need some good cheer because I'm stressed. I don't know if you are, but I'm stressed. So I'm gonna, what is Karen's favorite candy? Karen's favorite candy is entitlement. Did you hear about the candy maker who was seeing double? His mind was playing Twix on him. Okay, one more. Did you hear about the candy vehicles from another planet? They were Mars cars. It's funny, Sirius. He doesn't like that one. Okay, for those of you who have not watched Derby Date Night before, if you're enjoying what you're watching, please like this video, subscribe to our channel. Those are free things you can do to support us. If you want to give us a little bit more support, you can always send a super chat to support one of your skaters. If you click on that little $sign, you can send a super chat and say something to cheer on your skater, and we will put it up on the screen to show them. They will get to see when they rewatch this that you sent them a super chat, and you also are supporting what we are doing, trying to bring great roller derby and really bad jokes all around the Midwest and beyond. So we love any support. Or you could become one of our official third wheel members, which in the penalty box right now is Monster, who is one of our third wheel members and got his third wheel member sticker today from us, and we are so excited to even have some junior skaters as members of Derby Date Night who enjoy watching our channel, and we are hoping that Monster is enjoying watching this right now, hopefully with some ice and some water for hydration as he is getting ready for what either the first or third place game, because that's in the future and I can't predict that. As much as I would like to try and be a fortune teller, this is a close game and nobody knows how it's going to end. IJRD looks ready to go. Savannah is not on the track, so we're not starting anytime soon. Carl liked one of my jokes. That's fabulous. Familia says, let's go splatter. So who are you here to root for, and where are you watching from? Are you here to root for Savannah? Are you here to root for IJRD? Or are you just here to root for good roller derby or bad jokes? While you are typing that out, I want to show you what's been happening today. So we have had Cincy play Kalamazoo. Kalamazoo beat Cincy this morning at 10 a.m., followed by another game between Indianapolis and Black and Blue, where Indianapolis beat Black and Blue. Both Cincinnati and Kalamazoo went on to the semifinals game. Pittsburgh played Kalamazoo, and Pittsburgh is now going to the finals. Kalamazoo is going to the third place game. Now we are in our last game for Saturday between Savannah and Indianapolis, and the winner of this game will go on to play for the championship. There are only 2 Savannah blockers out there to block Evil C, getting some offense, opening up that outside line. Evil C is your lead jammer, while Monster and 2 blockers wait in the penalty box. Evil C coming around, still only has 2 blockers to get past. Those blockers are racing, and Evil C gets through for 4 points. Monster is standing in the penalty box. The pivot from Savannah is released. Now there are 3 blockers out there. Evil C is able to get past to grab 4 more points. Monster comes out of the box quickly and is chasing down Evil C, who says, I'm going to call it, before any points can be scored. 8 points for IJRD, bringing them within 13 points of Savannah. It's getting close. They're going to make my heart race, aren't they, these juniors? Text a friend, well, if you text, or send them a message, or a Snapchat, or Facebook message them. Be like, I'm watching this really amazing game, and they're not even in halftime yet. Come watch on Derby Date Night on YouTube, because this game is going to be good all the way till the end. Bring all your friends in here. We've got over 100 of you watching. Let's get it to 200. Monster getting pushed to the inside and pulled to the back. No, that's Slaya. Slaya getting pulled back by Lilyhammer. Meanwhile, Mighty Mouse is in a tripod of doom, just pushing, and that tripod is doing a great job holding Mighty Mouse. Slaya finds some space on the inside and becomes lead jammer for Savannah. Great job looking at that skater coming back from injury. Always love to see it. Mighty Mouse was able to get out and is now chasing Slaya down. Do you feel, Sirius, how it's the pace is slower? We're starting to I feel like everybody's settling in and we're starting to grind a little bit more. At the beginning, it felt a little bit more frantic, a little bit more boom, boom, boom. And now I feel like we are starting to just calm this game down. Mighty Mouse is through for 4 points. Slaya just has to get past Lilyhammer, and does so to grab 4 points of his own. And that jam will be called after Slaya has grabbed, I believe, 8 points. Or was it 4-4? 102 to 89. Savannah now above the century mark. Woo-hoo. So who is rooting for who? Ross, I am friendly to both teams. I love both of these teams, and I root for great derby, whatever is happening, and I will make sure to be evenly not biased for either team. Thank you for your comment. Thank you for loving the Karen joke. Supporting the kids from Savannah, from Florida. Go Savannah. IJRD, Team Savannah. Derby Devils at home, watching the juniors smash it out. Loving my SJRD kids from Savannah, especially my favorite skater, King Corey. Lots of love for all the teams. Smooth move, Slaya. Oh, did I miss the palindrome, Goldilocks? Goldie Socks. Ah. Working hard on my talking here. A Taco Cat is a palindrome. Monster is through. Punky Bruiser also through. Monster has 4 points. Punky putting that star back on and chasing down Monster. Monster is in the pack, needing to get past Soul Crusher, trying to push through. Punky grabbing 3 points there. Savannah outscoring Indianapolis 4-3. 106 to 92. Okay, I gotta use my calculator for this one. 106 minus 92 is 14 points between these two teams. So much great cheering in the chat, as we always do. We have 5 minutes left in this first half. We are gonna nominate one blocker and one jammer from each team to be nominated for Skater of the Game. That is a banana jam with everybody taking a little bit of a tumble. And it looks like we're gonna check on a skater real quick and make sure they are doing okay. That jam is being called for injury, and we will be back in just a couple minutes as we have our medics check on that skater. All right, we are back for the last 5 minutes of this game. That skater has been taken, actually they're not even with the medics, so they are doing all right, and we are happy to have medics right by us trackside, able to take care and help with our skaters anytime there is an injury. We have got both Monster and Evil C on the line for their respective teams. That penalty box is empty, so we have got all of our blockers out on the track. Avoiding a hit and keeping one hand in bounds is Evil C, but he does step out of bounds and is pulled to the back, and it is Monster who is going to be coming out as your lead jammer for Savannah. Evil C up on those toe stops is out of the pack, but it is Monster who is currently in the pack and fighting through with a spin at the top of the pack and decides to call the jam as soon as he gets through with 4 more points for Savannah Junior Roller Derby, bringing them to 110 points. 4.5 minutes left in this first half. We have got some people rooting for So Selena Siren says, Savannah Derby Devils love their Savannah Junior Roller Derby. Watching it work. I used to be a coach and work with Velveteen Rabbit outside of Derby. That's awesome, Selena. Sheila says, go Butcher and King Corey. Gary skates with Selena with the Sav Derby Devils. Oh, does she also skate? Is that the adults team as well? So she skates both juniors and adults. And Velveteen makes my coffee at Starbucks. Oh, I love somebody who works at Starbucks. Carl says, come on, IJRD, you can do this. I've always believed in you. And it is Mighty Mouse who comes out of that pack with the lead jammer. Slammerhead was jammer, but has given that star to King Corey, who is now the jammer for Savannah Roller Derby. Mighty Mouse gets through, grabbing 4 points for IJRD, and grab and puts 4 points on the board, bringing IJRG within 4 points of 100. Getting ready for probably 2, maybe 3 more jams in this first half. These teams are both just really wanting to get to that first place game tomorrow, but still just having fun chatting with each other. They were telling me before the game that these two teams really just enjoy each other. There are friends between these two teams, and they were all really excited to play each other today, and I'm just excited to watch this great high-level junior roller derby. Monster is chasing down Punky Bruiser. Monster has passed Punky Bruiser, who was lead jammer, and with a smile, he's like, yep, I got that call off, and goes back to his bench. And we are going, no points were scored by either team in that jam, and we are getting lined up for another jam. Penalties still staying pretty low in these last few jams. We've got one Savannah blocker, it looks like, in the box. Other than that, pretty empty. Nothing else going up any higher here. Evil C and 119. King Corey is your lead jammer for Savannah. And Evil C getting pushed to the back of the pack as King Corey comes around on a scoring pass. King Corey is trying to find space on the outside with a spin, staying in bounds to grab 4 points for Savannah. Evil C is also trying to get out and is through. That was his initial, so no points scored. King Corey has scored 4. And oh, beautiful apex jump. 4 more points for Savannah there, bringing their total to 118. 1 minute and 45 seconds left in this first half. This game is going to go all the way down to the wire. These teams are so evenly matched. It is so much fun to watch, and we are so excited for this entire game. Sirius, you look so nervous. I just love a good, close game, and these two teams are both playing clearly at their highest level, and it is so much fun to see. I don't know Savannah as well, so please chat. Let me know if you have any skaters that are aging out after these tournaments, if this is their last year playing in juniors. I know we've got a few with Indianapolis as well that are aging out, so just a super big congratulations to all of those skaters that are maybe playing in what might be one of their last junior games. Everybody excited to see Corey with the cute spin. Love it when skaters are spinning and jumping. Always fun to see. Fun to see. Loving it. All right, getting ready for one of our last jams of the first half. Mighty Mouse and Slaya on the line for their respective teams. Slaya shooting to the inside, taking a push and getting pulled to the back by AOA, while Mighty Mouse is trying to use brutal force at the front to push through that pack. Slaya is through and will be lead jammer for Savannah with 1 minute left in this first half. Mighty Mouse is continuing to try to find any sort of space. No, Mighty Mouse is headed to the box, and this will be a power jam for Savannah Roller Derby and Slaya. Mighty Mouse was called on a forearm. Slaya has scored 4 points, flies through the pack for another 4, bringing that total to 8 in this jam as Slaya comes around trying to score another few points before Mighty Mouse gets out of the box. Slaya is through, and that will be 12 points for Savannah, bringing them to 130, and Slaya decides to call it with 17 seconds left. If there is not a timeout called, that will be the last jam of the half. But if someone calls a timeout, then we will have one more jam. Let's see. I'm watching the coaches. 2, 1, they are gonna let it run, and we are gonna go to intermission with a score of Savannah Roller Derby 130, Indianapolis Roller Derby 96. I'm gonna go breathe, take a drink of water, and get ready for an exciting second half of our last game of the day here on Derby Date Night. are back on Derby Date Night. You are joining us for the second half of this amazing game so far between Savannah Junior Roller Derby and our hosts Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby. This game has been a nail biter. Savannah took an early lead at the beginning. Indianapolis fought their way back, getting close, and then at the very end of the second half, Savannah started pulling away again, and this is anybody's game. Savannah currently with that lead, and we will see how things go as we start this second half with Mighty Mouse starting in the box, has already been released from the box. Slaya getting pulled all the way back to turn, well, we're almost to turn 2 at this point as IJRD is doing some pulling back, and Mighty Mouse back in the pack as well. Both jammers trying to find some space, and it is Slaya who comes out with lead jammer for Savannah to start this second half. That was like 30 seconds of just watching them skate back. But now we are going, and Slaya is entering the pack on a first scoring pass. Jumps through, grabs those 4 points, and calls it. As I told you earlier, we are going to be choosing, actually you are going to be choosing a player of the game. We have nominated 4 skaters. I'm so sorry that I cannot nominate every single skater. I'm just going to say that before I put up the vote, and there will be a chance for more skaters to be nominated tomorrow, but I'm going to put up this vote. This vote is going to stay up until 5 minutes left in the game, and the winner of this vote will be Derby Date Night's player of the game as voted on by you, and they will receive a coveted Derby Date Night player of the game sticker. I am putting up the poll. Do not vote until you're positive, because once you vote, you cannot change it. There's the poll. Have fun voting. Monster is your lead jammer, followed about quarter track behind by Punky Bruiser. Monster getting through, grabbing those 4 points and calling it like a clinic. That is how you do it. 4 more points for Savannah. I'm waiting for them to get put on the board, bringing Savannah to 138. IJRD at 96, hoping to put some points on the board here in the second half of this game. We are in Jam 3, right? We're about to start Jam 3 of this game. Half? Oh, Jam 3 of this half. Yes, you're correct. Evil C jamming for Indianapolis Roller Derby. Savannah has got Slaya online. Is Slayer getting, no, Slayer was just making sure not to get a penalty. While that was happening, Evil C was able to get out and become lead jammer. Slayer still in the pack, juking to the inside. Beautiful spins up that on that apex. A little bit of a tumble from everybody. IJRD reforming around Slaya. Meanwhile, Evil C trying to get through that pack has got the reblock. This is beautiful reforming by both teams, coming to the front of the pack to try and hold these jammers as long as they can. And a jump from Slaya to get out of the pack. Meanwhile, Evil C is also out of the pack, and these jammers are going to race to the pack. So far, Evil C has scored 4 points. He gets into the pack and hits those hips. Savannah will not score any points in that jam. Indianapolis breaks the 100 mark, bringing themselves to 102. I'm looking everywhere right now, serious. Oh, Slaya is always looking around, right? Slaya has really good awareness out there and is always watching everything. Really fun to see. Let's see, who do we have? Mighty Mouse on the line for IJRD, and Monster, who is a Derby Date Night third wheel, joined recently one of our newer third wheels, and got to meet him earlier, and are excited to get to watch him skate in this game and get lead jammer for Savannah Roller Derby. Monster coming in the pack on a scoring pass. Mighty Mouse has gotten out of the pack and is on a scoring pass as well. Monster controls this game, or jam, and could call it, and he does call it. I think both skaters might have gotten some points here. Indianapolis outscored Savannah on that one 4-2-2, bringing Indianapolis to 106. Savannah is at 140. TMC Saunders saying, King Corey, I'm so proud of how you and the other Savannah players worked to get to Indy. Keep up that teamwork and intensity. They are all doing such a great job. And thank you all for joining us. I see we've got a lot of Savannah love in the chat. I think Georgia is the furthest away team. And I have just been having so much fun getting to know the skaters as they've been waiting to play today. And it's just great to see both these teams come out strong, and they are both putting on a show for us tonight. Slaya is lead jammer. Punky Bruiser is stuck behind a tripod of skaters. Slaya also getting stuck in a block-to-puss of 4 skaters focused only on blocking. Slaya is pulling those skaters apart, jumps the apex, but takes a little tumble to the inside and is going to be pulled all the way to the back of the pack. Meanwhile, Punky, still on her initial, is continuing to fight at the front of the pack as Slaya has been pulled all the way to the back. Slaya up on those toe stops, trying to juke back and forth, really working to pull that pack apart as Punky continues to fight with that same tripod. Slaya up on those toe stops, getting held by Lilyhammer, getting pushed to the outside, and Slaya does decide to call it. Slaya did score all 4 points there, was able to grab those 4 and bring Savannah to 144. You can tell how much they both want it, is what Sirius is saying. 100%. These teams, while they are, quote unquote, having fun, like, this is not a silly, fun, little, like, they are serious. They're giving each other fist bumps. They're saying, I respect you as a skater, and now we're going to go skate, and we're all going to try and get as many points as we can here. Evil C and Monster on the lines for their respective teams. Evil C is out as your lead jammer, but Monster is right behind, and these 2 skaters are going to race to the pack. Evil C and Monster both hitting the pack. Evil C up on those toe stops and calling it. After grabbing 4 points, Monster was able to snag 1 point for Savannah in that jam. Savannah 145, Indianapolis 110. 23 minutes left in this game. This is the last game of the night. Tomorrow we will be having our medal matchups. 5th place will be played at 10 a.m. between Black-N-Bluegrass and Cincinnati. Then we will have our 3rd place game between Kalamazoo and the loser of this game, followed by our championship game between Pittsburgh and the winner of this game. Lead jammer has gone to Mighty Mouse. Slaya took a push to the inside and got pulled to the back of the pack. Mighty Mouse is through for 4 points. Slaya takes a tumble. Looked like that one hurt, but he is back up and pushing to try and get through. Mighty Mouse coming around on a 2nd scoring pass. Takes a little tumble at the back of the pack. Meanwhile, Slaya has gotten through. Yeah, that fall that Slaya took looked like a tailbone, or a hip. Ugh. You know, teenagers are, and just jumps an apex. You know, I might be hurting, but I'm fine. I can jump an apex and grab some. Did he grab any points? I don't know if he did. Doesn't look like he got any points there, but as I have always said, that apex jump is worth attempt points. Do you feel like you see different strategies for both teams based on the score? What do I think they're doing? What do I think they should be doing? I don't know. This one's a hard one. Like, this game is close. Savannah is probably going to be, I'm guessing, I don't even know. What do you think, chat? What do you think the strategy should be for both of these teams as IJRD tries to chip into this lead? Savannah is trying to extend this lead. Are you going to want long jams? Are you going to want short jams? What are you thinking in terms of, obviously both teams are going to want to get lead jammer, but what are they going to do once they get it? Are they going to hit it and quit it, getting those 4 points and calling it, or are they going to run it long? Let's see what's going to happen as Monster is your lead jammer. Let's see what Savannah decides to do. Indy is getting ready for Monster to approach the pack. Punky was able to get through. Looks like Monster's going to grab those 4 points and run it. Nope, never mind. I said that, and he immediately hit his hips and called it. So I'm wrong. Savannah up to 149 with 21 minutes left in this game. So exciting. We have got that skater of the game vote open for 15 more game time minutes. We are in a timeout, so that means I get to tell you some more candy jokes. I'm running out of candy jokes, so I don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow because the theme for the weekend is supposed to be candy. Sirius taps on the dad jokes book that I got as a gift from Nutcase Grace from Black-N-Bluegrass, who came in today and is a fan of the channel and said, I would like you to have this dad jokes book. And we were so happy because we appreciate that some people appreciate our jokes. It's very on brand, Sirius says. So we love that when people participate in our favorite thing, which is to tell bad jokes. So, a couple questions for you, Sirius. Why didn't the ghost eat his candy? He didn't have the stomach for it. Did you know there are 2 types of candy? The good candy and the candy that Dad eats. You don't get it because you don't eat as much candy as I do. So I'm going to change it to the candy that Mom eats. Because what I do is, and I'm sure there are parents out there who are just like me, is I let the kids have the good candy. And I make sure not to eat the candy that I know that they're going to like. And then I eat all the candy that I know they're not going to like so that they have their candy. You don't understand that because you just eat what you want. Really, Sirius? How about you? Do you eat your kids' candy or do you try to leave the good candy for them and then you take the candy you know they don't like? Because clearly Sirius and I are on 2 different pages on that one. Slaya is your lead jammer for Savannah Roller Derby. Evil C was able to get out Slaya with an apex jump, grabbing those points and calling it for Savannah Roller Derby. Savannah at 153, IJRD at 118. Mighty Mouse on the line with the star for IJRD. A timeout maybe being called? Nope, maybe not by Savannah. Nope, they thought about it, but nope. Who's the jammer for Savannah? Where's the jammer for Savannah? Oh, whew. Slaya just barely made it on the track. What's happening? He didn't make it. So did they fail to field a jammer? Were they waiting for him to yield and go? I don't know what you're, okay, I don't know if I have any officials in the chat right now. If a skater doesn't get on the track on time, if they just, yeah, there's still going to be a penalty for not fielding. I don't know. I don't know the rules here. We're going to take a little bit of a break. That the captain does serve the penalty if it is a failure to field the jammer. What I'm wondering is if Slaya, because Slaya stayed on the track, is there any sort of a penalty that you give someone if they enter the track after the jam starts? I don't know. I'm getting deep into the rules here, and I don't know if I have any of my ref friends in the chat right now who can help me out with the rules. If not, we will just play speculation and hope that someone comes over to tell us what is happening. I don't think anybody's going to come tell us anything. And the captain is now serving the penalty. That's your guess? Okay. The captain, yes, the captain is now in the box. So I believe the captain is now serving that penalty for failure to field a jammer. Slaya is currently on the track getting ready to jam, so I'm assuming no penalty for him. Thank you, Field by Skaters. Delay of game penalty should be issued to Savannah captain. Michael Kwan saying the same thing. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you all. I always like to double check with my ref friends because they were, okay, yeah. I think it was because they were contemplating a timeout maybe. Anyway, we're going to get back to the Derby in just a minute here. If a blocker enters after the jam starts, they should be instructed to return to the bench. Yes, and I think that's where the confusion was I think Slaya was kind of asking, like, what should I do? And there was no feedback coming from the refs in terms of what Slaya should do. They all just kind of stared at each other a little bit, so I think that's also what caused confusion. Regardless, the captain is now serving the penalty, and we are going to start this next jam with Slaya and Mighty Mouse out on the track for their respective teams. And lead jammer is going to go to Mighty Mouse and IJRD. Slaya is at the back of the pack, getting pulled to the back by World War Bean. Slaya sees Mighty Mouse coming and plays a little bit of defense there. Mighty Mouse in the pack on a scoring pass is getting pulled to the back. And a little bit of a banana jam as a few people take a tumble. And who is going to come out of the pack? It is going to be Mighty Mouse for IJRD with 4 points. Slaya also able to get out of the pack and will be eligible to score points if Mighty Mouse does not call the jam. Mighty Mouse in the pack, sees Slaya coming and hits those hips, hoping to prevent Slaya from scoring any points. An additional 2 points going to IJRD. And Savannah was able to sneak a little sneaky 1 point there before that jam was called. Monster on the jam line for Savannah. Punky Bruiser on the jam line for IJRD. Okay, Fueled by Skaters says there is no extra penalty for a jammer regardless of what happened. Thank you very much, appreciate it. Monster getting out quickly with lead jammer there for Savannah and is already, he goes around the track so fast. I was like, wait, he's lead? Oh, and he's already in the pack and scoring points. So 4 points there for Monster as Punky Bruiser is working and fighting with a tripod. Now a duo of blockers at the front. Punky is able to get out. Monster, meanwhile, has scored 4 points, has already come in to grab another 4 points. So fast. These skaters are so fast. Both jammers approaching the pack on a scoring pass. Monster up on those toe stubs with a spin, getting 4 points for Savannah, bringing them to 166. Oh, that hit from Lily. Did you see that? Whew. Monster able to get through for another 4 points, bringing them to 16. Lilyhammer has taken the star, takes a push to the inside, getting recycled to the back as Monster is coming in again on another scoring pass. Needs to get past Pepper Spray and does so for another 4 points for Savannah. This is going to be a big jam already, 20 points. I wonder if Monster's going to be flirting with that 28-point jam that a few skaters have hit today. Lilyhammer is, where is Lily? Lily is, still jamming at the back of the pack, still struggling, hoping for some offense. Is Monster headed to the box? Oh no! That would be a track cut, I think, on Monster. So this jam will go the full 2 minutes. We are going to start the next jam as a power jam for IJRD. Lilyhammer trying to capitalize on this power jam, but is going to have to get past these blockers from Savannah, which is no easy task. That jam comes to its natural conclusion. Monster is still sitting in the box right now, so probably a little bit more than 10 seconds left on that penalty. Evil C looking back at the scoreboard as he is coming out to take the line for IJRD as jammer in this short power jam for IJRD. Goldie Socks, there's going to be ice baths for me tonight. I don't know about these skaters. I was just saying to Sirius, I wish that our hotel had a hot tub because I could definitely use it, and I'm not even skating. Okay, Evil C trying to get that lead jam before Monster gets out of the box, and he does so. Monster is now standing and has now been released from the penalty box. Monster still on his initial. Evil C on a scoring pass is trying to get through and does so for 4 points for IJRD. Meanwhile, Monster is in a jumbled up pack but comes out on his initial. Evil C with a big apex jump for 4 more points for IJRD. Monster coming around will be eligible to score points. Doesn't look like Evil C is going to call it. He's going to hope that those blockers can hold onto Monster, but Monster is able to get through for 4 more points for Savannah. Evil C also through for 4 points. These jammers are going point for point here. Evil C was able to get 2 passes done, though, before Monster started scoring, but Monster comes out again with another 4 points. Evil C going to the inside, but gets a tiny bit out of bounds, decides to call the jam. Both jammers worked so hard. I feel like I'm holding my breath for these jammers out there. Everybody doing such a great job. IJRD coming out with 14 points in that jam. Savannah with 9. Savannah has took this lead at the end of the second half and has just continued to hang on to it. IJRD keeps continuing to poke away at this lead, but Savannah keeps continuing to pull away and has solidly held this lead for the last half of this game. Slaya is out as lead jammer for Savannah. Mighty Mouse, meanwhile, trying to battle at the back of the pack. That pack has broken apart a little bit. Oh, a giant hit. Was that a head hit? Are we taking a small break, or was that a call off? It doesn't look like anybody. There's no medics going out. Serious. I think you're just concerned. You watched a melon. You worry about. Yeah, we worry about people's brains. So if that head hits the ground, go get checked by a medic, just in case, even if you feel okay. Caro says ice baths are bad for athletes recovering from injuries, but good for mental health. You heard that on Lost in Science. Huh. The more you know, rainbow symbol. The more you know. Somebody should tell the NFL. Well, they still like ice baths, I suppose. I don't know. Ice baths are just cold. Okay, Slammerhead has the star on for Savannah. And Punky Bruiser has the star on for IJRD. Slammerhead jammed once, but I think passed the star pretty quickly. So this will be only the second time we've seen Slammerhead jam for Savannah. It was called for injury, Michael Kwan says. Okay. Okay, fine. I get to say Sirius was right. We all know I hate to say that. Don't say I should be used to it by now. I would be more sassy, but you have control to turn off my mic, so I'm not going to be that sassy. All right, Michael saw the OVR make the hand sign. Thank you, Michael Kwan. For those of you who want to learn more about NSOing and being an official and all the cool things, you should listen to Coming Hot Out of the Box by Slice and Carnage. If you are over 18, it is a 18 and up podcast. If you are older, but Michael Kwan did a interview that was amazing, talking about NSOs and talking about getting people involved in roller derby, and we really enjoyed listening to it. Michael Kwan is a fountain of information, and we would definitely encourage you to listen to his episode, and they are a great roller derby podcast that has been interviewing a lot of different people, including us, on their podcast, and we have just enjoyed listening to everything that Slice and Carnage have brought into the derby world. All right, let's get going with Slammerhead and Punky Bruiser. Punky Bruiser is out as lead jammer. Slammerhead, meanwhile, is battling at the back of the pack as Punky comes around on a scoring pass. Slammerhead takes a hit from Soul Crusher to push Slammerhead to the back. Punky is through with 4 points coming around the pack on another scoring pass. Slammerhead is pushing. We've got 2 blockers at the top of the pack trying to get through. Punky in the pack, still on that second scoring pass, trying to find some space, and does so on the inside line. 4 more points for IJRD. Meanwhile, Slammerhead has that star off, might be looking for the pivot, and is looking for the pivot. That pass was successful to the pivot, who is now the jammer. That is number 1104. That is Purple People Eater, who is now the jammer for Savannah Roller Derby. Punky Bruiser has gone through for a third pass, bringing IJRD with 12 points in that pass. They are starting to chip away at that lead, get that guacamole. We will see if we continue to do that, as both Slaya and Evil C, we've seen both of them. I think they're both nominated for Skater of the Game right now, because these 2 jammers have both done an amazing job, and we encourage you to vote for one of these 4 skaters that are nominated for Skater of the Game. We have got 7 more minutes in that Skater of the Game poll. Everybody's all jumbled up. Who is going to come out with lead jammer? It is going to be Evil C of IJRD, as Slaya takes a hit to the back and is getting pulled back by Death Pixie. Slaya sees some space on that inside line. Lilyhammer tries to stop Slaya, but Slaya is gone and is out on that initial pass. Evil C, meanwhile, in the pack on a first scoring pass. Really good awareness there by King Corey. Sees Evil C and just stops him, and Evil C calls it, and then Evil C and King Corey give each other a high five. Like, good job, you got me on that one. Love to see the sportsmanship and the camaraderie. Monster on the line for Savannah, and Punky Bruiser. You know, anytime I can't find the IJRD jammer, it's always Punky. As a short person myself, Punky, I get it. There are advantages to every height in roller derby, and sometimes the short ones we can sneak by. But not this time, because it is going to be Monster who comes out with lead jammer for Savannah roller derby. Punky also able to get out, is about half a track behind Monster, who is currently in the pack on a scoring pass. Both jammers now in the pack. Monster getting pulled to the back by Ghost. Punky is through for 4 points for IJRD. Monster is also through for 4 points for Savannah. Monster given a signal, looking like we might be continuing to run this jam. Both jammers in the pack. Both of these jammers are spinny. These are our two spinny jammers of this game. Monster spinning through, grabbing another 4 points. Punky is stuck at the back of the pack. Amazing one-on-one blocking being done back there, and some great tripod work. Is that at the back of the pack? I cannot see their numbers, but they are doing a great job with that blocking. And Monster is through for another 4 points. IJRD coming back to try and help Punky get out of the trap that she has found herself in. I think that's Clara Bear who is blocking right now. Great job there by those Savannah blockers in that jam, holding Punky, allowing Savannah to outscore IJRD by 4 points. Savannah is flirting with the 200 number. IJRD has brought themselves to 165 in this game. 9 minutes left in this game. The winner of this game will go on to the championship game tomorrow to fight against Pittsburgh for the chance to go to the national tournament in Loveland, Colorado on July 12th and 13th. Evil C and Slaya, these two jammers have seen each other a lot tonight, and it is Evil C coming out with lead jammer, but Slaya is stuck at that back of the pack, coming in, reapproaching. Evil C coming in with speed. Oh, everybody's falling down, I get worried. Evil C is through for 4 points for IJRD. Slaya getting pulled to the back and reassessing things, approaching the pack again on another attempt to get through on this initial. It is Evil C who's coming through, grabbing those 4 points. Slaya taking another hit and continues, not realizing that is a cut track, and so this will be a penalty for Slaya and a power jam for Evil C, who has now scored 12 points for IJRD, and this is now a power jam for IJRD. Evil C coming in, trying to take advantage of this 30-second break where he is the only jammer out on the track. Gonna be careful not to get any penalties. Evil C is through for 4 more points, bringing that total to 16. Evil C calls the jam, freezing Slayer in the penalty box. Slayer looking at the coach, definitely communicating in terms of what's going to happen. So we are going to start this next jam with a power jam for IJRD and Mighty Mouse. Slayer is still sitting, but I don't think we'll be sitting for long. So just a little bit more than 10 seconds left on Slayer's penalty. Slayer giving a thumbs up to the IJRD blockers. I think they were like, "You're doing great," and Slayer was like, "You're doing great." So still rooting for each other, even when playing against each other. Mighty Mouse trying to get that lead jammer status before Slayer gets out of the box, but Slayer is out of the box, and Mighty Mouse takes a tumble to the bottom. That elbow did go down, but I think whoever hit Mighty Mouse out also might have gone out. It was a no pass, no penalty, though, and Mighty Mouse is not eligible for lead. So even though Mighty Mouse is on a scoring pass, the only person currently eligible for lead jammer is Slaya. All Slaya has to do is pass all 4 blockers. There is points between these two teams. IJRD is catching up to Savannah. Mighty Mouse has scored another 4 points. I don't even have time to use my calculator to figure out how close this game is getting. Slaya sees some space on the inside, an attempted apex jump. Ooh, he's taking a second to get up. I hope he's okay. He gives a thumbs up to the ref and comes to the back of the pack. Glad he's okay. Those apex jumps make me nervous when they take a minute to get up. I know, I'm stressing too, EFR. Michael Kwan, I get worried. Okay, Mom Arya. I am a mom, Michael. I'm allowed to worry about them. Okay, Slaya is out and did get lead. Has not called it. Meanwhile, Mighty Mouse has scored 4 points, is currently on a second scoring pass. Slaya on his first scoring pass in the pack right now. There is 12 points between these two teams. Mighty Mouse is getting a penalty. It's a track cut. This is now a power jam for Slaya. Oh. I'm so nervous, everybody. Okay. That jam gets called. We're going to start this next jam as a power jam for Savannah. I'm getting lightheaded. I'm so stressed. I've taken my shoes off. I'm getting dizzy. I am grabbing everything around me. Thank goodness I haven't hurt any electronics at this point. Okay, 199, 188. That's not 12 points. That's 11? No. Serious? You looked at me like I'm wrong. 199 minus 188. You made me second guess myself. It is 11. That is not a palindrome, but it's pretty. I know, I'm stressing too. It's funny because the software, I know the software was showing Slaya in the box, but Slayer was out of the box and was lead. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm stretching. Let's all take a stretch break. Let's take a yoga break. Let's breathe. Are Mad Max and Mighty Mouse in the box just chatting with each other? Okay, so we're going to start this next jam with a 4-2 pack advantage for Savannah. Wait, if Mad Max is in the box, okay, yeah, one blocker needs to leave from IJRD. We have got 4 blockers out there, and we have got, is that King Corey out there with the star for Savannah? King Corey is on 6 penalties, so King Corey cannot get a penalty here. There is 5 minutes left in this game, which means I'm about to close the Skater of the Game poll, so vote while King Corey is trying to get lead jammer, and he does! Lead jammer for Savannah Roller Derby while Mighty Mouse waits in the box. Mighty Mouse is now standing. 10 seconds left in that penalty as King Corey comes around on a scoring pass with an apex jump, grabbing 4 points for Savannah. Mighty Mouse released from the box, still on her initial. King Corey coming around and smashing into that pack, hoping to get through on the inside. Takes a little push to the inside. Mighty Mouse, meanwhile, getting pulled all the way to the back by C. Swift, the pivot for Savannah. Mighty Mouse continuing to push and fight. King Corey spinning at the top of the pack, but unfortunately goes out of bounds and is going to be pulled all the way to the back of the pack by Lilyhammer. Corey is re-entering the pack with a big push. Oh, everybody's making me so nervous. Mighty Mouse taking a hit to the inside and is also getting pulled back. Okay, everybody breathe. Everybody be careful. Everybody be safe. King Corey is coming to the front of the pack and is spinning and grabbing 4 more points, bringing Savannah to 2-0-11. 2-11. Wait, I thought that was 12 points. It was only 8? Okay, 207 to 188. Savannah has brought, Indy got so close, and Savannah put King Corey out and said, we're gonna pull away again. 4 minutes and 21 seconds left in this game. I am going to close our Skater of the Game poll. You have overwhelmingly chosen Slaya as the Skater of the Game. For this game between IJRD and Savannah, Slaya will be presented with a Skater of the Game sticker, a coveted sticker, of which there are very few of these that go out, and it's exciting. Okay, I just stopped talking because I think they're doing an official review right now. It is Indy's official review. Okay, we're going to take a breath. I'm going to tell you a joke because we just need a minute. We just need a minute. Okay. We're going to take a minute, take a breath, and I'm going to tell you a candy joke. Let's see. What do I got? What happens? I don't know. I don't like the one. What do they call a man who abandoned his diet? Happy. Serious said happy? No, they call him a deserter. What? Check penalties? Okay, let's check penalties. All right. We have got, the Mad Splatter gets my award of the night for Savannah for keeping it penalty-free. King Corey managing to not get that 7th penalty. Great job there, and pull Savannah ahead after IJRD was coming real close there. Monster is the only other one really flirting with potentially fouling out with only 4 minutes left. As I say, you get 6 for free. Let's see IJRD. We've got nobody flirting, nobody in a certain color. We've got, let's see, who gets my awards? Punky Bruiser, Rapunzel, Death Pixie, Lil Patience, and World War Bean are my no penalty winners for this game. Great job, those of you who have no penalties. And those of you who do, good job too, because we love all of you, because you're all great. You don't want to necessarily use them, because then you're in the box for 30 seconds, but I don't know. It's a balance, right? It's a balance. What do diet dropouts in San Antonio, Texas yell? Okay, I'm getting some information here. Hold on a second, and then I'll tell you the punchline. Thank you very much. IJRD was looking for a high block on the Savannah Jammer. The refs did not have evidence to determine that there was a high block, and so IJRD will not retain their review, and no penalty will be issued. All right. Oh yeah, you need the punchline to my joke. What do diet dropouts in San Antonio, Texas yell? Remember the a la mode. Ooh, Michael Kwan with official facts. Ooh, we should have Michael Kwan with an official fact check on Derby Date Night. There is no designated hand signal for called for injury. That is interesting. Many officials or leagues will use the ASL sign for hurt. That is interesting. I did not know that. I feel like that should be something we add. Siri says, pay attention, Aria. Derby is happening. Monster getting pulled to the back by Lilyhammer. Evil C getting lead. Jammer with 4 minutes left in this game. 20 points between these two teams. Evil C coming around on a first scoring pass. Monster trying to find any sort of space. Evil C grabbing 4 points. Monster sweeping from side to side, finding a tripod at the outside, and is able to get through on his initial. Evil C approaching the pack on a second scoring pass. Monster is coming into the pack. Evil C is through. 8 points for IJRD, and immediately calls the jam, hoping that he prevented Monster from grabbing any points there, and he did. IJRD cutting it to that lead. 196 to 208. Carl says, I don't get it, Goldie Socks. Oh, yeah, probably in Australia they don't know about Remember the Alamo. The Alamo is in San Antonio, and I am not a historical buff, so I'm going to let somebody in the chat explain it to you, because I am not going to take the risk of saying something completely wrong. Sirius goes, wise choice, Aria, wise choice. Carl, okay, I get it now. I'm still Australian over here. It is completely understandable, Carl, that you would not get that joke. That is a pretty American joke. 3 minutes left. Punky Bruiser. Oh! I love it. Slaya was turned around facing Punky, just eye to eye, like this jammer on jammer intimidation. That's just fun. Just fun. Both jammers getting pulled to the back of the pack. Punky taking a hit from Slaya is just going to focus on defense. Actually, this is smart. Just keep Indy from scoring points is what Slaya is trying to do. But Slaya jumping over, holy camole, jumping over Soul Crusher to get lead jammer. And then there was somebody else from Indy in Slaya's way, really showing us why Slaya is the skater of the game here for Derby Date Night. Slaya threw for 4 points. Lilyhammer did take a star pass and was trying to score some points before that jam was called, but was unable to capitalize on it. Meanwhile, Savannah grabbing 4 points, bringing their lead to 16 points. Corey did not, oh, you are correct. Corey did get his 7th penalty. I didn't see it, but yes. So Corey made it all the way to almost the end of the game. There were 2 foul outs in this game. Lead lead going to Monster Derby Date Night. Third wheel member. I always love it when third wheel members are out there on the track and I get to say things about them. And grabbing 4 points for Savannah. Meanwhile, Mighty Mouse trying to find any way to get through that pack, does so and is out on her initial. A minute and a half left in this game. Monster through for another 4 points, bringing that total to 8. Mighty Mouse is approaching the pack on a scoring pass, takes a tumble to the outside. Monster does not look like he intends to call this. Monster pushed to the inside. Mighty Mouse is through for 4 points, bringing IJRD to 200. Savannah is at 220. I don't think it's a palindrome, it's just pretty. I wrote it down, nope, no palindrome, but it's just pretty with a lot of 2s and 0s. And Mighty Mouse is through for another 4 points, and Monster calls it. Both teams scoring 8 points, but Savannah does what they need to do, extending that lead. 39, not extending, but holding on to that lead. Team timeout being called with 39 seconds. They want to freeze that clock. IJRD using their last timeout. After this, all that is left is one official timeout that Savannah has. Serious, are you sweating? Are you sweating because it's hot or because you're nervous? Oh, our 2 jammers we have seen go out so often tonight are going to be in what is potentially the last jam of the game. Evil C and Slaya. It is a full house. Everybody is just so excited, and this game has been fabulous, regardless of which way it goes. If it stays the way it is, Savannah is going to be playing Pittsburgh tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the championship game. The winner of that game will go on to the Nationals in Loveland, Colorado. Indianapolis, if they stay out, what's happening? Indianapolis, if they stay in second, they will go on to play Kalamazoo tomorrow at 12 o'clock in the third place game. Michael, thank you. 19 points, Aria. 19 points. Thanks for doing the math for me, Michael. Okay, Slaya and Evil C both wanting to be lead jammer. 31 seconds left. Slaya is yielding, realizing that Lilyhammer has gone to the back. Evil C is lead. 22 seconds left. Slayer almost out. Takes a hit from Ghost to slow him down. Evil C coming around on a scoring pass. 13 seconds left in this game. I think this is going to be the last jam. Evil C is through for 4 points. Slaya getting pushed to the inside and pulled to the back. Evil C coming around on a second scoring pass. Evil C with a spin. Slaya getting around Snow Fright to get out on their initial. Evil C, 4 more points, bringing that total to 8. They're going to make this one close, aren't they? The official jam time has run out. That was a beautiful apex jump from Evil C to grab 4 more points, bringing that total to 12. IJRD is going to try to hold Slaya as long as they can. There is 7 points between these two teams. Evil C is in the pack on another scoring pass and is through for 4 more points. 3 points between these two teams. Slaya getting pulled to the back. 42 seconds left in this game. The crowd is all on their feet. Oh my gosh, everybody is falling down. Evil C is through for 4 points. This jam's going to be called to injury. There is a skater that has hurt on the track. I don't know what just happened. Okay, we are not sure, but we're gonna take a second to make sure this skater is okay. That is the most important thing to happen right now. Yes, that apex jump was amazing. All the skating everywhere here is amazing. Is there 2? Yeah, we're gonna take a small break for everybody to breathe, and we're just gonna take a second, and we will be right back, making sure everybody is okay, and then we will let you know what is happening. Okay. Those skaters were taken over to the medic. We hope that they're okay. That jam was called for injury with, I think it was about 40 seconds left. And we are going to do, with junior roller derby rules, we are going to do a continuation of the jam, which means the jam starts from where it stopped when it was called due to injury. The lead jammer, who at the time was Evil C, will still be the lead jammer, and scoring will start immediately. And I was told having my shoes off is a safety concern, and so now my shoes are halfway on, and I am still nervous. So that's what's happening there. So we are going to have, it looks like they're bringing the clock back up to how many seconds are left. And both jammers, everyone will be the same except for any Savannah blocker that was out due to injury. They will be replaced by another blocker. Michael Kwan, tell me if I'm reporting anything incorrectly. There are no more points going on the board at this point. Indy has lead jammer. Does juniors have overtime rules? Same as WIFTA. Okay. So, okay. But we'll see if we get to that point. First, okay. Things are happening. The chat is, I think, breathing. We're working on our breathing over here. Whew. Okay, Slaya on the line. Evil C on the line. Evil C is the lead jammer. He controls the game. He can call it whenever he wants. Or when the jam comes to an end, then the game is over because the time is gone. Like, there's no more time. No, there is time on the clock. There's not 1 second. Oh, wait, sorry. Jam time was already over. Period. The period clock had run out. There was still time on the jam timer. So they're going to reset the jam timer. This is definitely still the last jam of the game. Indy is down by 4 points. That's what I'm trying to find out, Gary, is how much time is actually on the clock. I think that's what they are trying to figure out as well. 30. Okay, I found out. 34 seconds. So they are going to put 34 seconds on the clock. Evil C either needs to call it before those 34 seconds, or the game will end when that 34 seconds is over if Evil C does not call it. Am I right here with everything? Am I doing okay? Do you have any other questions that I need to ask people? Oh. Yes, thank you, Michael. There's no more period time. We are in jam time only with 34 seconds left in this game. Scoring starts immediately. Both jammers are able to score points right now. This is the last jam of the game. Regardless, both of these teams are amazing. Evil C through. Slaya taking a hit to the inside. Evil C coming around. The score is now tied. Evil C in the pack on another scoring pass. 20 seconds left in this game. Evil C, 14 seconds left. Slaya getting hit to the inside. Oh my gosh. Evil C is stuck, getting pushed to the back, pulled to the back by Monster. Slaya is through for 4 points. Evil C is in the pack. 1 second left. Jam time. 4 points. It's a tie. 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 Okay. This is the craziest game ever. And I don't know how, but we had 123 people in there, and it went down to 99. I don't know why 20 people just left the chat, because this game is not over, not even close to over. Okay, overtime rules. We are going to go for 2 minutes. There is no lead jammer, and we will score points immediately. No one can call it off. I got it. I have refs coming over to make sure that I've got it. This is actually now the 3rd overtime jam that I've called this year.
Were you at Small Town?
Yes, I was at Small Town. Yeah, the first game at Small Town, and then there was an Akron versus Circle City game at the warehouse here in Indianapolis. And now this is going to be my first juniors overtime game to call. Yeah, don't leave yet, everybody. Everybody who left needs to come back because this jam is going to go the full 2 minutes. They can choose any blockers that have not fouled out. They can choose any jammers that have not fouled out. There is one blocker, looks like Lily Hammer is in the box for IJRD, so we will start with the pivot in the box. There will be 3 skaters out on the track for IJRD. There will be 4 skaters out on the track for Savannah. Yeah, this is emotional for everybody. Carl wants everybody to leave it at a tie. I know. I want everyone to leave it at a tie. We can't have the championship game with 3 teams tomorrow. That would be fun, though. Look at the crowd, though. Gray is wondering if the hurt player is okay. I do not see anyone over at the medic area, so I am assuming they are doing all right, and we wish them the best. We don't necessarily get updates on that, but we will definitely be having them in our thoughts and hoping that they are doing okay. All right, looks like it's going to be Monster and Evil C jamming for 2 minutes. Remember, scoring starts immediately. If they take that star off of their head and try to pass it to the pivot, they will not get those points. If if the star is not on, you don't get points unless the star is on your head. Okay, people are still here, still breathing. Gray, you called it. You said put Monster in. Monster is in. Evil C taking a push to the outside. Monster is through for 4 points. Evil C with an apex jump is getting a track cut. And Savannah takes the lead. 4 points for Savannah. Evil C in the penalty box. 30 seconds for Savannah to score as many points as they can. Savannah in the lead now with 239 to 231. 4 more points for Savannah, bringing them to 243 while Evil C waits in the penalty box. And he just gave a fist bump to a Savannah blocker that was in the penalty box. That's going to be a low block. And we're going to have a shenana jam as Evil C is going to start scoring points and Monster is going to sit in the penalty box for as long as Evil C sat in the penalty box. 1 minute and 6 seconds left. Evil C, 4 points for Indianapolis while Monster waits in the penalty box watching. Evil C coming around on another scoring pass. There is 8 points between these 2 teams. Evil C just needs to get through, and he does, but gets another penalty. It's illegal contact, and he is now getting sent to the penalty box again. This is just high stress for everybody, so it's hard to keep it all under check. Monster is through for another 4 points. This game is now a 12-point game. Monster coming around on another scoring pass. 34 seconds left in this game. Monster is through for another 4, bringing Savannah to 251. 27 seconds left in this game. Evil C watching from the penalty box. Nothing he can do. Monster takes a hit to the inside and is going to the penalty box again. 15 seconds left on a track cut, and now illegal procedure by not completely going off the track. 8 seconds left. That is not going to be enough time for Evil C to score enough points to dethrone Savannah. Regardless, that is the unofficial score, and both teams are freaking amazing. And Evil C ends with a track cut and a illegal procedure. I think both those jammers fouled out at the end of that game. Did I breathe at all during that entire jam? I don't think I did. There are hugs happening. People are crying. This was an amazing game for everyone who was in it. 252 Savannah, 237 Indianapolis. That is the unofficial score. I see jam refs going over to consult with their scorekeepers. People are having conversations. I'm just making sure that everything is good. But regardless, everybody, this was an amazing game. Great job to both teams. This was championship level roller derby, and this is juniors, you all. This is the future of derby. This is amazing. So Savannah is gonna go to the championship tomorrow night against Pittsburgh, 2 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow, Savannah and Pittsburgh. Indianapolis will play for 3rd place against Kalamazoo tomorrow at 12 o'clock Eastern time. Thank you all for sticking around. This was an amazing game to watch. It was an amazing game to be here. I'm so glad that we could bring you this game here at Derby Date Night. I hope that you all join us again tomorrow for the conclusion of these open regionals. Watching these juniors do this sport and have the most fun has just been amazing. Thank you all. Have a wonderful night and see you tomorrow on Derby Date Night.